phase. Order brought that instead of the Oryx this time. Chiefs saw it, and guess what? They 6-picked off of the Ash onto the Thatcher for Vast, seeing that the mute is there, and already in the space of that 5-second reveal phase have come up and implemented a method of dealing with that adaptation. So Order stepped forward and said, all right, we have a way to adapt. And as soon as that was shown in the reveal phase, Chief says, all right, we have a reply.
Yep. It's most people are out here playing checkers while they're out here playing chess. So it's a reply to a reply to a reply. And on the back of this now, Chiefs, you would say that they are feeling pretty damn confident. Specker, who is someone that has really been struggling as I try to struggle my words out of my own mouth. He drops to just the tiniest lick of HP, Dev. 20 HP on him, and it's really only going to take one stray bullet to sub him for the rest of this game.
A lot of control downstairs here for Chiefs. Thought they would have focused more so on Master, but they are really just focusing on taking down Specker. He's boxed up inside Kitchen, but the thing is, more time is spent on him, the more he has a chance to take this 1v1 gunfight. And the more value he has, he gets the fight he's looking for, but Worthy takes him down, looking for another. There's the refrag from Cutie. Chiefs haven't taken control of Master as of yet, so Order punish them.
And Worthy has definitely been a pivotal player for the Chiefs so far. In kind, he is the Joker to Itby Star's Batman, and with him out of the round, you know, they're going to lean back to God Legion to frag out. And on this occasion, God Legion just gets a tickle through the, I believe that was through the ceiling of Joker. And it's taking them some time here to crack this nut then.
Time is ticking away, and strangely, Chiefs decided not to go for that theater push whatsoever. Digital downstairs, tried to get something going on this vertical play. This nade could be the perfect read, but perfectly counterplayed from Joker. Standing on top of that couch, he was seemingly protected from the grenade. 40 seconds left, and Order have everything they need here. Man advantage and a strong position to hold off against this onslaught to keep this game going.
Now, if God Legion can hold both these players at bar, it'll allow Fisher to do exactly what he's just done there. He needs to be careful. The player Vars, is Cutie going to be able to swing in time? Oh, Fisher guy just gets off it, but he can't win the fight. And now it's on to God Legion. He's got two players to find. 10 seconds left, and the second he makes his way through up of the rappel, Itby Style will welcome him with a flurry of bullets.
And with that, Order take us to the full time of regulation here, round 12, in hopes of pushing us to overtime. Keeping in mind, if Order push overtime, they get defense. And this has certainly been a defensive-sided game, or at least Order would like to prove if they win this, it will definitely be a defensive-sided game. 8 defense rounds to just 4 attack. This is why it's really on the Chiefs. Going back to kitchen service, though, for Order, this is a big moment for them. Vast considers switching back to the Ash, but then realizes, no, Jack Daddy still has that mute. So we're going to keep the Thatcher. What I want to see from Chiefs is to just address that master bedroom VIP theater hold that Order have been doing. The reason why I presume Vast brought that Thatcher was so that they could just do their normal strat of using Hibana to open that mirror in theater. But instead, Chiefs decided to tunnel vision on Specker, countering that roam game. And from that point forward, never went and took theater control. I think if Order go for that same hold they've been doing time and time again, Chiefs should just do that same tried and true push that has worked time and time again.
So, it is round 12. It is map point for Chiefs to let the 3-point slip here at the end of this season with only one more match left in the pocket would be I would say a huge slip up for the Chiefs. Likewise for Order, you know, you want to sing the story of the Chiefs. The Order can't allow this to go without taking that 1 point, without pushing it to overtime, because they are in such a true position at the top of the standings. It could be possible that, you know, depending on the match tomorrow, it really does start to come down to the final 2 games of Playday 7. Players could deny, or rather teams could deny the pivotal points that could determine the gauntlet outlet. So it's really going to come down to a big round 12 here.
And it is the master push for Chiefs. It's what I wanted them to go for. It was what I was hoping they would do. They've got to flush out itbstyle, who's been the most dangerous player in the server today. 15 kills. Closest people to catching up with him is God Legion and Worthy on 12 each. itbstyle has been landing all of his shots, running this Jaeger. Beautiful EUL uniform and skin as well. And here comes the EMP. Both EMPs, 2 out of 3, already gone through to catch off that 90 angle as well. And there comes... Wait a second, that was pretty... Oh, that was perfect! itbstyle actually swung, took the gamble, and had Joker support vertically to make sure that they could deny those X-Kairos. That was quite an aggressive and cheeky play from Order, but it keeps their mirror window intact.
Wondering how long it was going to take to see something, an adaptation from Order, and there we go. Right when it matters. Again, when your backs are up against the wall, that's when we need to ask questions of you. Really nice trade as Fisho goes down. And now itbstyle gets crunched from behind. Really great openings here for the Chiefs. But Dev, their early rounds have been excellent. Their late rounds have been questionable.
Now Joker in such a good position to make an aggressive play in service. We've seen him do it before. We've seen him and Cutie clutch this in the past. Droned out and then caught off guard. Cutie goes down, just Specker and Joker. Cutie has gone down, and my God, Specker has just a lick of HP. Joker in this aggressive position. The shotgun, what is that monstrosity? It's all on Digital in a 1v1. What? He runs outside! Order clutch it out of nothing! That was a massive play from Joker! And he runs all the way outside, the Banshee clutching it up. Oh, what is this ridiculous affair we have just witnessed?
Ah, boy, oh boy, a 4 versus 2. The Chiefs have been stunted on their attacking half, and there is absolutely no doubt about it, Dev. They looked so good in their roam clears. They looked so good in getting vertical control. But when it came down to it, their executes were average, to say the best. And Order have been able to clutch up in multiple rounds on multiple occasions. This is not what we were looking for from the Chiefs, and now they've let at least 1 point, which could potentially turn into 2 points, slip away in such an important part of the season.
What a mission that Order have been on since that first half, being down 4-2, failing to even up the half 3-3, and then coming back from that, facing 2 match points against them, taking us all the way to overtime, where Order finally have that tiny little advantage going for them, the fact that they start on defense here, which means that should we go to that 15th round, that final round, they will get defense. But the thing is here, Order have only ever played 2 bomb sites, Rob, Hookah and Kitchen.
Yeah.
And Chiefs have won both of them on the attack.
It's bamboozling me as to how we're still on coastline right now. And I mean, there just is no denying this. Order have really, oh my
Oh,
goodness, just
yeah.
added salt to the wounds. Digital going down. Oh no. I will say this, Digital has been the player that's been putting that vertical pressure into Hookah every single time, and 2 grenades just completely gone as well. It's not good, Dev.
And I'm really loving the counterplay from Order as well. They're going again for that theater hold with the mirror, but this time Jack Daddy's playing the bandit, so he can actually bandit trick that mirror window as well, even if the Thatcher comes through from Vast. So really big brain stuff here from both teams. The counterplay is just constant back and forth, but Chiefs, I think, decided to take their focus off of theater. It was a... Okay, very interesting. I think that the Hibana, I think the idea was to destroy like any barbed wire on the other side.
Okay.
Yeah, so destroy the barbed wire. I mean, a nice effort, but didn't work. And speaking of the bandit trick, there it is at top of Cool Vibe stairs. The mirror window protected thanks to Jack Daddy's bandit.
Order are playing phenomenally right now. They are countering every single thing that the Chiefs are trying to do in this round. And unfortunately, I mean, if Jack Daddy had got that cheeky little bandit charge down, that would have been all said and done. 1:10 left, and Chiefs have really just not been able to achieve what we thought they may have looked for in the earlier parts of this round. And Order is still sitting so comfortable on site.
But what map control do Order have? Not very much. All they're holding on to is the site, and Vast has found that first pit. There's no flank potential from top white stairs, nothing through luggage. Chiefs actually could put off a really strong execute here if they go for an aqua take, and now they have that man advantage 4v3, Rob, as this starts to look really good for the boys in blue.
Once again, it's slipping out of Order's hands, but it's going to come down to this execute, Dev. We are still continuing to ask the same questions of Chiefs when it gets down to the wire, when it gets down to the final parts in the round. And once again, it's Cutie that steps up. Fisho, he's going for that plan. I don't know whether there's a C4 to stop it, and it won't make a difference. Specky hits the shot on the run out from Hookah, and now it's all on a 2 versus 2 retake with Worthy on the upside down rappel. They have to push past the bomb chassis to even get into the position. So realistically, Worthy should just be able to pick them by piece. And just like
Worthy!
Order get crunched. And Jack Daddy can't respond. The Chiefs, they go back to map point once again.
They break that curse. It's been so hard attacking for the Chiefs, but they managed to get it done in OT. And for the 3rd time this game, they have match point. Order on the ropes now. They're going to have to remember how to attack. It's been a goddamn long time. 7 rounds in a row. Order have been focusing all up on their defensive half and then defense going into overtime. Chiefs have bucked the trend in pulling off an attack here, and, well, Order are going to have to do the same.
Ooh. And it just doesn't seem as likely now, as you said, you know. It's such an interesting point to make when we're looking at, you know, OT and how it will favor a team versus the other team. And for example, you know, you're coming on the back of a really great defensive half every day of the week. You'd say round 13 should be Orders there. The Chiefs, they somehow claw that in and make it, I mean, they just make it their own, right? And now when we swap sides, both of these teams, it's been a hot minute. And they really need to back this up, because if Order are able to push this to round 15, I'm going to say, on the way that these players hype each other up, I'm probably going to call it early that Order will take round 15, but that's the big if. That is the big if for me.
I would be impressed if it gets to that point, because Order, through their attack half, they managed to win 2 attacks, right? And that one bomb site they never managed to crack was Kitchen Service. Chiefs, obviously it was wide open for them. They could choose to go to Kitchen, Blue Bar, or Hookah, any of the sites that they've been picking so far, or Penthouse for that matter. They went to Kitchen, which was the only one that was flawless both of the times that they played it. That is big right here. So the onus is absolutely on Order to step up and do what they haven't managed to achieve so far this whole game.
Not wasting any time here, Order either. Specker's going to be first to make the contact. Sees that very long line from Hookah. That's a lot of information that Gemini's been able to catch early on here. So, oh God, Legion.
It's the most disgusting angle you've ever seen in the whole game.
You're so sweaty, dude. You're so sweaty if you hit this.
Specker might make it happen. He's already got 1 kill. He's found the opening 2 rounds in a row. He's been pretty hot in his aim. Oh, lick of damage there, God Legion. Holding the angle, tempting fate. Moves off into 90 though.
Spotted. Oh, just decides to throw back the tiniest bit of shade. 90 default's still up as well, so God Legion can just focus all his attention into bedroom for now. Joker just out on the rappel. We've seen this go horribly wrong before, but last time it was for Order. This time it could be for the Chiefs.
How?
They get away, Dev.
The fact that God Legion gets away with that is massive. Joker was so timid on that window. He was worried about Worthy, who of course also could have had a C4, but this means that Chief get away with their life. 5v5 moving into the late round. This could be a massive boon for the defense.
Digital, he hears the... He backs even further, but once again, you know, the extension that Digital has here ensures that the comfortability may be for a little while longer, but it be style stepping up for Order once more. And that is... Oh, no. My goodness, this is massive from Order, Dev.
The Lion roars to lock these players in place. God Legion low HP, Digital's out of it, and Order have done it. A flawless round to take us all the way to round number 15. Both of these teams stepped into overtime, ready to buck the trends. And then all will be settled in the final round.
Well, I made the call early, Dev. If Order took round 14, they would secure the win. And right now, after a flawless round, it has to be done. There is no doubt about it. Chiefs go back to their attacking side, and we sit comfortable in hookah and billiards for Order. Dev, I need to ask you this question. The Order need to extend. Do they need to roam to ensure that that map control is not so easily taken for the Chiefs?
It's hard to say. I feel like on that final defense round from Order, they had such a good strategy. They kept making those adaptations, and then into that first round of overtime, like they actually brought the Bandit instead of the Mute to actively trick. But I feel like, for the most part, Order were really well set up. Their theater hold was excellent. They even found the opening pick on their previous time defending this bomb site. They're retrying hookah billiards. Remember, this was where Chiefs managed to rotate for that Aqua plant late. Do they need to roam? Do Order need to roam to prevent this? Hard to say, but they've got to have some kind of pressure in Aqua. I feel like if they're not going to do that, they at least have to retake below to keep some kind of vertical pressure up. I think that the key here for Order is just don't give up Aqua for free if that's what Chiefs are going for. But the thing is that Order have to deal with is that they have to also play the whole map as well as taking Aqua. You can't just give up master control because Chiefs are going to lap that up.
Let's see there from Itby Style early on the default cams. Something that we don't get to see a hell of a lot of, but we know how important that can actually be. But it looks like it will be quite similar to what we've seen in the past here, Dev.
It is.
And it's exactly what we're looking for, is that push from Master once again for Chiefs.
And once again, we Styles behind this mirror window, but keeping in mind, this isn't Kitchen last time. When we saw the support vertically, that was mostly from a player in Kitchen. I think that was actually an impact from Specker downstairs, so he's going to rotate into Bathroom to try to help clear off any X-Kairos from that shield. There's the EMP and the X-Kairos, and like I said, there is no player from Order ready to play that position and clear off the X-Kairos. Ippy Style forced off the position, but still eager to take a gunfight, but put under the pump. He's going to fall back. The Lion roars again. Still no kill secured.
Oh, there we go. Vast on a double window from bedroom. We'll be able to find him through that pre-prepped hole. And now they still know that itbystyle's in position, but what they don't know, or what they may not know, is that Jack Daddy still waits underneath, and Fisho can't win that engagement. That's diffuser down. It's going to waste so much more time for the Chiefs to have to claw this back and put the pressure back onto itbystyle.
He's just not losing his ones today as he takes another drone. His mirror is down, but he's still playing this position so aggressively. Worthy finds Specker. Is itbystyle good for another kill? Jack Daddy supports from below, takes down Worthy, and both of the players run away. They scuttle back to the bomb site, leaving Chiefs this map control, but not much to do with it.
That concussion's going to enable Chiefs the free 90 control that they may be looking for. They can now start to push into luggage and extend back into Aqua, where we've seen them be successful little less than 2 rounds ago. But Dev, the time continues to dwindle away here.
Jack in... He's actually downstairs in Blue Bar, and he still has his C4 in pocket as well, as does Joker. There's so much Plantanile possible. Chiefs are going to have to go deep. That's the only way they can play this. And if they do so, they're also going to be playing against a lit-up itbystyle all the way in the back. That's so much info, Chiefs. They've got to go now. 15 seconds for the map.
Oh, God, Legion goes in deep. So does Vast. They've seen it, but can they find it? Itby's gone huge as well, and this is over. Oh, Jack Daddy, the shotgun. They've got to play for it now.
He's got to get it.
God, Legion finds it, but Jack Daddy secures the points. They take away the win from the hands of Chiefs. What has just happened?
Hard-fought victory is understatement of the year. Water come out massively. An incredible performance. And
it's been responded on, but here we go. Haywood in a 1 versus 3 to save their chances. It doesn't look like it's going to be doable. The Chiefs are clawing bit by bit, inching their way closer and closer to the throne of OCN. They are right on the cusp, and it's digital. Of course it's digital. He gives the Chiefs their first ever title, and it's OCN Nationals Stage 1. They are your champions.
Welcome to OCN.
Winning Stage 1 definitely has been a bit of a uplift in spirits after our disappointing year last year. We put in a lot of time to improve our in-game performance as well as early game performance, how we prepared for matches.
Before the start of the last stage, we took a different approach to the game. We had a look at things we felt like we were doing wrong in the way we were practicing, and we just try to make everything that we do in and out of the game as efficient as possible.
We changed up our role structure in-game, heading into the 6 Invitational qualifiers. After a brief run there, it looked promising, looked a lot better, but heading into the Stage 1 of OCN and Apex South, Fisher Guy IGL became available after his previous team disbanded, and we felt it was just an opportunity we couldn't pass up. So we made a roster move, brought him in with about 2 weeks notice, and we ended up winning OCN Stage 1.
I think me joining the Chiefs, they sort of all knew that I was going to be dead weight, and there was a really big responsibility for all 4 of them to step up and really start carrying me, which I think they realized and managed to pull off pretty good.
The way we incorporated Fisho into our team was kind of giving him that freedom. We allowed him to come in and be the IGL of the team and have freedom over how we play.
I think bringing in Fisher Guy as a roster shakeup prior to the season starting was definitely a huge part of our reason for success. He did bring a lot of new ideas in game and out of game that helped us, but I think everyone played their own part towards our success in Stage 1.
I think all the players were already really skilled and talented when I joined. I think just giving them the freedom to really shine.
The reason we succeeded in Stage 1 is just everyone put in the time, everyone put in the effort. There was a lot of hard work from everyone behind the scenes and just showing up on game day, week in, week out. Eventually, we did get to a point where we were burning out, but it all paid off in the end.
Winning the first stage was awesome. I've been working towards winning OCN for such a long time, and I finally did it, and it feels awesome.
So the secret to our success, I guess just making sure that everyone's ready for anything on game day.
I think something that we're doing quite inefficient was scrimming without any goals in mind. At the start of the first stage, we started implementing more of a goal system in the way we scrim, and it's helped so much.
You know, in practice, sometimes I like to get sneaky, you know, give intentional missed calls when I'm droning and just make things really hard on them to, you know, a bit of resistance training before game day.
As the Stage 1 champions, I think there are quite a few good teams in OCN. It's a competitive league.
Yeah, pretty much every team, I reckon, across the board seen a pretty big improvements. So yeah, I mean, every game is going to be hard.
It's definitely going to be really difficult. A lot of teams are getting a lot stronger.
They're all tough contenders, and they're definitely going to be looking at us to try to take us down. It's just about playing our own game and trying to do what we do best.
Winning the championship has changed nothing for us. We don't want to get complacent. We have bigger goals, such as winning APAC South.
We're just as ready as we can be.
Heading into Stage 2, we're a lot hungrier. We want to win OCN again, but we also want to push for international events and try to compete there at the highest level.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out of feeling so. I'm running out of time.
And now, it's all on the save. The player heroic. And we're back to Stage 2 of the Oceanic Nationals. But Dev, guess what?
What?
It's now presented by Samsung. How good is that? That's right, it's OCN presented by Samsung, and we are so excited to be back for yet another stage of all of the action here in the Oceanic region. Of course, for those of you who don't know us or haven't seen us before, I'd be kind of shocked, to be honest, but more so from Dev's perspective, not my perspective. Manic and Dev, we're going to be bringing you the action tonight. Dev, we are back into yet another season, and I am so keen to just get into the action, honestly.
Yeah, that's it. And, you know, not only are we back, but we're even better. We've made some improvements this time. We actually send all of the players webcams, which means we're going to be watching them and their reactions live during the matches tonight, which is going to be absolutely hilarious. We know we have some complete larrikins here in OCN, and we just want to put their faces in front of the camera. We've also been doing a lot of that with content as well. You would have seen beforehand we had that winner interview with the Chiefs. That was really fun. There's a lot of other content we've been cooking up as well, and I can't wait to show everyone, especially the ones where you just see the players being completely silly and just they don't know what they're talking about sometimes. That's my favorite kind of stuff.
You know what? Out of everything, I think I'm excited to see Fisher Guy get excited and express a little bit more emotion. It was a little bit deadpan in the interviews. I love him. He's an absolute legend. But let's have a look at... Yeah, always deadpan, straight at the camera. He doesn't mess around. Let's have a look at the schedule and see what we're in for tonight. We have 4 games to get through, of course, as has been the way for such a long time. 4 best of ones, and these are the order in which we see them. Dev, I mean, I see the one that sticks out most to me, but let's go through them and have a chat, shall we?
Of course. Well, the one that you're referring to is no doubt Chiefs versus Order. The second game tonight is a rematch from last stage. Of course, all these teams would have played each other last stage, but you would have seen the historical matchup if you joined us just before the stream. That was the insane 15-round Chiefs versus Order game. And then a 1v1, literally could not be closer in ultimate overtime, and Order took that. Now, Chiefs got their revenge in APAC South and actually went on to win Stage 1 of the OCN, taking the victory away from Knights. So we're definitely looking at a kind of shifting of the tides here in the OCN. You know, teams like Wildcard, finally they have that roster back with their kind of upgrades of Milo, Coach with Rousty, and of course Silas going back to manager. So looking at these
teams and these matches tonight, what's really exciting is that there's been a lot of changes, right? This stage of OCN is going to be a different brand to what we saw 3 months ago.
Yeah, we'll chat about all the changes that we've kind of seen, but we'll get to that in a short time. However, one of the most important parts of our jobs, Dev, is to be able to predict the future. Let's have a look at where we've all decided to go. Oh my god, no way.
Wait,
no way.
This has got to be wrong.
Nah, that's no way. We've all agreed?
That's got to be a first. I don't think all of us have agreed on anything ever outside of matches, outside of predictions. No, I don't think we've ever agreed on everything. So, yeah, this is, I mean, I guess there you go. You can go home. You can turn off the stream. You know who's going to win this one. Or, well, you know that we're going to have egg on our faces at the end. Yeah, I mean, I feel really bad because we just know now that LFO, Order, Rhythm, and Bliss are going to 100% win all the games tonight.
Oh, that's one of the most cursed things I've ever seen, Dev.
I guess the surprising part of the fact that we're all guessing the same thing is that this is not a like cut and dried league, right? Like this is not a league where, oh yeah, you've clearly got, you know, the teams at the top, teams at the bottom, and there's not a lot of movement. Like last season, Copter, the reason why we all guessed them is because they came out from open qualifiers to 3rd place in OCN. They even took down Order. So you're looking at a team like Copter who really ran the gauntlet in the finals, and a team like LFO that came last place. Like, yeah, it's pretty clear why we all went Ruffle, but at the same time, you know, LFO's had a lot of roster changes, so there's some potential there. Of course, we'll dig into that deeper when we get into our first match, but I think on the whole, like, you look at a game like Chiefs Order, may well be another 15 round game where Order take the win. Like a game like Bliss and Wildcard, like there's two really historic teams that have been around for ages. So again, it's difficult to predict, which is why it's a bit funny that we all said the same thing.
I know, and like the absurdity and the fact that we all went Wildcard after the season that they had. You know, if you're looking at their results, you're thinking, geez, you guys are on something. This does not seem right. And the fact that Bliss had such a good season, I think that that's a huge oversight from the entire prediction team. And also, of course, thank you very much to Snowball for getting on board with us as well for that one. That does have to be spoken about. But Dev, without any further ado, let's get into our first matchup of the night. This one, I think, holds a lot of promise. LFO have had their changes, but Copter have really been shining in 2021.
They certainly have. We've already talked a little bit about Copter. They came through the open qualifiers. Most of these guys haven't even played at Tier 1 in the Oceanic scene in the past, and they just destroyed everyone. They really upset. They had some incredible victories, and Copter is a team of, there is some history here. You've got a player like Hotshot, who previously played on the Chiefs, players like OJ and Campo, who've played on other teams in the past, like Rhythm, for example. Cynic's also coached the Chiefs for some time. So there is some notoriety here, but you've got people, the real highlights of this roster, Rob, let's be honest, it's Boydie and Bouncin. And these are the two guys that have kind of come out of ranked and just destroyed everyone here in OCN. They are nuts.
You know what? Boydie has the best banter I think I've seen in the entirety of Oceania in terms of in-game. This man's is not afraid of letting you know that he's absolutely domed you. It is a really scary roster when you think about it, when you think about the dangers that are this roster in front of us right now. Here are the player cams you alluded to earlier, Dev. Bunch of handsome lads that are going to be competing once more, and I do think that, you know, there is something about the combination of all of these players. You know, Bouncin has a lot of love in the chat, but we saw how good OJ and Campo can be when they're kind of hitting their mark. Hotshot, I mean, we've seen it for so long. I don't even need to comment on that. They are definitely coming up against a roster that we have always had such high hopes for, but have just not delivered in the way that we had wanted them to. This, I'm referring to LFO, of course, not so much Copter at the minute. But I do think that, you know, on the back of Stage 1, every team needs to be on high alert coming into their match against Ruffle.
Definitely. Like, Copter is the team where we had no expectations of them in Stage 1. Like, yeah, they did well in, like, the Tier 2 leagues and in the qualifiers, and they were uncontested there. But coming into OCN, we didn't know if they would actually be able to hang with the big boys. Clearly they can. And it's not just, you know, I've talked a lot about Boydie and Bouncin, who are insane fraggers, but, you know, OJ and Hotshot do really well to support that. Campo's a really great flex and entry as well. But the thing about this team is, like, most of the time you look at young gunners like Woody and Bounce and you're like, oh, they're probably just, you know, no-brain fraggers. The team doesn't have a lot of depth. They just rely on those guys to pop off. That could not be further from the truth. These guys innovate, and these guys kind of bring a little bit of spice to Siege that we don't always see, which is really exciting because it's not just a matter of they're rushing in, they're popping heads. They actually have some really cool strategic depth as well. That's why I love watching these guys. Not only are they really entertaining and mechanically talented, but they play really well as a team, and they've got some really cool tactics that they employ.
And also, OJ's got some mood lighting there for us. But let's move on to the roster that they are going to be competing against. A roster that had a very similar entrance into Tier 1 last year in the first stage. They kind of, I think, impressed a lot of us. But since then, Dev, we've been asking the big question, which is, you know, can they compete? Can they hit the marks of which we saw in their very first season? And so far, it just feels like they continue to fall short. However, there's been a bit of a roster shuffle.
There has, but the funny thing to me about this match particularly and looking at LFO is like, Copter are kind of the new LFO. Like 6 months ago, LFO was that team that came in through the open qualifiers and no one really knew what to expect of them, and they had an absolutely insane season in the Six Masters and even in the OCN 2020 as well. These guys were nuts. Like, they were the only team to take a map off of Wildcard, I think all of last year, which is just ridiculous, right? But like you said, they've had a lot of roster changes. Stage 1 was absolutely abysmal for them. Stage 1 of OCN this year was kind of like 7 teams that were really competitive and anyone could take it, and then LFO at the bottom, which really sucks to say, but honestly, that's how it was. Like, you literally look at, you know, the results of that, and well, they ended up on 3 points. Like, Wildcard was on 5, Rhythm on 8 above them, but yeah, it was pretty tight, except for LFO at the bottom. But let's talk about these roster changes, right? So yeah. LFO, the big thing is that they lost Jigsaw, who was kind of their newbie rookie star player, right? And they lost him to Bliss. And they also lost one of their OGs to Sogs, who retired. But of course, bring on Wet, who's been a really, really impressive player. And now AFX and Deptra with Nasty also departing. This is going to be I think, revitalized roster, like a bit of youth in there, which is cool to see. It's just difficult to say because, of course, they do lack a little bit of that experience, and in that regard, they're really going to be relying on like Hills and Sushi.
And I do find it interesting because Deptra was one of the key players that actually took Copter, the team they're playing against, into OCN back at the end of last year in the promo relegations, and he left the roster at the start of this year, right? He was not there for Stage 1 for whatever reason. He decided to quit, or maybe he got benched, who knows? We don't really know the backstory there. I'm just going to go along with the lines of he got benched and this is a revenge match. This is a grudge match for him. But certainly coming up onto this roster of LFO, there was a buzz around him. There really was. And I think that there might be a little bit of excitement that dives into it. Speaking of diving into it, let's have a look at the maps and see where we're going to be heading for the first game of the day. It is Cafe Dostoevsky, my friends. I feel like I haven't seen a lot of that recently, but I'm very keen to get in back into the action of OCN. And what a map to do it on. I feel like this was such a staple last year.
Certainly was last year, but we haven't seen it so much this year. Funnily enough, the most recent game we've actually seen from Copter was when they played in the playoffs, the Gauntlet, against Chiefs, and they did lose Cafe 7-4. So unfortunately for Roffle, that was their most recent game, and it was a loss. Of course, you take it and you learn from that, and it was to the eventual champions. But you look a bit further back, and these guys beat Order on Cafe 7-5 last season. So that's a pretty significant result to boast for the Roffle guys, and of course they got the choice between CAF and Club. Over on the LFO camp, most recent time they played Cafe was a 7-2 loss to Knights, which is pretty significant, but at the same time, Knights is a really strong team. Can't fault LFO too much for losing to them, even if it is a convincing scoreline. But then a little bit further back, again, like losing to Wildcard 7-5. Last season of Wildcard playing with their coach, like you really probably should be winning those. So for LFO, bit of a struggle. Like if I go even further back, like last October, LFO beat the now Chiefs roster on this map. But like you're getting to ancient history, and there's only 2 or maybe even 1 player from that LFO is still left on this team. So on paper, right, I'm obviously backing Roffle.
Yes, I think most of us would probably be right in doing so. There is a sense that they you know, LFO with the roster changes that they do have, we could lean into that, but it certainly is going to come down to on the day performance, which is what we talk about so often. You know, I think back to the LFO of past and how close they were to defeating some of the best teams in the region, and it just hasn't followed through to 2021 the way that we had hoped for. However, you know, devil's advocate here, this is a new stage. It's a new start for this roster. And it's a new start for us here on the desk. We're keen to get into this one. The first matchup of Stage 2, Roffle taking on LFO. We head to Cafe Dostoevsky. Very keen to see how this unfolds. And we are definitely backing in Roffle, no doubt about it.
Definitely on paper, Roffle Copter should be favored here, but hey, LFO have had a new roster, and of course Deptra, one of the former Roffle players, ready to revitalize it. I just want to say, I could not be more stoked to be back here with OCN starting again. Of course, like I said, we've got this beautiful new logo, beautiful new overlay with all of the players here. We've got some ban percentages for you. This is for Cafe overall. What are the most banned attackers on Cafe? The buck is a little bit of an unusual one, but the thing about banning that buck is it makes it really difficult to go for these cocktail executes where you take reading and you get vert onto the cocktail players, go for an east windows push. So I'm guessing that's the play there from LFO. Banning that buck makes it much easier to counter that kind of an attack, and Rufflecopter's going to have to think about how they play against that.
Yeah.
As for the Thatcher and the Valkyrie bans, very common, of course, if you even look at the numbers on screen, right? Like Valkyrie tied most banned operator on the defensive side on this map. But again, that mute is quite different. I'm looking at like the players on Rufflecopter right now, because they're the ones who have kind of been thrown this curveball by LFO with these unusual bans, and like they're gonna have to have a little bit of a chat about what they're gonna do without the bucks. They can't go for those cocktail attacks necessarily, and without that mute as well. Sorry, I'm just stream of consciousness right now, Rob. Like that mute being banned means that Flores is kind of unimpeded. That is a pretty big deal.
That's very dangerous. We saw a fair bit of the play from Flores last night in APAC South, and it looks like Campo is going to be the operator, or rather the operating of Flores. So very keen to see how this one starts to pan into competitive play. You know, I feel like Oceania always has a different take on how operators are played sometimes. So interested to see what the adaptation will be for the LFO, or rather the Rufflecopter roster here, but no doubt without mute, it will certainly be a highlighted point. Kills is going to be quite impactful on that Mozzie. Generally, you know, we see that Mozzie mute combo, especially when players are in the basement. You can go and roam all the way upstairs, burn all that time, and without that mute, makes things a little bit more difficult. So really keen to see what LFO do to adapt to the current ban. It was technically their ban, it was. So I'm sure that they'll be well and truly prepared.
They're going to have to deal with it first, right? Like, knowing that they were not going to ban Flores, and I mean, they couldn't bank on Rufflecopter, so they would have to expect to play against it. And really, it is the Flores that I'm really looking at in this game to potentially steal the limelight. With no mute, it does make things very, very scary going up against the Flores. For those who don't really know, obviously, he's only just been introduced into the comp scene. This new operator had a little bit of time to play with him around in ranked and such, but now that he's actually here in comp, we get to see what the pros can do with him, which is a lot more than what he plays in ranked, because they're extra coordinated. And the name of the game is really about that util clearing, but put that on hold for a second, because Bouncing's actually snuck all the way into coat check, a really aggressive position. He's almost touching distance. One of those defenders in bottom red.
The important part about this as well is it kind of just eliminates all that rotation on site. Deptra, oh my word, does not know at all that Bouncing there. Now, of course, 100% the alarm bells are ringing. And again, like, he can just cut off so many of the rotates through site. You can see the opening straight into kitchen there. This is not an ideal position for LFO to have allowed him to get into so early on, but regardless, they now need to adapt to this Deptra. Waiting for Boydie to just walk directly in. My goodness, a 2K to start out. And oh my word, nearly a third as well. That's not what you're looking for if you're a Rufflecopter fan, that's for sure.
Such a big statement here for Deptra against his former team. 3 kills now, finally traded, my god.
That's a big deal right there, and with that, just a 2 versus 4 for Campo and OJ, and you can kind of forget about the Flores and his impact when you have a player like Deptra who just does so much damage from a tiny little position.
Yeah.
We're really going to have to see some serious legwork for Ruffle to scrap some kind of a push out of this really dire scenario.
And I was trying to sell the fact that that was a really positive thing for Copter, but I guess if you're Deptra, you just don't give a damn. So, I mean, at this point, what's Copter's in? They've got a lot of the vertical line.
Ooh.
Oh my god, that is gnarly. I would have loved to have seen that with a live replay, because where that nade came from, how that hit, would have been a little bit cheeky. Speaking of cheeky, Campo is allowed to swing, but really nice line from Sushi. Sitting all the way back by Freezer. OJ left with it all to do, and he'll be met with a nice little welcoming gift. And a really important start for LFO, not just for this game, for this season.
Yeah, it certainly is. We've talked a lot about roster changes. Is kind of the story for the start of OCN. How will these teams settle into their new rosters? And Deptra really has just had a phenomenal start here. Just popping in that corner under red stairs. 3 kills to his name. A good effort from Copter overall, especially bringing that back to a salvageable position. But when Deptra does as much damage as he does, it's just so difficult to really achieve anything, no matter how good you play.
Even with that replay, I'm not going to lie, I still think that OJ just face-checked that with a cook nade and found the timing on Hills. That is disgusting. It's a really cheeky pick, but I guess it doesn't really turn into anything, so I'm not going to sit on that. LFO, however, as you were saying, Deptra, that is a monstrous impact. And now they just have to back this up. They need to keep that momentum rolling, because no doubt that Copter will be a very worthy adversary for this roster, and I am incredibly excited for LFO. You know, if this roster change works out the way that we hope that it will, the way I'm sure they hope it will, we could see them back on that competitive form that we saw so long ago. And, you know, I mean, Dev, it's just so easy to kind of compare it to what we've been seeing in APAC South, which is all the teams have just, all the skill gap has just closed so much more. Hold the thought for a second. Sushi,
oh, look at this!
No.
Oh!
Sushi. He knows it as well.
Himself. Oh, he is kicking himself because he managed to get the injure, which I think he knows. Obviously, you don't get points here on comp, but players get pretty good at telling if they've put enough bullets into someone to down them. Sometimes you'll like see them kind of fall. But he knows that he didn't secure that kill, and that's what he's kicking himself for, because even though Bouncing's only on 20 HP, Sushi's also taking a bit of damage. Missed opportunity there.
Certainly damaged, but I guess that's not it's not what the doctor ordered in by any means. OJ now in a fairly decent position to cut this rotate from the mining player off. And it looks like he's going to walk directly into his crosshair. You are absolutely cheering if you're OJ.
Yeah, 100%. Really nice job there, and that's Sushi untraded as well. One of the things I will remark upon, because we talked a lot about that mute ban going in and about what an impact that would have on Flores, but I'm just going to point out the Twitch as well. I wonder if this is something that Boydie has kind of decided on the back of that mute ban, knowing, okay, well, essentially my Twitch drones have free roam now. And you can do a lot of damage with those, clearing out ADSs or mine magnets, even finding those yokai drones as well. So I really like that pick.
The impact will certainly echo through this round if we're able to see Boydie get into a position in which we can use it. Of course, half the time it's so hard to tell how impactful a certain operator is just because of how much is really going on in Siege at all times. You can see that's a Twitch drone that was chasing all the way up behind the cocktail lounge. And Affix, first time we're really seeing him in OCN.
Again,
Deptra, this is just really scary if you're Copter looking at Deptra and his ability and the fact that he's off like this.
Yeah, and we're also seeing the kind of manifestation of this buck ban as well, because this is an attempted cocktail push here from Ruffle. So LFO have done their homework. They know Copter go for these like reading vertical takes with the East repels.
And the lack of a box making that vertical game a little bit harder. I like the ideas from Roffle using the Flores and the sledge standing on top of the bookcases to try and achieve something similar. But it's not quite as good. Wibles goes down. Affix is actually trying to hold the top of White Stairs. And he manages to get one. Sprays down with the SMG-11. A second one about to cover him. He's dancing around here. One of the newest players on LFO.
Oh, okay. No sound cue there. OJ on a triple right now. Doing all of the heavy lifting, but Bulls denies him of any kind of satisfaction as Campo down from the skylight. Late information has been given, and with the time running so limited, he will unfortunately have to go for a bold move, and Hills is waiting for it. Another great round on the board for LFO.
Back-to-back defenses here, and well, this is as many rounds that LFO managed to get on Cafe against the Knights in the entire map. And LFO's already sitting pretty comfortable there, so I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing so far from these guys, especially like we've said, because they did lose some of their more experienced players. Of course, Sogs was one of the OGs on this roster. He stepped back. Bringing in Affix is a bit of an unproven player at the top level here in OS. And while we do have Deptra kind of bring a bit more experience, like you would be, I think, justified in being critical of LFO going into this game. That's why it's so exciting that they're really taking the fight here to ruffle Copter. Of course, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself on LFO's defense, because I kind of would expect at least the first couple defensive rounds to be defensive sided as the attack starts to kind of read into the way they want to counter these setups.
Yeah.
But, I mean, even with that into account, I think LFO's, these are convincing rounds, right, Rob? Like, I think we can really credit LFO for everything they've achieved so far. They're looking to make the triple threat here as they go to the reading bomb site.
And I think that's a really perfect point made there about the fact that they have been so convincing. You know, last round it really took some heroics from OJ with a 3K to even give it. The rest of Roffle a good look into that round, and Bill steps up when he's called upon. So, you know, the answers that we're seeing from LFO have been clean thus far, but again, it is the defensive side of Cafe. We don't really want to dive too heavily one-sided yet. These bans are going to be really interesting to see whether LFO can deal with that buck ban. As you were saying, some of these attacks are quite vital to see that vertical play, more so up than down. Regardless, it does look as if LFO are in the driver's seat of this game, and they are dictating the pace of a lot of this.
Starting the ban phase with these target bans, and it certainly hasn't let up so far. Again, we've talked about the operators that Roffle are bringing to the table and the fact that both the Twitch and the Flores do flourish when it comes to these mute bans. Deptra's trying to do what he can with the Mozzie pest, but you only got 3 of those, and he does steal a drone there. I mean, what's funny is, like, Mozzie has 3 pests, right? Well, Flores has 4 of his Rotero drones, plus 2 of his actual drones. So, like, he can just burn the pests with his Roteros anyway, because he's got more than them.
Yeah.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Honestly, I'm really excited to see how Flores is on a competitive level.
Oh, hello!
Oh, no. That is what you call a double-edged sword.
No!
Sushi.
The cover!
That is unbelievable play from LFO.
That is just such good cover there for Sushi to protect his teammate as Deptra tries to make his escape. Nice attempt at a refrag, but it was baited perfectly. Now Roffle Copter dropping like flies. Campo and Hotshot. The last one's left in a 2-on-5. And on this bomb site as well, without much map control, this is just so difficult to pull off.
Looks like we're all about to have egg on our face, Dev, the way that this is going. Oh, Campo nearly given a free kill. In fact, Deptra not expecting him from pillars whatsoever. So, slowly but surely, they definitely need to get... I mean, it is a problem. I say slowly and surely they need to get a move on, but they're just going to have to start finding these picks, because a 2 versus 4, as that time starts to dwindle down, it will become even more of a highlighted point. You don't want to be walking into any crossfires with limited time, that's for sure. It's hard enough as it is.
Campo trying to push up, doesn't realize the players are hiding from him. Oh, that's a missed C4, and Campo's going to punish him for that. Sushi! Well, Campo is just going to gobble you up 2-on-2 now from the 2v5. Very much salvaged.
Yeah, that's a really good call from Campo there. You could see the live pings telling him to plant behind the bookcase, get a little bit more cover in, and when that plant goes down, it turns into a 1v2. Hot shot deletes Affix, and Hills, his position's known, but he still wins out the fight, and once more, the heroics from Hills saves LFO, yet another round. That still is not a position you really want to be in when you had such an advantage. It was 2 versus 5 at one point.
Yeah, and for that to become a 2 versus 2, and only really eventually a 1v1, right? Hills, 2 really nice shots there at the end. Sometimes it just does come down to these peaks, and it's not just about aim, it's about movement and mechanical skill as well. Really nice job from Hills to land these shots. Look at the way he shoulder peeks that for information, then goes for the second peek. Perfect crosshair placement on this last fight as well as hot shot peeks. Hills just deleted him straight away.
Yeah.
Really nice stuff there. I will just say, Rob, before this broadcast started, you told me it was Affix, right?
Yes.
Digital is DMing me right now telling me it's AFX. Are we being trolled once again by the players on how to pronounce their names?
Well, I got word from Enigma, the coach of LFO, and I said, is it AFX or is it AFX? And Enigma responded, AFX, please, bro. I just wanted to make sure I said the bro, because we can all hear his voice saying that. So
yeah, totally imagine Enigma saying that.
Yeah. And then he asked who was casting, and I said you, and he said, oh, really? So, you know, it was more of like a, oh, really? And it wasn't, oh, really? But I just wanted to change the tone there just to make you feel a little bit unloved.
Yeah. I am actually so triggered right now about that. Every time we take the effort of trying to figure out how to pronounce players' names, and everyone disagrees on how to pronounce their names. Oh well, at least we can get Hills right. We know it's Hills, right? He's gonna go for the C4. Is he gonna land it? Campo's predicting it though, and waited for that C4. Really well played.
Could have been devastating. Could have is the really big, the key point there. Hot shot's still back. Droning from spawn is going to spot out the Vigil. The information's come through, but Deptra has well and truly legged it out. Lovely use of the impact grenade. He's actually baiting that and hoping that someone may well peek into his line, of course. It doesn't happen. Nevertheless, LFO are still off with that second floor control, but I think Copter have done an incredible job of displacing them so early on.
Numbers advantage as well. This is looking like the best round so far for Copter. Addressing the roam clear instead of just going for a more direct push, because of course Roffle were kind of baited into that last time and fell victim to Deptra at the bottom of red stairs. Copter with the Jackal and their drones unimpeded by mute jammers really have all their tools to get this roam clear going. Nice escape there from Wet, just barely, and Deptra's looking for it as well. Bounce and stops watching the angle just at that moment. That's Deptra get away.
That's devastating. Absolutely devastating for Bouncin and Copter, because it could have been a huge pick for them to take away. And nevertheless, they have done a lot of work. And it has kind of been 2 minutes off the clock. I would say they've made great time though, and this is the impact you're going to see of that new band dev. It's going to allow them to get into position a lot quicker than they usually would, as we hear 2 C4s go off. No bueno.
Yeah, not yet. Another thing about the Buck ban is it means you have to get up close and personal with either the sledgehammer or breaching charges, so you're a bit more vulnerable to C4s, whereas with Buck you can kind of play it a little bit quicker and a little bit further back. Oh! Surely OJ gets this! What is that shot from Affix? Or AFX? I don't care if you're landing shots like that. I'll call you whatever you want, man. And another one!
God.
That is absolutely nasty. LFO in a 4v2.
Asserting his dominance early on here. 20 seconds left. Boydie's going to have to send it here. Campo is not with him just yet. You can see as they slowly start to come together, LFO have an incredible read on this. There is so much that's going to be cutting out the time And they're going to have to send it through the double window, and that's not what you want to be seeing. If you're Ruffle Copter, 4 crosshairs looking directly at you, and FX will close out with a 3K for the round. LFO have turned up to play.
They have, with 4 rounds in a row now on the defensive side. At this point, it's not even debatable. This is a significant lead from LFO. You can't even say, oh, well, you know, they're on the defense. A 4-2 split would be a par for the course. 4-2 or 3-3, I would say, for a defensive side. But at this point, Rufflecopter really have to get on their bike to start to actually scrape away those 2 rounds. Should they end this half with 2 attacks, I'd say that's salvageable. That's a decent performance. I wouldn't say it's anything to be excited about, especially considering how highly we rated Rufflecopter against LFO.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's something, and that's what they got to start with.
Do you want to know what really concerns me, Dev? Is the fact that every single site has looked convincing from LFO. You know, you think back to where LFO were in their reading defense, which is meant to be, you know, their kind of 3rd and final site before they go back to the full rotation of, not technically around the world, but their more favored sites. And it was a 2 versus 5. Sure, they may have misplayed a couple of those kills, and it came down to a 1v1 with Hills. But the point is, that was such a convincing round, and every other site has looked under lock and key. So where are Ruffle going to get these last 2 rounds from? Because I don't think it's going to be Bar and Cocktail with this mentioned ban of Buck. It's just going to be too hard to try and flush those players out of Cocktail. So where did they fall back to? Where do they go to?
Well, tactical pause is at least something, right? At this point, though, it looks like Rufflecopter, in terms of their operator lineup, they haven't made a single change. But what I mean, moving into this round, like, they need to make some kind of change in terms of how they're playing this round. Even if they're keeping the same operator lineup, I feel like at this point you kind of just have to abandon the east push onto Bar. Like, instead of going for the vert and going for the repel on the east side, just go for a kind of staple piano push. Like, look at the setup that LFO have brought, right? It's Goyo, Wamai, Jaeger, Smoke. Like, this is a shield setup, like defending your util sync shields, which Rufflecopter have a really good lineup for countering. Mute is banned, and you've got Flores and Twitch. Like, you should be able to get in there and, like, you know, plan A, your Flores drones destroy these really pivotal shield positions. Plan B, your Twitch goes in, destroys the Wamai magnets, and then you can easily burn the remaining ADSs and clear the shields with Zafiro or the nades instead. So I feel like Rufflecopter have a really good lineup to deal head-on with the attack that LFO have. But, I mean, will they go for that, or will they go for that east push again? I don't know.
You know, perfect thing to say it, and it's just a totally different thing to do it, and, you know, doing it on the fly as well. Not everyone has a big brain like you do, Dev, so we'll see whether they heed the advice of a commentator.
I mean, it's like peanut gallery, right? Like, I can sit here and just be a bit of an armchair analyst. Of course, I don't know what it's like to be under the pressure, and, you know, maybe there's a solid argument for why they would go for a different kind of push. I do like that Flores drone, though. It actually destroys that Bar unit there, which usually makes for some good cover for the defenders, so I like that pick. Let's see if they actually do go for this piano push. It looks like it is! Oh, that's a gnarly angle.
We hate to see that. For those that don't know, there's a tiny bit of an unreinforced bit just between the wall, underneath the hatch, and between the piano wall. That's just absolutely devastating. And 2 players are actually out right now for LFO. And, oh, Boydie, no! Oh, you hate to see it. But essentially, are they, like, can they be picked up? Deptro can, but I think Hill's in a position that may not be as favorable.
Found a kill when he was down, and Hill's now finished off, leaving it just 2 players left for LFO. This is actually a pretty good spot now for Ruffle, the best they've been. Wibles goes for a C4, and it misses. Now these 2 players downstairs have to desperately get back up. Ruffle have set up really, really well to take their first round.
Well, they certainly have negated that east side push. Maybe not the way that we thought. OJ does get down once more. He isn't finished off. A lot of missed opportunities here on both sides to convert kills. But I guess if you're Afex, even if you know he's down, you know you really can't extend there. Wibles just on the inside of the back store. You can hear where all this noise is coming from. Swings, but only connects a couple of bullets. Time is dwindling for Copter here, Dev.
But it is 30 seconds left, and Copter, they might have had a strong position, but that advantage is slowing down. Wibles not traded on that kill as well. Now it's so difficult for him to be dealt with, and Deptra's found one. It's all fallen to pieces. A desperate trash plant's not going to work whatsoever. Campo finished off, and LFO have just found 5 rounds straight.
Despite what anyone thought, despite the odds of this game, coming into this LFO, I should say, nice and clearly, have completely shrugged any thought of stage 1 off of their back. And they are here to make a goddamn statement, and that they have done. Thank you so much for that replay.
Oh, production.
Rod. I know you're all sitting there having a good giggle at yourselves. I know you're proud of yourselves, but let's talk about Wibles there. The fact that he was so bold to peek into piano, it is a dangerous play, because let's say he doesn't connect onto a kill there and they can isolate him at bar, or even worse, he dies as he swings across. You know, there are so many factors to that round that just go in a favorable sense to LFO. And now, Dev, Copter, believe it or not, 5-0 down. Incredible.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think anyone expected this. We looked at our predictions and we thought, well, Copter, the underdogs, they took 3rd place out of nowhere. The underdogs, I meant for stage 1, right? Like the surprising dark horses, not the underdogs in this match. And so going from open qualifiers to 3rd place in stage 1, even beating teams like Order and knocking them out to take that placement. We totally had high expectations of Ruffle, and for LFO, the convincing last place team of stage 1. And now they have made some roster changes. They have revitalized, and Deptra is back on for the rise. Look at him, 9 kills and 2 deaths at the moment. Plus, there's this really ridiculous long angle spawn pick that's not likely to find anything, but just the gall to dare to try it. I'm loving Deptra on LFO.
Well, this could certainly be considered a grudge match for Deptra. Help Copter push their way into OCN, defeating, I believe it was Rhythm at the end of last year, and now he's found himself on a formidable roster. Let's be completely honest, there's no two ways about it. This LFO roster is certainly impressing here on the first Playday of Stage 2. Of course, impressing on Playday 1 and being able to keep that consistency up all the way through are 2 completely different things, but this is just such a good sign to start out with. Sometimes you got to play devil's advocate, you know? A bit of 6 in one, half a dozen in the other, no matter which way you look at it. It's definitely a new and revitalized LFO. Deptra once more. What on earth is happening?
Yeah, 10-2 right now. That's a 5.0 KD. Man's insane. Looking for revenge against his former team. He's found it a whole lot more than that. And, well, once again, that's actually the 4th round this half. He has found the opening pick. How ridiculous is that? He is currently 4-0 in opening engagements.
That is some Dev Marta stats for you. And there you go, Dev. That's what we were talking about, you know, seeing the different uses. I think that was one of the smallest holes I've ever seen it have to jump through, but certainly so. They make it work and they deal with these shields so well. Copter are looking a little bit better, but it certainly is coming down to these later parts of the round where they seem to stumble. Oh, no.
Boydie, my dude, you cannot do that. It doesn't work.
You have to know these things.
How do you not know that, bro?
Yeah! How did he not know that?
Well, anyway, good job from Copter to finally take this top floor control. The Goyo Shield explosion will waste a bit of time, though. Getting Vert on the site. course, the player they really need to get third on is Sushi in reading. But time's ticking away, 25 seconds, and it looks like this may well be a 6-0 half.
God, don't say it. Don't you dare say it. It is certainly looking more and more like that. Copter are just having to funnel through and hope for the best. The trades are really good. Hill steps up. My God, Boydie, what have you got? Not enough. LFO storm away with the first half, 6-0. Well, what an interesting start to stage 2 we've had here. 6-0. Okay, just to give context for anyone that may be viewing OCN right now and maybe they don't know what the expectations are like, every single person on the prediction panel has predicted Copter. That is 7 of our, I'm not going to use the word experts because I don't think that would do it justice. 7 ordinary people have predicted for Copter, and we have all got egg on our face right now, Dave.
Yeah, but I mean, don't let the community get off as well, because the community vote was 70% Copter, so
Very
you
true.
guys aren't getting out of this without a bit of a roast as well.
It's all too true, you know, I think anyone coming into this would rightfully have said that this is most certainly Copter's game to win. You look at if you just look at their stats, right? You look at how well they played last season, Stage 1 of 2021. You would have been rightfully so in thinking, yeah, this is an easy game. This will be swept under the rug. LFO will, you know, receive maybe a 7-0 at this point. But it's just not the case. This is just what we've learned. At the start of this year, you know, the meta's shifted so drastically for a lot of teams that were, you know, used to that util meta. And we are now into a stage of Siege where it really can be anyone's game. And LFO are proving that.
Located by attackers.
Yeah, and another piece of context is, oh, pardon me.
Oh,
Sorry, I'm just dying a little bit. Don't eat toast while casting.
Well, or maybe don't play as Copter. Get it?
Maybe that was just me choking like they did. What I was going to say is a bit more context. Last time these teams played each other in Stage 1, right? 7-3 for Copter. Convincing, open and shut case on Clubhouse. Here on Cafe, not it. LFO have done some really good prep in the break, and you know, they've gone from getting dumpstered 7-2 by Knights to now having such a good showing here against Ruffle.
Curious to see how LFO, you know, approach these attacks, because we saw how hard it was for Copter on some of these rounds, but that mute ban, I mean, I'm not going to lie, Dev, I thought the mute ban was going to be more impactful than the buck ban was. I mean, honestly, what came first, the chicken or the egg? What was more impactful? Was it the mute or was it the buck ban?
Well, I mean, we didn't see like the Flores drones, the Twitch drones having a really big impact, honestly. Even just like in general droning to get info. I don't feel like, I didn't look at LFO's defense and be like, wow, they would have won that if they had a mute. Because they won everyone anyway. So it doesn't even matter. Deptra, though, he's been one of these saving graces for LFO. One of these massive impact players. He's got himself into a good position, but he's taken a lot of damage.
There
you go.
And off the board. Wiped off the face of the earth and benched for this round. Wedables about to walk directly into the arms.
Ooh.
Never mind, bouncing. Will not allow that kill. Oh, God, okay. Maybe the buck ban was more impactful because LFO struggling out of the gates in the second half here. Affix left in a 1 versus 5. I just don't see this happening.
15 seconds.
Yeah, not happening. He's just going to save the KD, give his team a chance to chat. 4-4-4 as well
10 seconds remaining.
for kills, assists, and deaths. Bit of a Shaiko moment. Now, I did hear from Digital, he has reassured me it is definitely AFX, not AFX. So we are going to switch Aruni to AFX. I'm going to DM him after the game. We'll get things cleared up. There's Boydie in a bit of a pep talk. Hey, guys, we just lost 6 rounds in a row, and we finally got one. They pulled the finger out. Now we are ready to game. It's a long road ahead to overtime.
Certainly is. Bit by bit, they will need to find their way back into this. You can see how much more seriously they're taking this than when we saw them at the very start of the game. That's for sure, Dev. Their tones and their body language have completely changed, and I think rightfully so. They would not have been expecting anywhere near the fight contest that LFL have put on the board here. And you know what? I don't give a damn about DGTL. Affix is what we're calling him.
Really? You're gonna do that? You're gonna stick Affix and
Hey,
Digital is just gonna...
DGTL is... I don't think he knows what he's talking about, honestly. And, you know, I have word from Coach Enigma. Not that I really trust the word of Coach Enigma,
I would
but...
not... Do you know he's a real estate agent? I wouldn't trust him.
Ah, it's so true. It's so true. Sorry, Enigma.
I love you, Enigma. I'm sorry.
You're the butt of the joke at your own expense. Apologies.
Tomorrow I'm going to get a really angry DM from him. He's like, you what, mate?
He'll be driving in his Mercedes on the way to another open house inspection, listening to us.
Oh, that one only sold for 2 mil. What a shame.
5 seconds left before insertion.
It's all good fun. It's all good fun. But yeah, no, DGTL doesn't know what he's talking about.
All right, if you want to stick it to Digital, I will go Affix with you, and then after this game, I'll DM him. And I have a new rule. I only ask for pronunciations from the player themselves, no one else.
Yeah.
Not the coach, not their teammate, not their mum. No, only the player themselves.
What's their mum? It's fair enough. It's fair enough. Let's bring our attention back to this game because Ruffle Copter, they have a mountain to climb and they are only at the first base camp, that's for sure. So many steps ahead of them and they cannot afford any mistakes whatsoever. It's dangerous times and treacherous waters.
Now a long road back into it. 6 defenses will have to be hammered down. And LFO, let's see if they have as much bite on their attacks as they do on their defense. First round, bit of a write-off, and now we go down to Kitchen. It's a map clear without a lot of contests. In fact, no one from Rufflecopter on the 2nd floor or 3rd floor. Everyone just on that ground floor. Waiting. A C4 is actually prepped, though, for Campo. Is he waiting for an audio cue? Does he have maybe a yokai drone for some information? I'm not entirely certain.
Certainly looks like it. Very curious to see what they're going to be using here. So at the very least, it's pre-placed. And it looks like that's just on the entrance from mining into dining. Right, where our wonderful observer's showing you there. So as this sledge slowly and surely starts to open up, this may just be to his own demise. Let's see. Oh, the timing's not there. I think that was the C4 that just went off. Or was it? Yeah, I think it was too. Okay.
There you go. So I think the C4 will probably have been destroyed when they breached that wall. So unimpactful there. But still, Rufflecopter's just playing really safe, just sitting on site. They got some really strong positions, the VIP hold as well. And so it's really on LFO to clear this. Like, yeah, you can have map control, you can start getting vert, but if you don't find any picks through the vert, and you don't really start to clear like VIP and these other positions on site, maybe even bakery, then, well, I don't think that there's going to be a solid way to actually get in. But there's the first pick. That's big.
Oh, that's huge. It's the start that LFO would have dreamt for. Downson, who is a massively impactful player for Rufflecopter, off the board. Campo nearly next to go, and Sushi confirms that kill. Boydie, however, finds a quick trade. It's a flurry of trades, in fact, and it looks like Rufflecopter are coming out on top. A 1v1. Wibles just gets inside, struggles to get the diffuser. He's going to stick it now. Boydie, he can hear it. He finds the right timing, has all the information in the world. And so deeper we go. They're not giving up without a fight, Ruffle.
Despite losing the opening engagement once again, does not pan out for our old mates over here on LFO. Copter are starting to get back into this, and I'm really liking what we're seeing. I've already talked about how it was a no roam kind of hold, just full anchor on site, plus a bit of presence over like VIP, so you're not contesting the upper floors whatsoever. But once LFO finally do take the full map control, they don't actually necessarily have all of the ground floor to themselves, and so it really becomes dependent on picks and how effectively they can, in the really late round, clear things like VIP, and clearly just wasn't good enough on that execution. So partly, one in the kind of setup phase there by Copter, LFO took just too much time on that map take, and we're not able to achieve enough with the vert. But of course, Copter, they have no room for error, right? You have to win 3 different bomb sites, and you have to win each of them twice. That's the only way they get back into this. So they've shown 2 very convincing and strong defenses. Even though that did get to a 1v1, I still reckon that was a relatively convincing one. But they're going to have to do the same thing here on reading.
And that's really the overarching issue. The Ruffle is they just don't have the room to move. They don't have any safety net to fall back to. It is going to be do or die for every single round. That can be draining, if not intense, if not deadly. Look at where this Pogmat's been placed, right outside of Laundry.
That's the thing with Frost, right? It's like, the thing with trap operators, Frost and Capcan in particular, right, is they have a really high effective rate at the lowest of low skill levels and the highest of high skill levels. It's either the people who are like the worst at Rainbow Six or the people who are the best at Rainbow Six who get caught off by these. And when you're playing against these, pro players who expect like these genius, like well thought out strategies, if you just do something that makes absolutely no sense, like you put a frost mat in the middle of a hallway, they might not expect it and it might actually catch them.
We have spoken about the fact that the lower the IQ Pogmat, the more effective it is. So we'll see. We'll see if it actually catches anyone. It's a really good way of introducing how impactful these trap operators can be. And I have no doubt wherever Hotshots put the other 2, they're going to be in absolutely outrageous places. Bouncin has been able to back away to the safety of top white. However, he's not completely safe just yet. As LFO once more, they're taking their time with this, which I feel like was, it was to their own detriment, but also to their success of last round.
I think both mirror windows have been popped, actually. There you go. So good job on the rappel. And on the back of that, Copter fall back. This is pretty good time management for LFO. But I like the way that Copter decided to just peel back and not give up any lives in their retreat, right? They would rather just fall back, kind of like they did last round, and not contest. That said, when you start to secede some of that map control, it really makes things a lot more difficult to stay alive and, of course, camper the first victim.
It's kind of like fish in a barrel at a certain extent. Slowly, LFO are looking to angle their attack a little bit more now. Looks like they're certainly putting the pressure just out of reading door into pillars there. They've got 2 players that are sitting out in that angle. Bouncing. Okay, that's big. That flank cam is going to enable them to go for a cheeky play should they wish to. Deptra may have other ideas, and Bouncing swings to shut him down. Boydie now looking for something cheeky. He will down Wettables and make his way back, but the trades are just too good, Dev. It's a 2v2 when it's on.
Oh, and that's diffuser down, but Boydie lets his position be known. And now, Sushi has to get that diffuser down. He also has had a fantastic round so far, but he needs to cover. Bouncin has to clutch this to keep his team alive. There's Hills on the other side, still standing. Trying to cover with the pistol. Bouncin has a C4. That will surely spell death for Hills. And now it's a 1v1.
Oh my word, Sushi just being able to cross back outside. Can he get on a vertical line quick enough? Oh, is he going to stick this right now? No. Oh. Bouncing gets off it. The perfect bait from Sushi. This is quite literally a battle of the minds. Sushi Starts to step a little bit closer. Time's ticking down. Oh, bouncing.
Oh my God!
Fake. And
Defender
Rockford
mission
go another
successful.
round deeper. Goodness me. Some heroics from bouncing.
What?
That's what we wanted to see.
What? There's no way. There is no way that he just won that.
Hey,
That-
there's
that
a
is-
simple saying that just it's the sum of everything there. And you know what that saying is, don't you?
What is it?
Pros don't fake. What do you reckon? Should I join the voice?
Please, please do. I would turn around for you. I haven't watched the show, but I think that's how it works, right? They
Yeah,
turn
I
around if
think
like it.
they slap the button and they turn around.
Yeah, yeah. I would turn around for you anytime.
That may well be the most romantic thing
Defenders,
anyone's ever
protect
said.
your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Well, when you witness a moment like that, it really gets your emotions going. What a clutch from Bouncin. 1v2, I mean, nice C4 to take out Hills. I feel like he was kind of favored in that. Hills was low HP anyway and hadn't properly reloaded the R4C, so getting that first kill is not everything, but that second kill, totally Sushi was favored in that 1v1. Outside, and it was just a game of cat and mouse, a game of baiting, and like you said, pros don't fake. Bouncing, if he was like a centimeter closer to the door, if he hadn't sat in that specific location while he disabled, he probably would have died.
Yep.
Attackers are heading
I guess it's just big brain plays from Bouncing. And
Yep.
the fact that is now the three-peat for all the sites, and we are like this is going. Surely we do not see a full sweep comeback from Copter to send us to OT. Like, what a way to kickstart stage 2. Regardless of what happens from here, Dev, I don't actually care, because either LFO have had an incredible start to the season, or Copter have just shut down what was one of the more surprising games that we've seen, even in stage 1.
Yeah, it's honestly, this is a very strange game. It's very, very exciting, very, very strange. And yes, Deptra has been pretty nuts. You know, he was 10-2 at one point, but 12-6 is still an impressive scoreline, even if it's not the 5.0 KD that he once boasted. Zelopho's lead starts to tighten, and Copter nip at their heels. The mentality and the momentum starts to shift as well. Copter start to have a bit more of an advantage. What I will say for LFO is they've done a great job of actually completing the checklist when it comes to taking map control, disabling mirror windows, and exposing key positions. That they're good at. But Copter always somehow drag themselves over that line.
No matter how they do it, it's just about finding every little inch that they can claw away from LFO. And a relatively uneventful minute and a half. You know, we've already seen past half of a round gone, and only just starting to see the contact. This is more reminiscent of what we've seen of past, but that's a nice early pick for Wibles to take off the board. It's the smoke, which is really an impactful anchor.
Yeah, that said, we've just seen this will be the third round in a row where LFO found the opening pick, and as we can see, Copter very much capable of replying. Wibles in an aggressive position now. This is a bar cocktail defense, and he's in the middle of sight. Sushi's found one as well, and now Copter is slipping away, but Bouncing's found another one, traded all on Boydie to keep his team alive.
If there's one player that you want in this position, I would dare say it's either going to be Bouncing or Boydie. And in fact, it's one of the two. Oh my goodness, he's been able to spot out the first player. It's Wibles on the other side of bar.
There's no diffuser.
Unfortunately, just can't find the kill yet. And Boydie, he'll just have too many positions to look at, and that will ensure that LFO walk away with a massive 3 points on the board, Dev.
Took them a while to close it out, but what an insane game from last season's Wooden Spoon. LFO 7-3 over Copter.
I guess you can say that they've taken that wooden spoon, they've almost worn it like a badge of honor, and then they've used it to spank Copter. And smacked them on their way out of this game. 6-0 was the start in the first half from LFO, and it took them 4 rounds to get going, but when they did, there was no doubt about it. 7-3, the end scoreline. I mean, you would not read about it. And, well, after tonight, you certainly are, Dev.
Yeah, really, really amazing stuff there from LFO. The roster changes, bringing in Deptra, former Ruffle Copter player. He had a field day. What an insane game. Ended up 13-6 in the KD department. So that is, you know, above 2.0 KD ratio, which is ridiculous. You very, very rarely see that, especially, you know, over 10 rounds. That is a ridiculous stat to maintain. And AFX or Affix, I'm going to ask him later tonight. I think it's AFX. I've been told by multiple people. But, you know, he had a great game as well, even if he wasn't showing up on the stats board, really doing a good job supporting the team.
Yep.
And, you know, Ruffle Copter didn't quite have as much bite as we're used to seeing them, especially on that attack side. 0 attack rounds won out of 6 attempts.
Yeah, certainly a slow start for them. There's really no other way to say it. And, I mean, is this a prelude for what we can expect to come, Dev? Because, I mean, we saw how crazy Stage 1 was for multiple of the teams in OCN. And maybe that trend is just staying true in Stage 2. I mean, no one, and I mean no one, really would have predicted LFO confidently. Maybe we would have seen one or two predictions go their way as more of an underdog story, but they were definitely not in this game from everything that we were reading on paper. And boy, have they shut us down. I mean, talking about reading on paper, look at that performance from the LFO roster. It's just absurd.
Yeah, especially once you look at these stats, right? Just ridiculous. I love that all of the KOST stats are exactly what divisible by 10, because we had exactly 10 rounds, so that's cool.
That's your hot
I'm not
shot.
wrong. There are some numbers that don't back that up. I don't know whether my maths is wrong or the stats are wrong, but probably my maths knowing me. We're looking at the new player rating column on the right-hand side. This is an OCN rating. This is actually our own player rating that we have devised. ESL did some crazy maths and sent it to me and was like, hey, how's this maths? And I was like, oh my god, it's maths. And you have a look at Deptra with the 2.05 player rating. That is insane. Right? Yeah. There were only one player from Rufflecopter who actually maintained above 1.0, and that was Bouncin'. Keeping in mind that this player rating doesn't just take into account kills and deaths, but also other things like objectives and clutches. So, for example, Bounce and getting that clutch would have been a big deal.
Yeah, it would have. I mean, that really was quite an insane clutch, all things considered. It was a 1v2, you know, and the fact that he was able to stick that 7 seconds is just absolutely outrageous. But so too has been LFO's performance. You know, we can sit there and talk about maybe the fact that Rufflecopter just weren't there on the day, they didn't perform, whatever you really want to say for Rufflecopter is just blown out of the water for what we can say for LFO. Every round that we saw from them on their defensive half was so clean, Dev. It was so demanding.
Yeah, it was really impressive. Not every day that you see a 6-0 half on attack or defense, especially from a team that's had such a troubled past as LFO. They come out of the gate after an abysmal Stage 1. You make a substantial amount of roster changes. You lose your former captain as well. We don't even know how to pronounce AFX's name, and yet they still managed to do this. It's Rufflecopter, the 3rd place team from Stage 1. And we didn't guess it. All 7 of our so-called experts had picked Rufflecopter for that game. Egg is well and truly on our face. 70% of the community vote also said Rufflecopter. So you guys that said LFO, I want to know where you've been doing your research, or whether it was just a gut feeling, because you're onto something.
They certainly are, and a team that is onto something is LFO. And of course, Wibles is standing by waiting to have a chat with us, where we can clarify. First off, I mean, what an incredible game. But before we get into the deep dive of the actual game, can you please tell us the pronunciation? Is it AFX or AFX?
AFX.
Ah!
All right.
I told you, Rob.
I need you to slap Enigma silly for me.
I'll do that. Don't worry about it. The boys probably in there now celebrating that, you know, coming out the first game of the season, getting a dub, you know, feels good. Especially coming off last season, you know, emotions are higher.
Yeah, Dev, go.
I bet, man. It was amazing. Really just what a defensive half. 6 rounds in a row. We talked about how LFO, you guys really struggled in stage 1, like you already alluded to, and you come in your opening game against Copter, statistically a really, really strong team in stage 1. They're in hot form, and you just blew them out of the water. What was the secret to that 6-0 half?
Look, prepping real hard on maps and all that, making sure we, the comms were clean, making sure we had the, the refrags there, not getting over aggressive, playing to our strengths, playing to what we knew, we could achieve and all that, and just, having fun in the end, cracking jokes when we needed to keep up the momentum, I guess.
We once, we didn't once say, but a famous, figurehead once said it's 95% mental. And I think that's kind of shown a lot there in what you said. But I do have a question for you, Wibles, and that is around the fact that we have seen 2 roster changes from you guys, and it seems to have worked an absolute treat. How has that been, kind of preparing for this season with 2 new players?
Well, losing Sogs because he stepped down was definitely a big impact on us. He was someone I looked up to before I got into comp, and I was like, he was always a mate I played ranked with. Like, that's where I come from. So losing him, it was a big deal. Nasty now going because he works full time, so balancing that and this was definitely hard for him. So we looked at other players that could fill their roles in a different way, and those 2 players came up, and we're like, we'll give them a go, and we've just worked well with them ever since, and here we are.
Jeez, that's glued so well together. Dev, do you have any final remarks or questions?
Well, I just wanted to say, Wet, you already kind of alluded to your entry into the team. In the grand scheme of things, you haven't been on LFO for a very long time, so I wanted to hear a little bit about your journey to where you are now. Like, what has been, that story up until this point, and did you ever expect you would come up and have as insane a match as you did just then?
Look, I came to PC wanting to just be a content creator, stream and all that, and I guess just ranked put me to where I am now. The boys were like, he's a good ranked player, we'll slap him into comp, see where he goes.
It sounds like one of those, it sounds like an infomercial, right? Just like the slapping the sticky tape on the hole, and it fixed it. Well done. No, Wibles, what a start to the season you've had, mate. Are there any final words that you'd like to leave us with?
Thanks for the people in the chat. If there was supporters, thanks for the cast and all that. And try to come out tomorrow with the dub. Yeah,
wonderful. Thank you so much for that, Wibles. Appreciate you chatting with us, mate, and we will see you soon.
Laters.
Laters. What a wait. Mic drop and leaves. That was an excellent interview. Thank you very much. I've really enjoyed that, Wibles. I'm so happy that we got to hear from you. Dev, I mean, looking forward, is this spelling incredible signs for LFO or disaster for Raffle?
Well, it's difficult to say without obviously getting a larger sample size of matches, but I just will say, talking to Wibles right there and him talking about, bringing on the new players and talking about the problems that were presented with, like losing Nasty and Sogs, it sounds like that wasn't really ideal for LFO. It wasn't like, oh yeah, we want to get them out and bring in these new guys. It was kind of like, well, Sogs wants to retire, like Nasty's too busy to keep playing, so we need to find replacements. And man, like, it's just worked so well. Deptra has been great. AFX also seems to be stepping up as well. So big moves. I'm really impressed by LFO. I think they're on the up, and I think that if they can keep that kind of like high energy, positive mental kind of state going and that just having a good time, the sky's the limit.
It's certainly dangerous for every team watching. I mean, let's be honest, LFO have just kicked down the door of Stage 2 and said, I'm here. And that is not something that I think a lot of teams are going to be prepared for. And 2 teams I'm sure that are preparing are Order and Chiefs. And guess what? They're up right on the other side of this break. On a competitive level.
Oh, hello.
Oh, no.
Stagger's activating. Stagger's have dropped. Stagger's have dropped the bomb diffuser. 15 seconds to go. 15 seconds remaining. Stagger's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Diffuser disabled by defenders.
My name is Isaiah Patterson. I'm the team captain and fragger for Chiefs. But what you don't know about me is I was in the school choir. Oh, is that it? Yeah. That was too easy. The opportunity came up to join the school choir, and me and my mates, if we were to join it, it would mean that we wouldn't have to do other classes, so we just thought, just for a bit of a joke, and we can kind of skip out on class. I couldn't actually sing, but it didn't matter because I didn't really sing out loud. The biggest performance I ever did was performing at the Festival Theatre in front of a pretty big crowd. I do remember we had to one of the songs put on these glow-in-the-dark gloves and had to do some, I don't know, some weird performance thing.
Are you sure you were in a choir?
Yeah, I was. I don't know what, I was in a choir. The siege operator I think would be the best singer would have to be Maestro because he's Italian and I reckon he'd be a good opera singer. Do, re, mi. Oh, I'm done. I regret doing school choir. I should have done something else.
I'm Nathaniel Williams, and I'm fragger for Order. But what you don't know about me is I have an obsession for cars. Even when I was younger, I used to go to drag races and stuff with my dad, and I love the racing part. I'll sit there and watch it, but I also love obsessing what car I would want and what I would do to them and stuff like that, even older cars. I grew up watching my dad and my brother fix cars. That's basically a family tradition at this point. My current car is a 1991 Nissan 300ZX. I love it. Just everything about it, the aesthetic. It almost looks like an old Lamborghini, but it's not the price of an old Lamborghini. So the only issue with my car is obviously it's old and I'm constantly working on it. The biggest job I think I've done on my car is basically going from front to back and fixing every little problem. I'm pretty sure the only thing that hasn't been replaced is the actual core itself. I think that's why I like it. It's like a constant job, something new every month basically. My favorite operator is Vigil, and I think that he would drive a low-spec Aston Martin, something undercover. My dream car would be a fully blacked out Mercedes-Benz AMG. It looks like a tank, pretty much. It's legal to drive, won't be getting in any trouble. I would describe myself as a good driver. Don't know if my mum would say so, but yeah, I'd say so. I've had a couple dodgy experiences in cars. I remember I was driving with a friend actually, and he just bought his new car. It's like you could feel the car wobbling, and he looks out to the right, and his right wheel wasn't connected to where it was supposed to be at all. If we didn't pull over, it would have been rolling down the street, and so would have we.
Has been very interesting. LFO have really come out absolutely swinging, and it is a scary time to be some of these other teams. Speaking of some other teams, Devmata, we have a bit of an OCE rivalry that runs deep, not only between these two rosters, but also between the two titans of ANZ esports, Chiefs and Order. This is sure to be an interesting one, no doubt it will be.
Yeah, certainly this is the historical match that we saw before the stream started today. Chiefs and Order, and as you said, two of the largest esports clubs in Australia and in all of Oceania. Recently, these guys have actually been cooking up some secret projects as well. I saw some eyes emojis on Twitter and a screenshot of a Zoom call with all the org staff on from both organizations. So I just love to see that. But here in the server, it is a fight to the death. No collaborating here. It's Chiefs and Order really fighting for supremacy here. Chiefs have just been crowned champions of Stage 1. And what a performance it has been since being picked up by the Chiefs. These guys have accomplished as much as they have ever done so with that championship. And they are just looking great. Recently, Vast, Fisho, and War Turtle moved to their team facilities in Sydney, which is really exciting. And look, these guys have even brought on a sports psychologist, Michelle, who's bringing this team to the next level. So, I mean, this is just about as professional as it gets in terms of an esport team.
Yeah, no, it's actually funny. I did speak to Michelle right on the back of their their crowning of OCN in the first stage, and she said that she hadn't actually worked with the team for very long, but they'd made huge strides. So it is a roster that we've just seen so much potential in for so long, and similar to their counterparts, they've always been right on the cusp. They've always been knocking on the door of the best teams in Australia. And last year we finally saw them take that. Last stage we finally saw them take that step. And Fisho guy has been an excellent addition to this team. And slowly but surely they have just started to gel even better. Now their opponents. The Order Army, if you will. Very intriguing roster, to say the very least. Some massive figureheads in the scene, all things considered. Itby Style, who you would all remember as one of the most insane players from Stage 1, has taken a step back from Siege and is now sitting as coach for the roster.
That said, he traded positions with Nico, but Nico's no slouch in the server either. He's one of the OGs of Oceanic Rainbow Six. He played with Jack Daddy way back in year 1 and year 2 in some of the first seasons of Pro League. He couldn't actually play the first season of Pro League because he was under 18 at the time. And this is a star-studded roster. Of course, Specker had his stint on Fnatic, and he's been with these Order boys for quite some time. One thing I love about Order is when we get the face cams, they just rock it. I mean, look at Jack. I want to know what his warm-up playlist is, because he is absolutely having a fantastic time.
Nah, man, he's going to clean his room. He just needs to clean his room, no matter what's going on. You can see the differences between him and someone like Nico, who is, he's he's got everything in a place and a place for everything. I love it. I
want to know though. I want to know, is Jack Daddy in the interview? Because I really want to see him do some weights on stream afterwards. You see the weights in the background? Yeah, I think it is actually... What are you doing, mate? Get that camera back.
What? Okay, that makes total sense. We are technically in Australia, so I guess everyone just saw that naturally, right? That went back to the natural side. There we go, and we're back, and this is all sorts of spice. I love that. But let's just let's give a holistic view at both of these teams, Dev, because of course they both have a lot to fight for. I feel as though Order they have hit a slump recently, and it's really up to them in Stage 2 to better their placing, not just in terms of their actual points, but as where we think of them. Because last night, of course, for those of you who weren't watching at APAC South, they did get spanked, for lack of a better word. Not that Chiefs didn't either. I guess that's probably the worst part of it. It's I kind of, let's just move on from that point. Let's jump into the vetoes, because that might determine something a little bit better. But both of these teams have started Stage 2 a little bit wonky, and now they have a chance to redeem themselves here on an OCE favourite, Clubhouse. Now, Chiefs, this is a map that they are very familiar with. Not that Order aren't, but I believe Chiefs are 5-0 right now since picking up the new organisation.
Yeah, that they are. This is one of their favourite maps, the Chiefs, and like you said, it's a really home territory for them. Not too terrible for Order. In fact, the last time that... wait, let's have a look. Yeah, last time Order played this map was actually against Elevate, the Thai team that is, really, really doing amazing things within APAC as a whole. And it was actually the map that Order beat Elevate on during APAC South League last season. Order also beat LFO during OCN, as well as Wildcard. So some really big results for Order on this map, despite, as you said, this is kind of Chiefs' best map, arguably. 7-2 against Knights, 7-3 Ruffle, 7-0 Q Confirm, and then 7-2, 7-4 against Wildcard. So some really, really strong results here for Chiefs. Also some good results for Order, though.
Yeah, it's always a double-edged sword when we say that it's a certain team's favourite map, unless they are absurdly good on it and you would just never take them there. It also gives you a lot to VOD and a lot to review and allow you to actually, counter some of their defaults, for example. But I think the biggest issue I have right now is we really haven't seen either of these two teams play on it for about a month at the very least. So there's a lot of, there'll be a lot of fresh ideas that are kind of jumping around. I think the bans will be interesting to see how impactful they'll play a role. I mean, for all we know, Dev, that Buck ban was a huge reason why Copter struggled in the first half. I don't know if it was, but it did seem like there were multiple times where that was playing an impact.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, between these two Titans, we will need to settle it. There is no draws here. It is overtime if needed to settle this, and it is a revenge game, Chiefs versus Order, the two Titans of OCE. And, well, let's dig into this one on Clubhouse.
Got my knife, fork ready, the plate's out, and we are ready and raring to go. Probably the best way for us to put that one, I think. I'm very intrigued where we start this ban. And, of course, Thatcher, who sees 46% of all bans from Clubhouse, is outrageous. Now, we have just been given a cheeky little tidbit. We are, in fact, rehosting. So we just wanted to show you their faces for a small second before coming back to us, just to refresh and maybe just show how far down on the ladder we are, how down we are. Let's just say that.
Down
we
bad.
are down bad, my friend. Real bad.
Real bad. But hey, yeah, look, just to lay a bit more for this game, yeah, Chiefs, Order, big match, big orgs, but also, like you've kind of already alluded to, they both had really, really shocking matches yesterday in APAC South, and as a result, kind of need to pick up their game and need to prove that over the break they haven't gotten rusty. Chiefs, of course, coming off of the OCN Championship, they also had a really good APAC South as well, ended up third overall, and then went to the playoffs. Unfortunately, went out pretty early, but they played against really strong teams there. Order didn't make it to the APAC South playoffs, and overall just had a really kind of struggling stage one across both the leagues that they play in, even OCN, right? They got eliminated by Copter. Now that was with It Be Style. Nico now in. Nate also in for Joker as well. So we've seen it actually 2 roster changes effectively since last season.
Yeah.
But it's inarguable, right? All 5 of these players are really, really strong. One thing you might not necessarily know, anyone watching, Bailey is obviously just Cutie from previous seasons. He's just changed his alias. Obviously, Bailey is his first name. So decided he wanted to go by that from now on.
Yeah, who would ever do that?
Yeah, Rob J. Monday.
Who would ever go by their first name or even their full name?
Imagine if you're Jack doing that.
Oh,
No. I bet his full name is actual Jack Daddy. It's not just Jack.
his legal birth name
Yeah.
on his certificate is Jack Daddy. I have no doubt. Maybe I'm just gonna go and get my legal name changed to Rob Daddy. That has a ring to it. That has a ring to it. I'm gonna start rocking that. I
wonder
think.
what your wife thinks of that.
Probably not too kindly. I'll say that much. But you know, you were talking about the fact that both of these teams, you know, Order and Chiefs, have been collaborating recently. I have a theory, and it's that they are going to be jumping into an exhibition boxing match between these two teams. Now, whether or not that's true or not, it's definitely not true, but you know, it's fun to speculate and it's fun to start rumors. So that's the rumor we're all going to start. Vast showing us, of course, the wonderful the wonderful jersey and the logos on it. But when we look back, you know, Worthy was an absolute beast in stage 1. I mean, I think he ended up taking the OCN Stage MVP, and rightfully so, you know, and when you compare him to a player like It Be Style, for example, that had a phenomenal stage 1. The fact that he could compete at that level as well, it's just absolutely outrageous.
Yeah, Worthy's just been in such hot form so far in 2021, really, really stepping up. Also looking at other players, you know, Digital, he often cops a lot of flack, mostly because we know he can take it, but he actually ended up having...
Who's Digital? You mean DGTL?
Yeah, sorry, DGTL, yeah. He really knows how to make it rain. He is a great individual player, and while he does have some dirt moments, he always has a laugh about it, and he steps up when it matters, you know. He had a really big grand final to take down the Knights.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's always great to see him, especially on camera. But one of the players that I think is a big talking point for this roster is Fisho. Now, Fish is the newest player to join this roster, but he is by no means new. He's one of the most experienced players in Rainbow Six in the entire of Oceania. He's been playing in Pro League almost since the very, very first season. And he was brought on to the Chiefs in what was really a time of kind of a rut. This roster was really, really struggling and just overall was not kind of taking it that next step that they were always hoping to do. Fish comes on board. He was kind of given free reign to do what he wants with the team in terms of like the strategy, the leadership, and in game, his shot calling is one of those things that has just elevated this roster and essentially been a large part of why they managed to become eventually champions. So definitely looking at Fish, on the back line in those support roles and the kind of plays that he's able to kind of communicate to his teammates and see what an impact that will have in the server.
One player I think just doesn't get a lot of love. I mean, both Vast and God Legion I feel have always flown under the radar. I don't think that's necessarily the right thing to say, because when you are standing in the shadow of someone like Worthy, it is hard to obviously stand into the light yourself. But I have always found God Legion to be their most consistent player, and just the most consistent player that has really kind of been bobbing around. More often than not, you will see him always perform, and sometimes to a higher extent, but there aren't many games that I can really pinpoint and ask questions of him, more so asking questions of the team. And I mean, they were answered in Stage 1. We really saw a good outing from the Chiefs, especially, they picked up the new org midway through the season. They were looking like that was going to be everything they needed. And to be fair, I think they topped it off really well. OCN champions, and the fact that they made it to the APAC South playoffs, and despite the fact they were up against Fnatic and CAG, of course, the wonderful team of Cyclops, the Japanese team, who are incredibly dangerous, both who ended up going through to the lower bracket final, I guess you could say, technically. That's the way that worked. In a way it was. It was such an unlucky path that they had to take.
It's kind of like a bracket situation with the Chiefs. Like, I mean, I don't want to be that guy, that says it was the format, they would have gone deeper. But like, if we'd seen Chiefs go up against teams that did go deeper, for example, Mercenaries and Seventh Heaven, like, I would have put money on Chiefs to actually win those games and get a better placing. Unfortunately for them, though, they did go out really early in the APAC South playoffs, got no SI points as a result. That obviously did kind of, I guess, put some fire under them to really step up now in Stage 2 in the South League, of course, to get those SI points, but also now they have a kind of an obligation in OCN to retain the championship that they established for themselves. And we have high expectations of them now. And the thing about being at the top is everyone's looking at you. And this season, right, you've got Order, who we've talked about. They're dangerous. We've got Wildcard coming back into form with Milo and Rousty. And we have, of course, Knights, who have been looking like the best team in OS for, the better part of, 6 months now. Yeah. So both of these teams, plus those two teams we'll be playing later tonight, we're all looking at to really just prove their worth.
There is certainly, you would have to say that Stage 2 is the proving ground for all of these teams. I think even Knights have, I think that they've started off well in APAC South, but by all means, their OCN run was, I think we expected a little bit more from them. Now, of course, this new graphic is incredible. We get to see all the common bands. It really gives us a good insight to the map. So far, we're not seeing anything out of the ordinary.
No. Statistically, this would be a Mute or a Kaid ban here, but I feel like Valk is really, really staple on not just Club, but any map. Mute, seeing that actually creep into one of the top bans, a bit of a surprise, but I guess Bliss really does love banning that Mute. In fact, it is the number 1 and number 2 most banned, I believe, on both sides for the league have come through, and so it really doesn't get more staple than this. But let's look at what this actually leaves us with. So with Maverick and Thatcher banned out, getting rid of wall denial becomes quite difficult. You can't just chuck an EMP, call it a day. You also can't use the Maverick to Maverick trick and unreinforce the wall. So you really have to actually find other ways to clear off the bandit batteries and mute jammers, both of which we'll see here. And kind of because of the double down of the Maverick and Thatcher bans, that's why we saw Order hit us with the Kaid ban. Kaid's not such a problem when you've got either Maverick or Thatcher in, because you can either EMP the claws or you can Maverick, especially the hatches, right? Because it's really hard to clear those claws off. But, with Kaid banned, it just makes that situation a little bit easier overall for the attack.
I do love the use of the Pulse here. Of course, that was 6 picked onto from the Blitz, I believe. So know, the bandit batteries no longer really showing the full impact, not in this one anyway. This is a closer community vote than we saw the last one, 64 to 36%. People are in favor of order, which is contrast to what we believed in.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, well, everyone on the expert quote-unquote panel said Chiefs, which obviously doesn't represent how this really should be split. By the way, go and follow R6 Esports OCE on Twitter. It's a new account. You might be following the Rainbow Six ANZ account, but that's mostly just for game updates. If you want to stay appraised of all of the esports action that's happening in O, such as OCN, you really want to be following that R6 Esports OCE account, especially with all the content we've got. Like, you would have seen it in the like the pre-game and between the breaks. All these funny videos. They are absolutely hilarious. Like we saw Vast, a bit of a singer, sang in the school choir. So you want to be following that account to get all those.
He can join me when I go and audition for The Voice. And,
yes.
One thing's for damn sure, I am never taking a cheeky little ride with Nate. He does not convince me too much of his driving ability. Now, speaking of you know, order and what they're kind of looking to achieve here, a lot of early presence on that top floor, and I think you kind of have to, at the very least, show face dev to ensure that the Chiefs have to do their due diligence here. They need to really sweep top to bottom. You can just see the mute jam that God Legion have walked into there, making that task a little bit more difficult. But all things considered, a minute 40, and they have taken that top floor control. I think that's decent.
Nate here. Aggressive position, roaming in strip. When you make a play like this, you're kind of counting on not being droned. Because if Nate is droned there, he's a dead man. Like, there's no way he can walk through that single funnel down the neon hallway back to rejoin his teammates. He's really hoping that either A, he doesn't get droned, which looks like it has been the case here. Like, no one is seemingly aware of him. And if that's true, there could be a big oversight from Chiefs. I don't know why they didn't drone strip. Perhaps they had pre-placed a camera and thought it clear. But there seems to be some kind of miscommunication. It could have dangerous repercussions if Nate's able to make a play.
Yeah, especially with Bailey on that cardiac sensor. Here's that C4 that we saw, so impactful. I believe you would have been able to see it in the bumper. Nate, hang on. His position now known. That should be a free kill for the Chiefs. They just need to make sure that they deal with this as quick as possible, and Vast does so. 40 seconds left. Their time is slowly starting to run away from the attacking side.
Now, that said, they have found the opening pick, and that's really important, especially considering that without addressing Nate, he's just always a player that they would have had to watch for it. Now, another extended man advantage with Specker going down, and here comes the execute deep into sight. Vast has done some good work, and now pushing through. The Chiefs have just stolen the limelight. Vast goes massive, and the Chiefs cop a flawless round to open Clubhouse.
Not what we had hoped for from that round. I thought Nate was going to go absolutely nuclear and miss C4 on the back of that cardiac sensor. I thought maybe that might give Order the advantage, or at least tie the odds back out. Just doesn't do so. Now, I do like this. If it's not working, move forward. Straight onto your next site. CCTV is now where we head. If I'm so curious, what I'm really thinking I'm going to try to do is keep a close eye on Flores and its impact throughout the first couple of play days that we see, because we're seeing it picked oh so often on the attacking sides. And, you know, Cafe, Oregon, now Clubhouse, it seems like the players have a good idea and a good read of how they want to use it.
Yeah, definitely. It was picked in 70% of rounds in our first map today. And so far, picked 100% of the 2 rounds we've had so far here on Clubhouse. Flores is definitely one to watch out for. He just brings something to the table that no other operator can do. He is util clearing with explosives, right? You look at, we've got so many operators who do that, Zafir, Ash, and guess what are the counters to those operators? It's the catches. Your Jaeger and Wamai and to some extent Aruni. It's the catcher operators that counter most of the explosives util clear operators that the attack bring to the table, not Flores. He's only countered by Mute and Mozzie. And especially when you ban out a Mute or Mozzie, like we saw on Cafe, he just really is given a floor to do some serious work. Also, like, imagine if you're making a defense strat and you're like, okay, we need to protect this like deployable shield or this thing that we want to survive explosives. Do you stack it with ADSs or mute jammers or magnets, or like you suddenly have an entire other dimension to think about, all because Flores exists.
Yeah, and I'm sure that the players have tried and tested this and have found it to be true. Now, there we go, a little bit of drone parkour. I know that that's something that you tend to like a little bit of, Dev.
Certainly do, and I am going to be stealing that one. Thank you very much, God.
Well, I will say, Digital has shown me and Raven that one before, or should I say DGTL has shown us that one, of course, back on Late Night Siege. But, that's just a whole nother story for another day. Bailey, what's the timing like on this C4? Doesn't look like he's going to be rewarded, Dev.
Not as of yet. Info here, God Legion takes the shallow angle as a result. Oh, here comes the C4! God Legion backs away and survives, but Jack Daddy Elsewhere has found that opening pick. It's on the Digital. There is the trade, though.
Very quick trade, and once more, like, just so much damage being done. Bailey confirming the kill on the down to God Legion. And now Fisho, Worthy, and Vast are all that remains for this attack. They do have a lot to work with, though. They've been able to open up the Kennels wall, and Fisho has a very good idea of where that Rafters player is. It looks like that may be the point of contention here. Worthy needs to win that because now Specker is allowed to run rampant as Nico confirms the kill. Now 2 versus 4 is not all that favorable, but that's a very big oversight from Specker and a big kill from Fisho Guy, which is returned in kind.
What an angle over the smoke there for Bailey. Fisho Guy just exposed. Now 1-on-3. Vast has clearly got some info. Doesn't know exactly where Nico is downstairs here in Lounge. He's going to walk past it. Nico, please don't tell me you just went for the knife.
Yeah, you know 100% he did. You know for a fact he did.
What a funny bloke. Now it's a 1v2. This is winnable. 30 seconds. That said, the smoke makes things difficult.
Certainly does, and the flash is over the top. He's going to send it through the smoke. Can he find any of the kills? It was close to connecting onto Bailey. But close and no cigar is all that we can use as Order equal out the odds. Good trade of rounds so far, and I would dare say Jim may be on the agenda here for the defensive side.
I love the energy from Order and the smiles, and at the end of that round, Jack, Nate, and Nico all exchanging a bit of a smirk. Just love to see it. Little tiny things just made the difference in that round. For example, when we saw Specker on Rafters swinging that player who was trying to push up from below, the Flores of Vast, he was actually outside garage, like putting down a drone instead of peeking. If that was timed as a double peek, the player at bottom Rafters, I think it was Worthy, at the same time as Vast was also peeking the doorway, that would have at least been a trade onto Specker. But unfortunately, just a tiny little mistime, I guess, miscommunication with the Chiefs, not coming to the same thing at the same time, does mean that you end up losing those fights without the trade.
And I mean, we saw how close this game was last season. Stage 1, it was overtime. Coastline, I believe? Yeah, Coastline. And it ended up going 8-7 the way of Order with some really massive plays, all things considered. And funnily enough, it was big plays by Joker, who is no longer on this roster. So
yeah, and Ippy Style as well. I think
very
true. 17 and 10 that game or something. He almost hit 20 bomb.
Yeah. So both of the players that were highlighted in that matchup are now all but disappeared, and I guess we have a clean slate by all means for Order, but definitely not so much for the Chiefs. The Chiefs are still harboring the same roster that they once did. Now, Show Guy may be uncontested on Kennel's wall. Yep, so Order are going to give that one up for free. No need to really panic, to be fair.
You mentioned it is gym and bedroom. Once again, we see Vast on the Flores, still at mute present. Ooh, Bailey going for the aggressive peek from Dirt. That punch hole. Can't use bullet holes anymore. Ubisoft has recently in the North Star patch made it so that bullet holes are completely opaque. Can't actually look through them. Which, you know, there are a couple of ratty players out there who are sad about that, but I think 99% of the player base did rejoice.
Rightfully so, I think, Dev. I would 100% say that it was the right. It was.
Located by attackers.
There's no more sweaty bullet holes. Now that's not to say that there's not sweaty punch holes, but certainly it eliminates some of the shenanigans that we see. Talking of shenanigans, of course, it's Digital that's leading that charge.
Oh, is he gonna get it? Oh no, just barely misses the shots, Nico. Lucky to be, oh, it's Jack actually. Lucky to be alive. One of the G2 skin here in gym. Very protected position. Bailey shut down. Bit too egregious on the run out. He pays for it, but Digital eventually taken down. That's an angle. What a repel from Fisho.
Give him so much to play with if he chooses to stay. He does not do so. Looks like the Chiefs have really just hit the marks that they were looking to achieve here. What? Nico is all the way over in Garage, Dev.
Yeah, and why is he still running the SMG-11 with iron sights? I don't understand. He was doing this yesterday as well, and he's still doing it. I mean, Nate has to have an impact here, otherwise they are totally screwed. Nico's going to try and make a retake happen with the SMG-11 iron sights. Does he have info on the C4? Clearly not. Does deny the bed position, he finds a kill with the iron sights. I mean, it's just terrible. It is ugly, it is disgusting, and surely this isn't going to work. Running in, completely flashed and punished. That's all she wrote for Order on that gym defense.
I think it's time to start a petition here, Dev. No more iron sight on the SMG-11.
I mean, it's bad enough that he has to use it, but we have to see it, and that is just disrespectful. It makes us have to watch him use it.
He's going to be forced to use a sight from now on. What a man. I mean, look, the problem is of every player that could be running it, there is obviously a method to the madness. Nico is one of those players that will spend hours in custom games just trying to sort things out and figure out what is the best way to accomplish something just absolutely absurd. Now here we go, Vast swapping out onto the Jackal. Flores is no more as the 6-pick, so... And the perfect site to do this on. It'll give them a lot of intel early on.
Yep. Certainly helps that roam clear, especially if we see an aggressive play like we did last round from Bailey. Actually, no, rather it was Nate, wasn't it? Who was roaming in strip, right? I still stand by that I don't think Chiefs properly droned him. They kind of just, I guess, were cautious of strip. Like, I don't know. I guess it's difficult to know exactly what the best strategy is. Because if you commit at the start of the round to sending a drone in strip and actually clearing it, like that wastes a lot of time. If there's no one there, then you're going to be really struggling like, to find time for your execute. I'm just going to touch on this for a second. That's an aggressive shield. We've seen that shield utilized. It was actually popularized by the now Invictus roster, but only on the cache defenses. Very strange to be seeing that shield used on a basement defense.
Well, I have no comment on the matter because my brain is the size of a peanut. And I think that it's...
Don't give yourself enough credit, man.
Well, you know, I'm here for one reason, and it's definitely not my looks, and it's definitely not my my knowledge. So I don't really know what it is, but this time I tell you what, Vast is taking no risks. They have completely ensured that strip is clear.
Yeah, well, the rest of the map is not, and that's the thing. This is a roam-centric hold for Order. Sniff those feet. Oh, 7 meters away.
Oh.
That is some very smelly feet, but Nate starts to push downstairs. And he's going to retreat back.
That is probably one of the weirder things I've heard you say, Dev. You know?
I mean, how do you think Jackal Scanner works?
Very true.
It has to be smell. It has to be.
Well, stepped on some dog poo or something, did he? Well, Jack Daddy's swinging the window. What?
Yep, okay, well that's one of the roamers down. I like the attempt at this this roam, but perfect so far. On the stairs, oh, that's a shot and a half from Specker. The trade comes through. Chiefs are doing really good here. Maintaining this lead, even though we saw a really nice shot there from Specker. Really, really good the fact that Chiefs were ready to cut off his escape.
And you can see there at the top of that the right side of the reinforced wall where Bailey is. The slight little hole, and we've seen that C4 come off a couple of times. Looks like he's going for it again. I actually think it was Bailey who found a 2 or a 3K there. In comes the C4, surely. I'm waiting for it. He's just baiting me. In fact, he's just going to sit there, hard scope with the shotgun, and he won't be rewarded for it. But still, a lot of information he can gain.
Yeah, that said, he's really forced out. He managed the C4 anyway. How does he do it? He's got the shotgun as well, so he's going to keep contesting through the floor. But finished off now by Worthy. Actually not finished as of yet. Worthy's going to try and get to the bottom of main stairs really quickly. Aggressive position, and, well, Vast will take down Nico on site from dirt. That's it. Another round for Chiefs.
I always love seeing the replays of the last play. Vast, absolutely clueless to the fact that there was a player at Ashball, and unfortunately was not able to find the kill. So it's just that looked a little bit more clinical from the Chiefs, all things considered. You know, their approach to trading out and ensuring that they were able to clear not only strip but also the top side of the map. You think about the swing from Jack Daddy. I mean, if that does pay off, I guess the Chiefs would be in a bit of a spot of bother, because you do have Specker who was playing at the top of red, so they could have held that for as long as they so pleased. And until they are inevitably contested, which fortunately just didn't happen. I'm all talking hypothetical. And now we turn back to Order's only successful site so far, and to be fair, it did look quite strong.
Yeah, that said, I don't know, I am really starting to feel Chiefs here. 3-1 up on the attack is a really strong position to be in. You would typically expect this to be a defensive favorite if I can go and have a... Oh, actually, I can't have a squiz at the stats from stage 1, sadly. But in general, we do see like a 50-50 kind of at worst for the defense on this map. I like the way the Order are extending downstairs, like we saw Nico roaming in Bobby last round. I like that. I like that Order are kind of trying these different strategies, not always working. Especially if... What is the play here is Bailey just going to go for a punch. Oh, the Flores drone opens the wall.
Oh, wowzers. That's really unfortunate for Vast. He had absolutely no idea. And come on, Dev, did you not know that Flores drones open walls? Geez, you're a noob.
I did know that. I just didn't expect that was going to happen right then. Neither did Bailey, but he adapted pretty well to it and found a kill anyway.
Gonna take the pot shots when they're there, Dev, even if they're not true.
That's fine.
Oh, see ya! Oh my
God. Oh, how? Bailey's just having a field day at the moment. Finally shut down. But my God.
Jammer activated.
Things you love to see. Bailey and C4's name a more iconic duo. I guess digital and whiffing.
Pick a man while he's down. 1 and 4 at the moment.
Low-hanging fruit. Low-hanging fruit, Dev.
Yeah. That it is, and surprise, surprise, Nico dies while contesting an outside angle with the SMG-11 iron sights. I have no idea what runs through that man's head sometimes.
Oh my goodness, God Legion. He does have Jack Daddy in his crosshairs, but somehow he gets away. That's got to be punished there, Dev, surely.
Such a shame. Legion missed that opportunity. And in the 3v3, despite some early aggression and success from Bailey, this is pretty difficult now for Chiefs. I love the continued aggression from Order. That said, Jack's been nearly punished for it a couple of times. Chiefs finally get that main breach open. Fisher Guy knows he's exposed to a swing on the breach here. Next thing that Chiefs need to turn their attention to is the Rafters player, Specker. And he just peeks again. What is this aggression from Order?
Yeah, they're not willing to give them an inch, and there we go. Fisho Guy drop a cheeky little smoke, but not going to utilize it at all. God Legion now, is he going to try to swing Spec up? This would be an audacious attempt, and Specker is prone anyway, so he's going to have to waste so much time here, Dev. I don't think the Chiefs have the time up their sleeve to make this work, especially with Fisho Guy going down.
Yeah, all on God Legion. First player to find will be Specker, but he loses that fight anyway through the bars.
And, well, you said it, Order do have convincing defenses on cache CCTV, but it's the only site they've won so far, and they're going to have to pick it up here, as it is locked once again. They're going to have to go to either church or gym as the final round of this half.
Now, having said how strong that defense was, there were also two pivotal moments that could have swung Chiefs in the back, which is back in the win, I should say, because Jack Daddy was stuck in that corner and unfortunately they could not execute him. And also that swing from Specker onto the pre-opened hole of Worthy, it just small little moments there that really turned the tide and allowed Order a little bit more confidence and maybe a little bit more momentum as we now head down to basement for our 6th and final round of the first half. Important to note as well, they are more than happy to take those aggressive peaks and to try and open these rounds.
Yeah, but I guess that is my concern for Order, is the fact that some of these moments where they are finding success is because of 50-50 fights. And by definition, these 50-50 fights are risky. And if you don't have Lady Luck on your side, if you don't quite hit that first bullet headshot, then you are punished. And you do struggle. And I think Chiefs just overall have looked like the stronger team here. That said, plays do tend to win games sometimes. So if Order can land a couple of early engagements and establish a man advantage here, especially using the Valkyrie cameras, because they haven't had that previously on the church defense, only the pulse. So it might extend the information gathering a bit more, potentially allow for some aggressive picks.
Well, they certainly suit their play style, and Nate has been well received by the Chiefs. And you can see now him just clicking on all the different cams that they'll have up. Worthy just making matters worse. I believe that was Specker on the top floor there. Looks like it was, trying to rotate back from rafters to top red. And Order have just, all right. Chiefs have read that really well. Chiefs have figured out what Order were trying to achieve on their basement defenses, and this time shut down their two Romans.
Yeah, and that's the thing about taking these risks is, well, Chiefs just kind of set up to watch those roamers, had really good information gathering and punish them. That said, Bailey's found another kill. He's been on fire, 7 kills, 4 deaths at the moment. Really, really landing his shots and his C4s, but he's already used his C4 this round. So fortunately for Chiefs, they won't have that. Good job from Vars to take down that Valkyrie camera. Scan out one of those last players on the site. Still a man advantage for Chiefs, but a 4v3 is nowhere near as good as a 5v3. And so Bailey finding that pick has started to bring me some hope here for Order.
Yep. A glimmer of hope is all it takes, and I mean, this half could end up being 3-3, so there's no telling whether that's achievable just yet. Certainly so. And
oh
another
my
C4.
God.
I'm telling you right now, this man has heat-seeking C4s.
I said he didn't have a C4 left. That's because it was pre-placed. No doubt a teammate was calling on the Yokai drones. The show guy will eventually breach that kitchen hatch. Bailey takes a bit of damage. God Legion is above, and so's Fisho. But still aggressive are Order. Bailey finally shut down. 3v2 man advantage to the Chiefs.
See Vars as well in dirt. Just needs to contest that player in blue who looks like he is already holding that line quite firmly. Still 2 smokes in the pocket of Vars, so this gives them so much room to move. Love this right now. Fisho going for the plant. It's covered by both players. And now, oh my goodness, to stay alive here. Oh! How is he still alive?
What?
That's absolutely absurd. That is absolutely absurd, Dev. Not only does he stay alive, but he finishes off the last 2 players. And that is a 4-2 half for the Chiefs. Certainly a rocky start for Order. However, Chiefs seem to be well and truly in the clear here as we swap halves. And very quickly, a note, we can't really put these kind of shows on without the incredible support of our sponsors. And once more, an excellent sponsor that we have coming back on board is Livin. And, you know, to be truthful, Dev, it's just great to have them back with us. I think that every season seems to just ring true, and it is a great message. You know, it ain't weak to speak. Now, the way that we can, of course, in turn support them is by purchasing their merch. Now, if you do type in !Livin, you will be taken to their store where you can, of course, purchase them merchandise and use OCN 15 for a 15% discount on that. And I mean, we can all speak for it. All of us have the Livin merch, and it's honestly some really great quality and some great designs. So please do dive in, get yourself some merch.
Yeah, notable there is that Livin is actually a charity sponsor. There's no money changing hands. This is just us taking an opportunity to promote an organization that's really supporting a great cause. But trying to support the attack is Specker aggressively pushing in through, but Vast almost loses his life, but gets away.
And God Legion is now looking to... oh no, my goodness, how does he still manage to come away with 2 kills? God Legion, that is absolutely absurd.
That is a huge way to open up this defense for Chiefs and really at Order thinking. Specker even had the hard counter to Vigil. Of course, it's so hard to drone or even Yana to get information on where that Vigil is because of his gadget hiding him from those abilities. But his feet still smell, and that's why you bring the Jackal. And Specker could not find him, and God Legion finds a 2K just as swift as the 2K he found to close out the previous round. Or Worthy on the long angle does a little damage to Jack, and then somehow pre-fires Bailey out of this world. Oh my. Order have fallen apart.
Certainly have. At least there's a trade in there amongst the midst dev, but you know, not ideal right now. Even in a 2 versus 3, you still have to breach a very difficult site, and you've got a very firm hold from the anchors still looking to buy and waste as much time as possible.
Digital, you are so close, man. So close, just through the wall. Hold on the position at AK Rack. Order only have 2 players, which means they are very split. Nate trying to hold this angle, waiting for an opportunity. As he peeks on through, he saw Digital's head for just a moment. There's no rotate here, so he can get into blue. It doesn't mean he has a way onto the side.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
He's got to be cautious. Time really starting to dwindle here, Dev. And that's a big pick for Nate. It might be on here for Order. They might be able to bring this back from what seemed a little bit more unobtainable a little bit earlier on.
Jack Daddy's making his way into church as well. Chiefs starting to falter here. Vast on for this retake though. He might be able to sneak in and deny this plant, but he looks the wrong way. Finally does take down Jack. And Digital to hold on and finish off what was left of Nate. Chiefs made it a little bit too close for comfort, but they will breathe a sigh of relief and a cheeky smile as they do once again further this lead 5-2.
Certainly the position you would love to see yourself in if you are the Chiefs. And, you know, oh, hello, I'd really like to see a clash. I'm not going to lie. I don't care whether it's 6 picked off of. I'd just like to see a little face check. But I would dare say that that Worthy has something up the sleeve. Chiefs will look to utilize that as we do head back to CCTV and Cash. Super intrigued to see how they actually use that and impact a cheeky round in there. Tactical timeout here for Order, and one that is much needed, Dev.
Yeah, without a doubt. You can see it's Nate doing most of the talking by the looks of it here. Not very high energy. I do wonder, tactical timeouts, I think a lot of people see the word tactical and really think it's like, all right, guys, let's break down this immense strategy and counter-strat them on the fly. That's not really what tac timeouts are used for the most part. It's more about just resetting as a team, getting that momentum. You just have a couple extra seconds. You can kind of let your breath catch up and start to sort things out. I do find it really interesting that it's actually Nate who's doing most of the talking. I had the feeling that Specker would be kind of one of the most vocal, but no, he was kind of just sitting there like one of the underlings, which is very unusual. Nate was up until recently only the sub for this roster.
Yep.
And he's the most vocal on the team.
I guess it's quite a big shake-up, losing both Joker and Ibby and from everything that we know, Order are a very what's the right word to say here? Big and bold team, right? We know that there's a lot of personality on that lineup, and I think you could make a case for nearly any player to take that kind of leadership role, but certainly it does surprise me, as you're mentioning, the fact that Nate, who was the sub, is kind of leading that charge. Whether that's the case in the actual game or not, maybe he's spotted something that's happening for this specific matchup, and there's something that he will be talking about, but I guess it's something we'll be able to talk to and get a little bit more of an insight of. Of course, we can't hear what they're saying. We can only see who is talking. But one thing that you really mentioned there, which I think is, I don't know whether concerning or maybe surprising, but Order definitely weren't up and about. It was a very dull player cam from a team that we usually expect to be quite rowdy, to say the very least.
I mean, that's okay, I think. Once Order find their feet, I think they'll get rowdy again, but sometimes you do actually just need to have a serious chat for a second. Whether it is just saying, look guys, we're rushing into this too fast, we need to make sure that we're not letting God Legion get 2Ks. Worthy's also running amok at the moment. Spec has been tracking him down. Order, a bit of a slower pacing. If we look at the grand scheme of this game so far, a lot of these early engagements have been just that. They've been early. These opening picks have gone at 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 40 seconds into the rounds. And that doesn't always bode well for Order, this aggression. Sometimes you need to be a bit tame.
Seems like that may actually be exactly what they're looking for. Once again, God Legion opens the round here. Specker, he's looking to find a trade, but too little too late. He now has to take a little bit more of a calm and steady approach. Hello? Surely not.
There was no yellow ping. There was no info. That was just a pre-fire towards the doorway. Really well played there for Specker. The game knowledge.
That's one of the many things that we see from players with this kind of experience. And there we go, Bailey once more doing God's work for Order. 3 players left for the Chiefs. Saw Order in very similar situations on their defensive half, especially on this site, but they still managed to lock it down. It is a little bit more of a difficult task depending on how much you decide to really invest certain players. For example, Garage is usually contested right now. Specker and Bailey are both looking to do so, but Digital finds one and isolates Specker. It's dangerous times here.
Digital holding lounge, but he might cross this line of sight and expose himself to Specker. Goes for a pre-fire and gets the information. Specker replies on the other side. Digital may well try and cross here. He doesn't have to move. The smoke comes through actually from Specker. Give himself a little bit of space, pushing on through, and he does take down Digital, but he's the only one left for Order, as everything has fallen apart. The Chiefs are on the cusp of match point here, and Specker's going to have to step up.
It's a big task. Not a lot of info to go off. He makes his way through the window, but he's beat by both players. Really well played from the Chiefs to calmly dispose of it. Digital's always going to be out and about. He's just warming up those gaming hands.
Yeah, love to see the Chiefs boys in action, looking ready and steady, especially coming off of an abysmal Playday in Apex South yesterday. Chiefs lost 7-1 to Q-Confirm after previously 7-0 in Q-Confirm. So completely out of form for our OCN champions yesterday. And now they've come through 6-2 lead on Clubhouse. Is a statement to make in their opening match of Stage 2 in the OCN.
Certainly would, and it would only be compounding our concerns for Order, who didn't have the greatest start either. 7-3 defeat the 7th Heaven. All across the board right now, we are really asking some of these teams to stand up and stand to their own words in Stage 2. And it's not easy to do so, but right now Chiefs are making it look like a piece of cake as we now head to the gym and bedroom defense, which I think is generally the site that we see the least success on, at least in OCN anyway. So how Chiefs decide to adapt, most likely as we generally see that extension across into cache and CCTV. Just try to stunt out a bit of what Order tries to achieve and keep as much of a spread as you can early on. Just burn through that time.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
This is something, you know, we talked a lot about the Chiefs here, but this is a bit of a telling moment for Order. While there have been some nice rounds here, and the only times we've seen any success for Order is on those cache defenses. Like, no other defense bomb sites could they find, and none of their attacks have been successful. And not many rounds have been close. Like, we haven't really seen any 1v1s or any clutches from the Chiefs. We even saw a Chiefs flawless round, so this is very one-sided. And we've talked a lot about what that means for the Chiefs, their redemption after a slow start in APAC South, and them continuing their OCN Stage 1 championship form. But for Order, like, it's just abysmal. This is really shocking that they got rid of Joker. They brought on Nate, who is a hot player, but also Nico stepping up from the coaching position, Ippy Style departing. I did not expect these roster changes to have such a significant negative impact on Order.
I guess all we can do is sit and pray that it is quickly, well, they find a quick remedy for it. Fast at the moment, playing on the side of God Legions. He starts to back away a little bit more, so they're going to concede CCTV and just hold from inside a cache. A little bit safer, a little bit more compound, if you will. And Order haven't really, it feels like they haven't achieved a hell of a lot, and they've lost 2 players for it. This is going from bad to worse, Dev. Not good.
No, not at all. This is match point still for Chiefs, and another flawless round may well be on the cards here. Nate does dash those hopes, but it's all on Bailey now in a 1 versus 4. A whole minute to try and make something work, but look at that. Every single Order player watching his teammates, hoping desperately that he can do something.
I was going to say, there's 6 drones on the board. Surely 1 or 2 of them would be in a position where they could try to transfer some of that information. You see 3 players now jumping across. So, at the very least, they're going to be swapping through and trying to give whatever intel they can across, because this is a monstrous task. And unfortunately, he has to deal with the Aruni Gate with just the body check. Drop down to half HP. He's essentially a dead man walking as he turns the corner. Digital's the first victim.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Hang on a second, Dev, because it's still on.
1 HP in a 1v2, pre-firing every angle. Bailey suddenly feels like this is possible, but Fisho guy turns the corner, hides in that position, and OCN Stage 1 champions start their Stage 2 campaign with a win.
God Legion, my goodness, that's the way to celebrate. Cheering, that is exactly what you said, Dev, what was needed and what was expected from them. We came into this game feeling like the Chiefs were more so favoured and feeling like they may have had a better chance, and it's good to see them convert that after what was not the greatest entrance for them in APAC South, and they can now look forward to defending their title once more.
Great start to the Chiefs. 7-2 is incredibly dominant. Really, really impressed by them after, really bad start in APAC South. A bit of doubt cast over their current form. We love to talk about things like the Chiefs being in that gaming facility, at least 3 of them. in Sydney, and we love to talk about things like they're bringing a sports psychologist on board. But at the end of the day, we don't always see teams that make these big org pickups and have these resources. We don't always see them actually be successful. So it's really refreshing and quite exciting to see that Chiefs are in such good form going into OCN.
Certainly are, and you know, the fact that they obviously are coming into Stage 2 as the reigning champions, it does put a target on their back, especially against a team like Order. You know, look, take away the fact that both of the teams, Chiefs and Order, as organizations have, you know, they have that rivalry across multiple titles. Both of these teams have been playing against each other for such a long time, and it's always been a back and forth affair, but today the Chiefs have pretty much just stopped any thought of that. They've really put their foot down and asserted their own dominance and their mark as well. As you said, a 7-2 victory is a huge statement starting out here. And you look to a player, you know, like Vast, who I feel like we kind of talked about a fair bit in Stage 1, but has had a rip-roaring start here in Stage 2. A 3 KD. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, really, really ridiculous for a support player as well. On the back line, he's the guy getting all the walls open, doing a lot of that. And yeah, 3.0 KD for Fisho, 3.0 KD as well for Vast, 12 and 4. A big game for God Legion too. Like, only 8 kills, which is still a lot. You know, not the greatest KD overall, but you look at his entry stat, you know, +3. Really, really great on the entries, and on top of that, really good cover in what was the final round of Chiefs' attack, the 2K to hold on and cover the plan, and as well in an opening round of defense, 2 really impactful roaming kills as well. You talked about God Legion as a player that kind of doesn't always get the credit that he deserves. Worthy is usually the talking point, but yeah, God Legion had a great game as well.
Well, I'll tell you what, we can hear it from the horse's mouth themselves as we start to get into our interview with DGTL. I think that's how you say your name. How you doing, mate? It's good to see you.
It is, boys.
It's good to see you again.
Come to me now. Come to me from now on.
Oh, bugger off. Get out of here, man.
Come to me from now on.
How are you feeling after the victory?
Nah, good. Yesterday, just didn't really feel like an official. For some reason, I think it was just the first game. We didn't really have the same intensity or the same sort of pace we normally have. And I think today we sort of focused on that, and yeah, felt a lot more familiar. The environment was a lot more better today, so yeah, it's good. Yeah,
I mean, great showing from you guys, 7-2 over Order. I think you guys have kind of redeemed yourselves after that pretty lacking showing, but I want to get some more insight from you. You know, you've been with Chiefs for a while now. You really started to see kind of some of the benefits of signing with such a big org. You know, we heard a little bit about the sports psychologist, Michelle, that you guys have on board, and you have quite a substantial, you know, support staff framework, plus you got 3 of the guys up in Sydney at the moment. Can you maybe give us some insight on what that's like and how that really helps you to improve your game?
Yeah, I mean, having such an organization that cares a lot and supports you, it means a lot, and it helps a lot as well. Having just like us having days like this where we sort of pay them back is always good. But to dive a little bit deeper, like Michelle does heaps. She's been a really good asset to us. I mean, the house as well with some of the boys that are up there. As anyone can really tell, like just having that sort of in real life experience, seeing your teammates every day, just makes sort of that bonding and communication between each other just a little bit more real. Yeah, it's having an organization such as Chiefs help us means a lot to us. I don't know, some of the boys have grinded this game for a long time to sort of you know, have an opportunity like that, and it's just cool to see it pay off for those boys especially.
Yeah, now I kind of want to talk about looking forward, because obviously, you know, a 7-2 victory against Order, that's nothing to scoff at. It's actually quite significant in the grand scheme of things. You were obviously watching the Roffle Copter match, even if it was a little bit previously, because of course you spotted our wonderful pronunciation of FX.
Yes.
I just want to know, because obviously Bliss were Roffle Copter were a team that did a lot of damage last stage. Do you have any kind of read on them as you are playing them tomorrow night? I
think those boys, I won't say too much. In terms of that, terms of that performance, I mean, they might just have nurses like sort of similar situation that we had. They didn't really look like they did last year. Oh, not last year, sorry, last stage. So I'm sure they'll bounce back, but yeah, I don't know. They're just they're a methodical. I'd like to say structured team with a bit of spice, but they're nothing we can't handle. So no, we'll bring it to them tomorrow for sure.
They certainly have a little bit of spice, and to be fair, you added your own spice today, Digital, so we'll let you go. Congratulations on the 7-2 victory, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thanks, boys. Cheers to the cast.
Yeah. You heard it from DGTL himself. It's a happy day for the Chiefs camp. Obviously, things are back in order.
I get that. That's a good one. That is it, Chief. I love Digital. Every time we get to speak to him, he's a legend. And yeah, great as well to hear kind of that he sees this win right now as a bit of a like paying back the org that supports them and gives them so much. You know, he briefly touched on Shell there, and of course the gaming house that they have in Sydney. It's just so cool to see in OCE. These things are not for granted. Like we don't take this stuff for granted. Like it's a pretty big deal when you have an organization like the Chiefs. Or Order, for that matter, that really put in as many resources as these guys do into their esport teams. So it's super exciting, and yeah, we'll see if they can continue that form. You did ask about Roffle, but I was actually thinking in the back of my mind about LFO, because they were already a bit of a bogeyman team for Chiefs, beat them last season, one of the only teams to do so, and now LFO looking even stronger. I want to know whether Chiefs are going to be scared when eventually they do have to face the bogeymen that they have failed to beat in the past.
I'll be honest, that was a missed opportunity from me, so I'll make sure that I give that one to you next time, Dev. I'll make sure you can just run the entire interview. I'll just take a step back and just give banter. But ladies and gents, one team that won't be missing their shot is Knights, and they're up next, so don't go anywhere.
Attackers have located a bomb. Attackers have located a bomb. Attackers are activating the bomb diffuser.
You want to go? No, it's you then.
It's me? Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, what was it? Breaching and clearing the air. Breach and clear.
air. I'm Vast.
I'm Turtle, and this is Breach and Clear the Air.
It's shit talking our teammates.
Friends.
I think that's pretty obvious. He doesn't like dying to a lot of stuff, and he generally shows that in his temper.
He doesn't mind a bit of a what the f was that moment.
Worthy will probably die to something he deems kind of an idiot play, and he'll generally yell about how stupid that play was or that player was. Oh, okay. You go first.
I love how, don't get me wrong, he's our coach and analyst, but a bit too corny for my liking sometimes.
I chose God Legion because some of his jokes just don't really make sense and no one really laughs at him, to be honest, so. Well, actually, I was gonna write Turtle, but I thought about it and his jokes are a bit more awkward than bad, so.
Okay then.
Who's got the weirdest habit? It's gotta be someone. I know my answer. I know. Nah.
Oh, yes.
Oh, no.
Ah, god damn it.
A lot of my teammates, we take the piss out of Pat. a habit of his. When he finishes a sentence, his voice generally will go a lot higher pitch. Any examples that you could offer?
I don't know about that one.
I don't know about that one.
Can I change my answer?
You were.
He's not wrong. Yeah, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
I kind of got him there. I was so glad that I thought of that.
Yeah, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Ooh. Oh, oi. Thanks, mate.
Yeah, I was gonna put myself in.
I picked digital. He rocks the slides and socks combos. He doesn't mind the trackies here and there. I don't know. The man's always looking like $1 million with that chief salary. So yeah,
I picked old mate here because I don't know, just can pull off anything. Just chucks it on in the morning, and it doesn't matter what it is, but you pull it off.
Yeah, you're too kind, Pat.
Yeah.
You're too kind, mate. Pretty obvious, Pat's, he was a lifeguard, so he's got experience saving people's lives. Yeah, I don't know, my other teammates, I don't really trust them with my life. Physically, I don't think they're capable of doing that.
Why'd you put yourself? Because I'm the best,
Because I'm the best. See, I don't even know what people eat, except I'm just...
Can we do somebody's drink?
Someone's drink. I picked God Legion because he is English for one. They have pretty weird food combinations, and also he calls French toast eggy bread, which is an injustice. So I think he's a weirdo just for those reasons.
I chose Rain Digital because of not his food choice, but his drink choice. When he uses pre-workout or like energy mixes, he chucks it with sparkling water, which I don't really get, but hey, to each their own.
I know. Oh, that's pretty mean. Oh, geez, this one's got me. I actually have no clue.
Copying off my answers, typical.
Yeah, I'm gonna trust your instincts here.
Yeah. I rate him, but I feel like he would make an inappropriate joke to my parents straight off the bat, just after meeting them. So for that, I'm gonna have to, keep him away from them.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think he'd be like really awkward and just making like anime noises or something. Oh my god, man, that was a bit of improv.
Jeez.
Genius.
Anime noises.
I'm very happy that Pat didn't put me down on any of them.
Yeah, give you best dress.
I'm flawless. That's true.
Yeah,
That's true.
best
But you
dress.
didn't put me down on any bad ones. So.
Yeah. Feel like I'm gonna have a few angry messages from teammates now, but hey, we'll see how it goes.
So far, and well, speaking of the Knights, they're up next. They're gonna look to crack their own rhythm here in stage 2, Dev, because of course that's who they're up against. Sorry, I can't help it. It's all Knights taking on Rhythm for our next matchup. This one should be a little bit more of a clear-cut idea of where we think the scoreline will go, but it's OCN, it's 2021, it's Siege, you just never know.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but we've seen that Knights are not infallible, and Rhythm are not to be underestimated. Rhythm have had some pretty strong results. Last stage, they took down Order, Wildcard, even the Chiefs, and while they did lose to Knights, it was a close 5-7 game. And of course, Knights ended up not actually taking the OCN Championship that we expected from them. They were taken down by the Chiefs. But let's talk about Rhythm here. This is the team that was actually, funnily enough, relegated out of OCN. At the end of last year, they unfortunately were knocked out by Copter, but due to the ex-Noble, the Melon Cat roster disbanding, these guys were kind of gifted a second chance. And I think that they've shown that they kind of deserve it. They have been playing really, really well. Is that cool? I just love that these players have taken the opportunity we've given with the webcams and just embraced it.
Well, Ghoul, love the fact he's lifted some weights, but Leb looks like he's about to drop some beats. I can't even see Novaics. I think, honestly, I'm going to go there and just shine my torch on them. I need to see a little bit more than just emptiness and darkness behind you, but... Well, we can put that behind us because we're going to have a look at the Knights lineup, the roster that impressed at the start of 2021. Not so much in OCN though, Dev.
Yeah, well, the thing is that Knights had a rough start to OCN while doing really well in APAC South, but come the end of the OCN regular season, these guys were on top, and as a result, they were first seed going into the playoffs, and the playoffs we had that gauntlet format, which is a really big deal because it means Knights auto-seeded into the grand final, but they lost that to the Chiefs, and that was a pretty big slap in the face. Afterwards, though, fortunately, Knights managed to go into the APAC playoffs as second seed from APAC South, and they came first. They did the best that they could, and look at them. They're lively right now. They're having a good time. And look, these are one of the most dangerous OCN or OS teams, full stop. Right? If you're going to make a short list of which is the OS team that's probably going to go deepest at APAC or international events, you're probably going to be looking at Knights.
Yep, and it would be a fair assumption. From everything we've seen, their performance last night, 7-5 against Elevate, or I think it was, I can't even remember now, but it was. Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't absolutely tripping out there. But certainly they have had quite a dominant start to Stage 2, and if you're Rhythm, you would be shaking in your boots. But I will say this, the other team who were up and about before their matchup were both Roffle, Copter and Order, and look how those games ended, Dev. Look how they ended. You tell me that there's a trend going on here.
Yeah, well, of course, we haven't actually seen, what will happen in this game, but maybe it will be a 3-for-3. We have had one upset so far tonight. It has been a pretty cut and dried night in terms of our predictions, but the results haven't necessarily been consistent. With that first game going the other direction. But looking at Knights now, they haven't made any roster changes. While they did pick up Sketchy recently, wasn't super recent. He's been their analyst. He came from the ex-Noble roster, the Melon Cat guys. And I've heard so many positive things about him. So really nice to see him jumping on board with the team. And Knights are in top form. They destroyed Fnatic in the APAC playoffs, which I think a lot of people kind of forget, right? Fnatic gets a lot of hype. APAC North gets a lot of hype, but APAC South teams go really, really deep. Knights took down Fnatic. They took down Guts 7-1. They took down Mercenaries in the APAC playoffs, and even took down Elevate in APAC South last night, who were the APAC champions of Stage 1. They won the Stage Championship over Cloud9. So Knights are, arguably one of the best teams in APAC right now. We just haven't seen enough matches in Stage 2 for them to prove that yet. But if they're one of the best in APAC, surely they're one of the best in OCN.
You would have to hope so. So let's have a look at the veto and determine whether it's going to lean favorably toward them or Rhythm. We head to Clubhouse, just an OS favorite, just in case you didn't know this. Now, Dev, I know you've got the stats up in front of you. I'm looking at them right now. This does not look all that good for Rhythm.
Yeah, for Rhythm, the victory that they have had on Clubhouse was LFO, but that was way back in September last year, right, in the previous season at OCN. In terms of recent results, they only played it once in Stage 1, and that was against Bliss, and they did lose it 6-8. Pretty good scoreline, though, against a team like Bliss. That said, Rhythm tend to be that team that just always goes to overtime and loses. That is their curse. How many games did they play last season where they went to OT and lost it? And as we look onto the Knights side, they have a 3-2 ratio of wins and losses, and some of those wins include such dominant scorelines as a 7-1 over Guts Gaming, the Japanese team in the APAC playoffs. That is a really big result. So I'm definitely going to be putting a lot of faith in Knights here, especially considering their hot form from last night. So you would expect them to deliver.
You would hope so. You would want them to, because right now they really are the team that we're expecting to be the best challenger for the Chiefs, the best challenger for Elevate in APAC South, and maybe the best challenger for international events to represent APAC. It sounds absurd to say that out loud, but it really is true. They are a team and a roster that have just done so much damage, and Well, it kickstarts their campaign for Stage 2. They've already gotten off on the right foot of APAC South. They need to do so here. But Rhythm are no slouches. They will certainly make you work for it, and they will make you go the distance. So whether Rhythm will push to OT tonight, I think that's the real mystery for me, Dev.
Well, that's the thing. Last stage, Rhythm were so hot, even in the games that they lost. There was only one match that they played that didn't at least go to the full 12 rounds or overtime. Every other game was very, very tight. Now, they're going to ban that Hibana, which kind of brings impact tricking back into the realm of possibility here on Clubhouse. Is it going to be a Thatcher or a Maverick? Okay, Maverick out, so Thatcher stays in. And so you're going to likely be seeing Thatcher Thermite Ace comboed every single round here just to make sure you can achieve all the hard breach that you'd need.
Yep. They're up. Actually, surprisingly, not a more favored ban here on Clubhouse. Oh, hang on, we're still looking at that. I just went on a spin, on a tear, Deb. I'm telling you right now. That makes 1,000,000,000% more. Oh my god.
It's funny that Mira's not in the top 5 band attackers. That's really...
I honestly, Dev,
I'm going to throw you straight under that bus, dude. I'm sorry.
Oh, we're going to throw people under buses now, are we?
Yeah.
Xenox, is that you? I didn't realize I was casting with Jake. The SI remote caster. I forgot.
You threw yourself under the bus, so I just had to jump on it as well. But, you know, here in OCN, we let loose a little bit. You know, this isn't some super formal broadcast. We're out here to have a yarn about some Rainbow Six and have a good time. And, well, you know, the players are the same. They're looking to win, but...
Are they?
Wait a second. Look at Novakes. I think he's got a little bit of a gift for you there, Rob. Look at his name. You see the change in the spelling? Novakes.
He's now no longer Nova 9. He is no longer Nova 9. Now, Dev, just mentioning back to you throwing me under the bus, you said you were going to jump on the bus. Well, I'm afraid that you would only add 5 kilos to it, you scrawny little stick. Now, you know, one thing that we can look to dive into a little bit more is our wonderful sponsors of Samsung. They are incredible to have on board, honestly. Someone that we've been chasing and hunting for so long. And we would like to really thank them and welcome them as our presenting partners. You can check out their latest range of NVMe SSDs by simply typing !SSD in the Twitch chat. So go ahead, type it in and check it all out. I'm sure that it will upgrade your game, no doubt.
I love me an NVMe SSD. M.2 connections, like, you know, get that super fast memory so that you can load into Siege in absolutely no time. Also, just will say, Samsung have been trying to work with us for a really long time, and I'm so glad we finally got it across the line as presenting partner. Really massive shout out to those guys. Might actually get myself another SSD. I've got too many spreadsheets on my current one. It just fills up so quick.
Literally, it just takes you half an hour to do anything because you've got so many. But, goodness me, let's hone in on this game, shall we? Minute into the round, and Knights are really starting to get a move on with what they're looking to do. In fact, this is really quick timing, 2 minutes, and they have so much time to work with to start to maybe displace some of these Rhythm members.
Yeah, well, it's a full anchor strategy here for Rhythm. See all 5 players on site. Ghoul to hold blue. And, of course, it does put the onus on Knights. Like you said, good time management, but it does come down to opening up this hatch, which, like we said, with the Hibana band is no simple feat. In fact, it looks like it's going to be a church take, so actually not going to get the kitchen hatch open. Instead, using the EMP to make sure that this church breach goes off. Impact trick misses. That's critical from BB. Newest player to join Rhythm, but unfortunately a critical mistake does leave a gaping hole in that bomb site.
Bomb located by attackers.
Certainly going to put a little bit of pressure on 2 different points here. Moto being really the main contest. You can see Drex tried to get out and into the open. I love this from Dino. That now makes it a little bit more of a possible rotation if they need to. BB, you spoke his name. He steps up at a moment of need. He equals out the odds here, Dev.
But Knights start to close their fist into a lethal punch. But that said, Rhythm managed to keep the pace. Tip for tat. Oh, and really just forcing Knights back. Hayward is going to get the res here, bring Juicy back into the fold, but Novayix does move forward, trade it out. 2v2 now.
Watching that tight line. I know, unfortunately, not connecting that shot. 15 seconds. Juicy's going to get in early. There's still a C4 on Ghoul, but is he in position to try to deny this? No, they haven't prepped it. And so it's going to go down scot-free. Dino holds perfectly and Leb falls. It's all onto Ghoul here, Dev. Does he have what it takes?
Oh, I sure hope he's been practicing his siege as much as he's been doing his weights. He's going to have to isolate these two 1v1s. Gets the first on for the trade. Dino locks that down. And that is nice to start strong. A 1v1 to win the game, or round, rather.
Win the game! Unbelievable.
Imagine that, best of one round.
Imagine that. Imagine we're almost done by 10 o'clock. Oh my goodness, let's just dust it off.
You have
It's
just jinxed
over.
it, my dude. You have
Oh, no. No. Juicy's just playing with us. He's just playing with our hearts. Our little heart tickers, Dev. Fortunately enough, it's not for the game. It is, of course, just for round number one, but certainly a round that could have gone Rhythm's way. You know, you look at so many pivotal moments in that round itself, a couple of trades that could have gone the way of Rhythm, and that big C4. If Ghoul had been able to pre-prep a bit of a projectile hole, if you will. I don't even know what I'm going to call that. But if he'd, well, it does, doesn't it? Maybe not the best way of putting it. But if there was already a pre-placed hole for him to actually go and yeet that C4, maybe they would have had a little more success. But it feels like they have a good idea as to what they're going to have to do to fix things up here.
I think the word, or the phrase you're looking for was pre-placed projectile pathway. Try saying that 10 times faster.
I wouldn't even try saying it slow, to be honest. That just sounds like the worst thing you've ever said.
Well, Rhythm are not going to rest on their laurels here after losing just narrowly that first round. They will change up their strategy straight up. Looking at the operator lineup, not a single player is on the same operator they were on last round. Now, we still have the Wamai in them. They have persisted, but on different people. And, you know, Leb's bringing the Mozzie now, Drex on the smoke, and BB pivotally on that castle. These are the really important operators, you know, your Mute Mozzie castle, the staples of the SSG roam. As it has, I mean, at this point, it's not even really just SSG roam. You know, it's been kind of one of the really viable strategies here on Clubhouse Basement since 2019, maybe late 20... Yeah, it was late 2019. This kind of was popularized by SSG, of course. And at the time, they were the best team in the world. And I like this heavy roam kind of adaptation. But Knights are a very experienced, very competent team. They know exactly what to do to deal with this.
Certainly do. And you know, I'm just going to say it. I think that SSG roam is the #1 phrase that has been used on Clubhouse ever since I started commentating. I do not think I've heard a phrase being said more than that. And with
Everyone
that
loves
rhythm,
them.
look, sure, whatever you want to
SSG
shoot
roam.
for, we'll go for that, Dev. We'll say that. It's certainly a. It's become almost a trigger word, you know. It's just I hear it every single time Clubhouse is played. But it looks like Rhythm have cut their losses and dropped back to side.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing with the SSG roam, is you don't have to commit to it. You can just push back onto the site and waste time. Thing is, like, Knights have only used half the round. They have full map control. And when Rhythm have invested a significant amount of their utility onto that roam and they give it up without a pick, without wasting that much time, I call this a Knights win. Obviously not the round, but like Knights have won this kind of mid-game, early round so far. And you know, you look at like opening the hatches. It's just such good time management here for Knights.
Yeah, a little less than what they had to play with before, but definitely a little bit more of a different approach. And Rhythm now bunkering down. I mean, you really can't be affording to miss your things like the impact tricks, especially with the fact that Thatcher. Oh, sorry. My goodness, I am absolutely tripping out right now. Thermite, there we go, has no more charges left. It's all onto Dino to open up this wall. There we go. Bang, just like that, Dev.
Yeah, good job so far in denying that hard breach. Does leave Dino with no more Selmas and Juicy with no more exothermic charges. With 20 seconds left, things are going to heat up exponentially here, and Drex is the perfect operator as this bottleneck is going to present a serious problem for Knights.
Seconds left.
The choke point should work a treat, but Juicy just negates it altogether. He's going to go and stick it behind any kind of support he can find.
Jeez!
What? Hang on. Huh? What? Bev?
I need to I'm literally, like, we're probably going to get some replays in a second, but I'm going to rewatch that on my clean feed right now because that was over so quickly. The double push in through Moto in the church, and then we just saw the Thermite player, Juicy, go straight for that planned spot. Meanwhile, it was just like a send up. Sage found 2 picks, apparently? I mean, it's so hard to kind of see everything that was going on, right? But Hayward pushing up long from bot main, and Sage found 2. I think that Sage was pushing from blue. It was just a complete collapse.
Defenders, protect your
Really
bombs
amazing
being defused
from
by
Knights
attackers.
that, what, with 11 seconds left on the clock, they can go from having no picks and a bottleneck presented to them to a really convincing round win in what was, I think, a 4v0 at the end of it.
That's how you win a round.
Just send it.
Just send it.
It's cold.
You just,
Still gonna send it.
Honestly, to be fair, I think my eyes were not dotting up with what was happening. I thought that it was Rhythm that were winning the fights, but it was very clearly Knights that were coming up in the score. It completely bamboozled me, and everything happened so quickly.
When it's a 5v5 with 11 seconds to go, that's just how it be, man. I mean, you could watch 100 hours of Siege in a week and still be as confused as to what just happened. But with that, Rhythm 2 back-to-back losses on Church Arsenal, I think it's time to give another side a shot, and that they do here. Cash CCTV. And on for the Bandit trick as well.
Drex is actually one of the more confident players that we've seen on the Bandit tricking in Stage 1, that's for sure. I feel like it's nowhere near as common as what we used to see at Dev. It really used to be quite a large talking point, especially on Clubhouse with how impactful these kennel walls are. Dino now going to be opening up some pretty important lines, all things considered, down in Garage.
This Bandit trick's going to be perfect. Oh, see you later, exothermic charge. Really need those concussions to land and deny this. Josh only has 1 concussion left. This little mini game here is very difficult to pull off. Drex still has a battery, but the nade flushes him out. It's too late for him to really try and... Oh, he actually might be able to land it! Oh, balls of steel, Drex! And he lands the Bandit juggle once again. Knights, what are you going to do about that?
I'm telling you, Drex is one of the most unreal Bandit trickers that I've seen. And that is the perfect case to show you why. They now cannot open kennels from what I'm aware of. Dino might have 1 more Selma charge left. No, he's got none, so kennels is just not open. There's no way about it. They now have to look to try and flush out the players either in Garage or over into construction.
Oh my God,
and
what?
Josh, what on earth is that? You're on another level. What is Knights doing?
It doesn't matter if you don't get a breach. They showed it last round. Josh just goes big. 2 kills already. Suddenly it's a 5v2 and it doesn't matter. The Knights don't have a breach when they have such an advantage, but Drex has already done some good work. He's the last man left though. It's going to have to be an ace to try and hold on for Rhythm. Not going to happen. What a round for the Knights.
Oh, that's a yikes, my goodness. These guys are just on a... They're on a death path right now. I honest to God think that they're just kicking butts and taking names. Started out that way in APAC South, and just look at how serious they are in that small little moment. Now, I like this from Nova Yix on the Clash.
You're really going to do him like that? Like, it's because everyone pronounces his name differently, right? Like, we are constantly having a battle with the players about pronunciations, and it doesn't help that they keep telling us the wrong damn things. But Novaix is trying to be nice. He's trying to make it as phonetic as possible in its spelling. Novaix.
Or
come on, Rob.
Nova Yix.
You know that Friends meme with Phoebe and Joey? It's like Novaix.
Yeah, no, I
don't
know exactly.
Novaix. Let
Yes,
me hear.
Novaix.
Yes.
Nova Yix.
No. Okay. We're gonna do this. Rob, ready? No.
No.
They.
Yix.
Novaix.
Nova Yix.
Oh my god!
At least it's better than Nova 9. We love you, Novaix. We love you.
Well,
not many jobs you can get paid to scream out someone's name, can you?
Very fortunate to be able to meme live on broadcast. It's a privilege I will never take for granted.
No. Certainly not. I mean, the point is still valid. That Novaix is now jumping onto that clash, and I am always
talking
intrigued.
analysis.
Yeah. You know, the game that we're watching right now. Look, to be honest, it may slow down some of these choke point rushes that Knights have been throwing at Rhythm. I mean, you think about it, it's been multiple occasions now where Knights have actually sent it and just been able to find very quick kills. They haven't even been trades. That's the most absurd part. They've just been straight up kills. So I think that the clash may negate a little bit of that aggression and slow Knights down, but I would dare say that they have something up their sleeve for that.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Rhythm, despite them being 0-3 right now on the scoreboard, they have kind of won some of the mini-games so far. I would say they lost their SSG roam mini-game, falling back early with no pick. I don't think that was worth it, but last round, like, the banter juggle was insane from Drex. Really, really impressive. And also, Knights didn't really kind of, like, win the... I mean, they kind of won the Rafters mini-game just by finding the pick. But Knights, despite losing some of these mini-games, they show that they always can step up and do something pretty nuts. That's just the EMP, and it's a breach rush, go!
Yeah, they knew exactly what they wanted to do. Leb's been able to hold one, but look at the quick trades that are coming out. Sage has been downed, and that may well just stunt them for a second here, Dev. It'll allow us to catch our breath, but Rhythm have been able to hold it off for now.
The res comes through as well, so Sage is still alive, 4v3. One of those defenders doesn't have a gun, the concussions come through, but on the back of that, they don't manage to kill Novaix, but the Clash is the only one left standing. SMG in hand, trying to take the second fight here, already got the down. There's 3 players still to cover as the diffuser goes down, bit of spray damage onto Josh, but Novaix has so much left to do. Great pre-fire, Dino's there for the frag, and Knights have found 4 attack rounds straight on Clubhouse.
I mean, we set that whole round up for Rhythm to have brought this adaptation that was going to slow down these sends that Knights have just been pushing their way, and Knights just completely run in the opposite direction, straight into gym. I really love that call from Knights. Whether they had intel on site or not, I'd be super curious to see. But from everything that we can see there, you would have to assume that they did, because they were just sending it right in. They weren't even worried about Stairs holding a line, so there was definitely a lot of intel that was being thrown the way of Knights that they utilized. And yeah, no matter what adaptation Rhythm are trying to bring, they're just being... They're countered, like every counter that they're bringing, they're being countered for it. So this is outrageous.
It's Knights coming in with a bit of a vengeance. They did have a great run through APAC South and the APAC playoffs, but still not as good as they wanted. Like they had their sights set on being first place in APAC South, which would have not only guaranteed them SI points, but would have given them the opportunity to become the stage champion and take on Cloud9. Unfortunately, they lost out to Elevate, so missed that chance. But going into OCN, the grand final, of course, they lost that to the Chiefs, despite having the bye all the way to that grand final being first seed. So while Knights have done a great job within APAC, they're still not proven in OCN. They are not the reigning champions, that is the Chiefs. But Knights are just looking... It's hard to say that Knights are not looking like the best team in OCN, even when you've got the Chiefs there as a comparison. So I think that if Knights can keep up this form,
Yep.
they might actually steal that championship away in Stage 2.
I mean, everything that they've shown, certainly so. There'd be no... If they did it, there'd be no questions asked. Not even a single doubt in anyone's mind. And look at this from Knights. Like, the second they know that there is no roam from Rhythm, they are instantly on top of them and ensuring that they lock them in. There is no real room for them to move. However, at least Drex finds an opening. There's Josh that goes down. That's the Zofia, so no utility used there.
A very early loss. That said, we have seen opening picks from Rhythm that haven't... Oh, okay. Was that the Electroclaw? Just a mistime from the Knights side, unfortunately, meant that that was destroyed on the thermite charge. I guess the second one comes through, fortunately. Well, one point I was going to make is that every time Rhythm's found the opening pick, Knights actually traded it back. That trend has been broken here.
Very true. So trying to figure out how they want to anchor on side here, it seems. Ace decides to pull that shield back a little bit further than... Oh, Hayward, that would have been cheeky. About a second earlier, maybe two, and you might have found at the very least some damage, but once more, he will just go to town on this. But BB steps up for Rhythm, sorry. And he is all the way up on that top floor. What?
Oh, what a... I mean, was he always here or did he retake? I mean, he must have managed to sneak up when no one was watching. Knights have had some critical mistakes here. They always tend to win the rounds at the end of it, but can't understate their mistakes. Drex has found one sneaky attempt from Hayward. Now things get desperate for the Knights. They have a bit of a breach. They're aware of the flank, but they have to try and push on through with BB above. It's not going to happen. Even the trade is a bit difficult. Dino can take out Noveix on site, but in a 1v4 now, it's not going to happen. And Rhythm finally have some form of response.
Better than nothing. And they will certainly walk away with a much needed round. Of course, they know themselves that the job is nowhere near done. It's... You know, you may have won the battle, but at the moment you are losing that war. And a war against a team that will just run across you with no hesitations. So you need to take every little chance that you get and just turn it into a blossoming flower. We are going to go back to gym and bedroom and hopefully see a little bit more success with this clash.
Yeah, it's really hard here for Rhythm because even though they have found their first round here and it worked well and Knights are making some mistakes and giving openings for Rhythm, just the fact that Knights has found 4 rounds here on their attack just puts them in such a strong position. Like, if you find 2 or 3 rounds on your attack, you'd be pretty satisfied on Clubhouse that you could at least push overtime in your defense and probably even close out. But 4 on a defense-sided map, as most maps are, is just such an extensive lead for Knights that it's really going to punish Rhythm in the second half. We already saw that once today, right? I mean, it's a bit of an extraordinary example, but LFO Rufflecopter, LFO 6-0 up in the first half. Even though Rufflecopter mounted a comeback and won 3 defenses, you have 1 slip-up and suddenly you lose the game. Or in this case, you know, even if Rhythm can have a 4-2 half here, it's going to be very challenging. As Knights will only have to win 2 defenses to guarantee overtime.
Many, many issues and concerns around the current state that we find Rhythm in. But they are a team that dig deep. You know, you can never knock them for that. I think last season they were in almost 4 overtime situations. They're always pushing teams to their absolute limits. And it really will just be how well, really how good their mental state is at this point, because they need to not become at all discouraged by what has been a night stomp, all things considered. They have really just been showing some really good signs.
Not a breach rush this time around. It's for a team with a lot of depth though. So I'm sure they'll have another strategy prepared. Really good use of the Salma there is going to expose the really valuable position in washrooms, in the bathroom. The Knights are starting to put some serious pressure onto this bomb site. While they haven't taken cache control yet, a lot of teams will just go for cache control first and then look to take site because it gives you access to construction. And that is instead now the second step for Knights, now that they have the Jacuzzi breach open.
And still with a minute 20 left on the clock, this is great time management. BB, the elusive roamer, apparently is just what we're going to have to title him from now on. He is, I mean, just put a little a collar on him with a bell like a cat, you'd hear it every single possible place. There'd be no nook or cranny he hasn't been, I'd say.
Really starting to feel this pressure. Just hiding behind that one box means it's an easy pre-fire for Juicy as he peeks on through.
Oh my god.
And this lead is just extended, completely red. It's once again Novaics versus 5 on the clash. A flawless round for the Knights to close the half. What a performance, 5-1.
Certainly a sign that we expected to see, the Knights up 5-1. However, in doing so, the fashion that they've been able to achieve this, Dev, is probably the most alarming about this score. Not only was it on their attacking side, but it was also probably one of the more convincing halves I've seen.
Yeah, and Knights are not without fault. They succumb to the banner juggle from Drex on that cache CCTV attack. They also struggled when they were trying to get the thermite charge down on the moto hatch on one of the basement defenses. The Kayi juggle came out from Drex once again. So despite some mistakes, I guess, Knights have just been really, really dominant. And I think while those mistakes might seem pretty glaring, just the fact that Knights always have a plan B and the fact that the round is never over till it's over for Knights. Like they're always happy to play unconventionally if that's what's required. If they can't play the quote-unquote normal or correct siege because they lose a player or lose a strategy, they have another way into it, and that's the mark of a great team.
Certainly they have become... Let's see how Rhythm approach their defense, or rather attack on this defense, I should be saying. You have Josh, who's going to be bandit tricking, or attempting to anyway. Doesn't look like he's going to... Nope, not in time. I love that. Very quick and nicely won from Rhythm there. I like the fact that they've also dropped the Selma charge on the left-hand side, so either way they were going to get that wall open, even if it was just for a line of sight.
Yeah, I mean, it is possible to juggle both, but it's very, very difficult. So credit to Rhythm. When it comes to these minigames, they're pretty good. Attack and defense, and now they found the opening pick as well. That's Dino. Gone. Likely a C4 he would have had. And I know everyone's been talking about this on every single broadcast around the world, but I love that you can now see what Dino's doing after he's died. You can see which player he's spectating, or whether he's on camera. Really, really cool to just get that little bit of extra insight into... obviously, Rainbow is probably the one game, or like the game where you are just as much playing when you're dead as when you are alive.
Yep. Not many like it, and it's pretty damn intense. Let's just be completely honest. Honest and upfront in saying that it is a very intense game of chess, as Raven and I were alluding to last night. Certainly, your job is never done. And as of right now, Sage is looking for the perfect timing to be able to come up and flank on these 4 members that are all construction side right now. And, I mean, you know that they're going to have their flank drones, but it is really about if they're watching them or not, because Sage is going to find some time.
We can see that there's no one currently on camps for Leb and the rest of Rhythm, but, of course, there is a player watching that flank. So Sage scampers away for now. I do wonder, is Rhythm going to really focus on cutting off this flank in front of the kill? I don't think so. it looks like a construction setup here. You got Ghoul actually going in for that plant. Ooh, that gas does a lot of damage before he falls back. He goes deep. It's taken down by Hayward. Here comes the execute, but Knights are finding all the picks.
Yeah, and that's all they really needed. It's just Novaic left in a 1 versus 3. User's not yet planted, but now he's made it possible. That Banshee, though, is going to hinder his movement in such an impactful way. And it does secure Knights the round. They are now on match point.
Good round there for Knights, but again, a lot of great things from Rhythm. I really like their overall strategy. You have one guy out the Kennels breach. Getting that breach open was pretty easy, pretty nonchalant. And then moving on to construction, like clearing that side of the map was fine and dandy as well. They didn't get C4'd when they were moving through Master or Logi. They got the breach open into Cache as well, and they had plenty of time for that execute. 35 seconds left, but just micro things made that slip away. And Knights always ready to receive on the bomb side. The Anchors did an amazing job. You look at something like Ghoul, who tried to get that plant down first, was forced off by the gas, decides to, instead of waiting, actually go deep and try and cross into a deeper plant spot. He actually was punished for that. He was taken down. And I think that was the moment when everything started to slip away for Rhythm. They kind of panicked, overextended, and Knights cleaned up the pieces. So it's a shame that the scoreline is so dominant for Knights right now, because Rhythm have done some great things.
Yeah. They certainly have it, and look, I think that it is just the pedigree of Knights. Honestly, it's not. This is not a look into the team that is Rhythm. This is more a performance from Knights, because
totally.
You are 100% correct. You can go back and watch the VOD in its entirety. They are 100% winning those mini games, those kind of phases of the round. But it's just when push comes to shove, Knights are one step ahead of them. And this is what we alluded to, though, Dev. It's what we've come to expect from this Knights roster. We are expecting some disgustingly monstrous things from them in 2021. And so far, I believe they're delivering.
Totally. We do have high expectations of the Knights, despite them disappointing in the OCN Grand Final and losing that to Chiefs. They've hit some serious highs, and their team play is just on another level. That's the, if I could point a single factor as to why Knights are beating Rhythm, it's just Knights' team play is just so good. Everything is well coordinated. Every decision is communicated, and they're perfectly in sync. Rhythm, well, I don't want to say they have bad teamwork. It's just not quite on Knights' level. And now in a 6-1, it's going to be a serious trek on Rhythm's attack half as well. It's just such a path before them. And Knights really, they have the confidence to just sit back and relax. They don't feel the need to make a play. Even with this roam setup, you've got Josh over in strip. We've already talked about the strip roam on this Church and Arsenal defense. You don't have to do much. As long as your teammates aren't all dying on site, you can just kind of sit there and wait until that late round where Rhythm's trying to push the site while also holding the flank. That's when they're most exposed.
And we've seen it multiple times where teams kind of half commit to trying to flush that roam out, or even the fact that, like they chase them and they commit too much. It's just such a dangerous game to play.
Totally is. And Josh really doesn't have to move yet. The earlier he moves, the more likely he'll get caught off. You wonder what form of flank watch we have from Rhythm, because if he does push in, he could get something big. And here's the opening for Rhythm, not only breaching onto that cache wall, but also finding the injury onto Hayward. Here comes Josh, though. No one on cams except for Novaic. I don't believe he's watching into the cams of Bar. This motor hatch being opened gives Josh the opportunity, but Knights are falling. This means that the flank is even more important.
He has to convert here. He's already found one. He'll find a second as his teammate does fall. A 1v3. Audacious attempt it's going to need to be. Makes his way back down the main stairs. Can't connect the shots on a Novaic, who just dances around almost like a pillar of reinforced wall. And that was really the big kill that could have opened this up. Too many lines to deal with, too many players to watch for. And it does lead to his death. Rhythm, as we said, there are no easy rounds for the Knights.
That's it. A really good attack there from Rhythm. And I can't really put too much blame on Josh there. You know, it's really hard to play that position. You don't want to flank too early because you're just a free kill. But that round really did sit on Drex's shoulders. He found an amazing 2K to open up that round and stepped up hugely. The breach also really just goes to show, right? Like, if you open up that church wall completely, you're just really eliminating almost all of the positions within church that it's safe for defenders to play. And that's kind of what Rhythm did there. They just opened up every single avenue onto the site and held their guns up. When they eventually made a play, like, Knights are so exposed. Unfortunately, Josh's flank wasn't as well timed as he would have liked as well.
No, but it is a huge takeaway for the Knights that there was also a chance of them to take that round. And sometimes it can come down to timing. We know how much that affects any FPS game, but especially Siege. You can look away for half a second, you can move an inch to your right and it can just be to your own demise. But with a 4-round buffer, I mean, Knights would just be able to pretty much play this like a scrim for the next 2 rounds and not really have to worry. They could really try some innovative things, even though if you know Knights, you know Dino, you know Juicy, they will just want to get this over and done with. They won't want to give any kind of room for Rhythm to even think about coming back.
Yeah, that's the thing about Knights compared to like a team like Chiefs or Order is Knights are well renowned for just being deadpan, like really kind of calm. They're not necessarily super lively, though we did see that in the pre-show with the cameras. They're just known for being almost robotic in the way that they maintain their emotion and their composure, especially in pressure scenarios. Of course, they do have some pressure off their shoulders at the moment with the round buffers. But as Rhythm starts to creep back, they will start to feel a little bit of pressure, but knowing Knights, it won't affect them.
No, it's a good, I think the best way of saying it is they are systematic and they are methodical. So they have exactly what they need in place. And it is just the big and terrifying thing about the Knights is just what they can really achieve. Now, again, Rhythm have won these mini games left, right, and center. I mean, they're not really being contested for any of this hard breach. So, I mean, it's job done, but they're doing it in really effective time.
Every single wall that Rhythm have wanted to breach has been breached. And now that they found the opening pick as well, though traded, does assist them somewhat in mounting a push, and here it comes in through public bathroom.
Yeah, but Haywood is there holding. He'll find himself a 2K, and that might just be what Knights need. Leb and Noveix, unfortunately, leaves Leb to his own devices. And this is, oh man, a near impossible task. He's getting peeked left, right, and center, but they are giving him isolated one-on-ones. You can see instantly they retreat and play a little bit more passive, and that's what they wanted. Right into the open arms. Once again, such a great performance from the Knights. A 7-2 victory over Rhythm.
One of the best teams in OCE has come through in OCN. An incredibly dominant performance from the Knights, really showing their true colors, standing tall with pride as they roar. Great game there. Look at Juicy, bottom of the scoreboard with 12 kills, playing the Thermite support as well. Real legend there. We're going to have a chat to him as well later on, but that is a great opening game in OCN for the Knights.
Yep. And I mean, look, we are going to ask the question, but there is absolutely no doubt whatsoever that their objective is to take the OCN title. It's to rip it away from the reigning champions, the Chiefs, who fortunately enough took them down in that grand final. But definitely after revenge here, 2 huge statements that have been made back to back, first by Chiefs and now by Knights. This may well be one of the more interesting storylines that we'll be able to follow for, you know, the Knights' progression into 2021, and the fact that now they are really considered one of, if not the best team in APAC.
That's it. They're showing that not only in APAC South, but here in OCN. it can be incredibly challenging to juggle 2 leagues at once.
Yep.
Trying to play against more teams. Like, I was having a chat to Catter about it. I've chatted to him tons of times about it because it's something that is really a big deal to these OCN teams that play in 2 leagues. Not only are they having to learn to play against the teams in APAC South, but also the teams in OCN, right? And there's different play styles that they have to combat. It just means you've got twice as many matches a week as a team like Rhythm as well. And for Knights to just show that even when they make little mistakes, even when their hard breach and counter hard breach game might not be as strong as Rhythm, it doesn't matter because individually and as a team, these guys are the best in the region.
They certainly are, and they're showing it too. Juicy back out on top in fine form. That is absolutely absurd. Leb, who might have had a quieter night, you know, you can definitely look and pinpoint some of the rounds that Rhythm were losing just by pure mistakes. But honestly, Dev, I still think that Rhythm gave Knights a good run for their money. It is, however, I said it earlier, it's just the pedigree of Knights at the moment. They are just, I don't know, they're undefeatable almost.
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, as we head towards the end of the season, we will eventually get to see the Chiefs Knights game, which is going to be very, very juicy. I'm very, very excited to see that one. I think both teams will be incredibly challenged by that game. But, you know, for now, these teams also have to make sure they don't leak any points to the rest of the league. And, you know, we've seen Rhythm in the past be that one team that, despite always kind of residing in the bottom 4, steals points away from the top 4. And very rarely exits a game without at least the 1 point from pushing overtime.
Yep.
And unfortunately, that wasn't the case this time around for Rhythm. They're struggling a little bit, which is funny because like we've had so many good things to say about them. I don't want to point to like the roster change, bringing BB for Supremacist being like a really, really bad thing. I think that, you know, BB seemed fine. I think that the kind of consistent players for Rhythm, like, you know, Drex, I think he had a great game. But Knights were just on another level, man. Like, the team play, and they're just stepping up massively. And it gives me so much more confidence now that 2 days in a row, we've seen unbelievably good matches from these guys.
Yep, and I mean, look, we'll go ahead and talk to Juicy because I think that's the best way to unravel what we've just seen. Juicy, my friend, it's always good to see you. I feel like we see your face more than anyone else's, but a 7-2 performance on your first day of OCN, that one's got to feel good.
Yeah, feels good to come out the gate strong this season. I think we had a bit of a shaky start in stage 1 and, you know, let a couple of losses get through, but yeah, feels good to, even though a couple of mistakes tonight, it was, I don't know, not alright. It's good to get a dub.
It's great to see you again, man. It's been a while, and you guys are clearly in the break after the APAC playoffs, put in a lot of work. You've come out of the gates really, really strong in both APAC South and OCN now. I kind of want to just get an impression of how do you feel the team is going at the moment in terms of form? Is it perhaps too daring to say that this is the strongest that you've ever been?
I don't think it's too daring. I think, you know, as weeks go by, like, we get stronger and stronger. When we came back from the break, it's the first long break that we'd had in ages, considering there was a couple of things that came up each time we tried to have a break before, so a couple of us were a bit burnt out, and Break did as well, and we came back and started practicing after, you know, SI. Learned a couple of things either from watching or what we thought of over the break, and came back and just put it in practice, and I don't know, it seems to be getting better each week so far, so yeah.
I'd love to ask about Rhythm because, you know, from what we can only see so much. We know that you guys love to have a bit of yarn in the game. They seem to be winning a lot of the mini games. You know, they were doing incredibly well with things like bandit tricking and getting walls open. But it also didn't look like on your defense you were really contesting a lot of that. Is that something that you were kind of leaning into with Rhythm's play style?
Not in particular. I think we honestly just, you know, had a couple of moments in game where we just, you know, egged out a little bit and had to rely on gun skill to get out of the problems that we gave ourselves. So, you know, the round where I got bandit tricked twice, that was a bit of a moment. But I don't know, when we, you know, work with what we've got, we just wanted to play. Honestly, like, you know, try a couple of things that you want, and on defense, either have a little bit of a run around and see what happens. But nothing like too particular.
Dev?
I wish it was that simple when I was playing. So it's like, yeah, we kind of messed up, didn't get the wall open, but that's all right. We just killed them all anyway. I think that it's fantastic to see you guys back in form. You know, had a great playoffs, had a great start in both the leagues that you play in. But of course, elephant in the room, you guys did not win OCN. We haven't really had a chat to you about that yet. You guys lost the grand final tonight. How are you feeling about this season? Do you think that you've got it to take that championship back off of them?
Yeah, I don't know. If I didn't think that we had it, I probably wouldn't be playing, really. I don't know. It's one of those things you got to have confidence in what the thing they played well, but, you know, always like we lost. And we got to go back and look at what we did wrong and improve that. And for this season coming in, we know what to fix. And I don't know. I think we'll have it. You know, we're in contending with them. So I don't know. Just wait and see what ends up happening at the end of the season and go from there. I make it sound so simple, but I don't know.
I was going to say you're far too humble and far too honest. It doesn't seem real juicy. But look, mate, we won't take up any more of your time. We appreciate you jumping on, and we'll see you tomorrow night.
All right, thanks for having me. All right, catch you, boys.
Really, honestly, like he just makes it so blasé. Oh, you know, like we just don't get walls open, so we shoot him in the head, and we win the round. You know, like what?
He's so chill in the interview as well. Like no pressure.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, like will we beat Chiefs? Yeah, probably. Like we'll find out. Like yeah, I think so. You know, I wouldn't be here if I didn't think we'd beat them. I feel like that is what they're like in the server as well. They're just like, yeah. You got both my thermite charges. Yeah, Josh, just go up red and kill them all. Like, yeah, we'll get it. It does make me more excited for that game. 2 weeks' time.
Yeah.
We're going to have the Chiefs versus Knights game. That's going to be a big one.
Yeah, Playday 4 is what that's locked in for. However, we're still on Playday 1, but we only have one more match to go. We'll be back after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
By attackers. 15 seconds left. Attackers locate the bomb. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds left. Attackers have located a bomb. Attackers drop the bomb. Attackers are activating the bomb. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers have recovered their bomb. Attacker located.
I'm Patrick Gleason. I'm the coach for Chiefs, but what you don't know about me is I'm a trained lifeguard. I always just used to love going to the beach, having a swim. I've always been, as my parents called me, a water baby. And me and a few mates, when I was about age 8 or 9, started the competitive lifesaving, go out on the beach and race against other lifeguards, and eventually just sort of be good to earn some money there while I'm in high school, and became a trained lifeguard who worked the beaches, and eventually transitioned into working the pools. Pools, it's a lot less freedom, a lot hotter, and a lot more people in a confined space, and a lot more to go wrong. I'm actually pretty lucky. Most of my rescues have been out of water, so I've actually had to save a person who had a spinal injury and a heart attack at the same time. Got out of the sauna, had a bit of a slip, fell over on the ground, hit the back of his neck. I was the only one on, had to deal with that. That was a bit fun, 5 o'clock in the morning. As a lifeguard, I see a lot of people do cannonballing. As a kid, I used to love that, but once I became a lifeguard, you know all the dangers and risks around it, something you don't want to deal with, so you try to stop it. But as a kid, very fun. The siege operator, which I think I'd have to save the most in the water, would probably be Clash. You know, that big hefty shield, probably not the best thing to be taking for a swim. As a lifeguard, I'm obligated to save everybody, but occasionally there's that annoying kid and you just think about it just a little bit.
My name is Marty Koshnam and I'm an entry fragger for Team Bliss. But what you don't know about me is I'm an actual athlete, unlike the rest of these guys. I play mainly 2 sports, being soccer and basketball. I used to play Division 3 at a professional club. I'd say I'm pretty much better than everyone that competes in soccer against me or basketball. I guess it was just watching a lot of Messi and just getting inspired by that, and I'll just take it on the field, and then from there I guess magic just happened. My biggest achievement in sport would have to be the MVP award back in 2015. My most memorable moment would have to be when it was overtime 3-3 and I scored the winning goal. Nothing too fancy, just a standard kick. The worst thing I've done would probably be when I slide tackled someone and I kind of injured him. He ended up breaking his ankle.
You mean you ended up breaking his ankle?
If you say it that way then. I definitely did stop the goal, that's for sure. The siege operator who would be the best soccer player would be Copter because he already shows off his skills in his elite skin. I definitely got the inspiration from my brother as well. I used to watch his games all the time. Unfortunately, he was a tier above me, so I never got the chance to verse him, but I'll definitely kick his ass in Siege.
At the end, but we're not there yet. We still have one more match to go, of course, Bliss and Wildcard, one which I'm sure will excite. On one hand, we have a team that's revitalized after stage 1. On the other hand, we have a team that really performed incredibly in stage 1 and were dangerous throughout. Don't know really where I sit with this one, Dev. I'll be completely honest with you.
Definitely a hard game to pick because you've kind of got, obviously, Wildcard need almost no introduction. One of the staples of our region, and they even went to Tokoname in 2019. They were on the world stage at that point, have had a pretty significant downfall, especially when they lost Diesel. But now they've got a proper player in to substitute instead of their coach, Silex, or their manager even. And with Molosca, I think that it can definitely do a lot more damage. Molosca's a really, really strong player, a bit of a young gunner. And also Wildcard have had the addition of Rousty, who's a coach, formerly coached the European Rogue roster. And Bliss, on the other hand, right, like they are a strong team, but never one that really broke into the top 4 until last season. So this is going to be a tight game as we dive into the Wildcard roster.
Yeah, of course it will be. I think, honestly, on the back of last night's performance, I think we just have to kind of brush that aside and look to OCN for really Wildcard's dream start that they would want here. A roster that's just been, you know, at the end of last year, we had sung their praises more than any. I don't think that they lost a single tournament that they played in Oceania last year. Like, it was just absolutely absurd, and unfortunately, they did fall off from that perch. Now, obviously, for disappointing reasons, both disappointing and saddening reasons, Diesel is no longer with the roster, and you've already said it, Molosca, that chiseled jaw, he has decided to really come on and fill the boots. I just don't know what to expect, honestly, Dev. I really don't know what to expect.
Well, I would like to expect great things from this Wildcard roster. I think you look at the players that we have here. Vinny and Molosca, obviously former teammates on the old Noble squad. Pachio, also former teammates on Rhythm way back in the day. Imarin, the only OG left remaining. These guys are all incredibly talented. Milo and Vinny are honestly some of the best players that our region has ever produced. Milo in particular, I think a lot of people underrate like his contributions to shot calling and kind of just in general. He is a very mature guy. As young as he is, he only turned 18, I think it was last year. So he's a really, really great addition to this roster. And I think like you look at this team compared to the one with Diesel, like Diesel was amazing in his own right at specifically being a support player in IGL. Molosca's a bit more flexible than that. So in a way, some people could say in the current meta, this could be perceived as an upgrade.
Well, we'll wait and see. We still have a long way before we can ever call it that, and they have a lot to prove, but certainly they can do so. Bliss is who they're coming up against. A team that has really broken out in 2021, you'd have to say, Dev. They really performed incredibly in Stage 1. I think it was almost like 3 overtime wins. If they had even converted one of those, they would have been equal top with Knights, but unfortunately they ended up third due to that fact. And when we look forward, they honestly, with Jigsaw, like, the names on this roster scare me no end.
Yeah, these guys are all gunners. You've got the 2 OGs, Shade and Todd, who've been playing Rainbow Six forever, like played in the first season of the Pro League. And then you've got Repix and Oda, who've been around for a little while now. Both of them, super strong gunners. And Jigsaw, who's the new pickup, came in from LFO, and he was like the saving grace for LFO. And that team was just like getting absolutely destroyed. Jigsaw was still like dropping 20 kills. This guy is ridiculous, and clearly Bliss saw that. They plucked him up off of that August roster and have brought him in here. And what we get as a result of that is Bliss, a team with a lot of experience, a team that outperformed their expectations in Stage 1, but with an upgrade.
Yes, yeah. If there was one person to kind of counter the argument of how well Jigsaw played in Stage 1, I would have to say it was Repix. And the fact that both of those players are on the same roster now, it really... It gives me a sense to be terrified for a lot of other teams. And honestly, the only way we can really get into it is by seeing them play. We did expect big things from Copter, but look where that led them. Unfortunately, they have not had the best start to the stage. However, we do have the vetoes ready, and we can get ready for our own matchup in this 4th and final of the night, Dev. And it does tend to beg the question, how much is this going to impact the actual gameplay? We do head to Cafe of all maps. We've seen the two-peat from both Cafe and Clubhouse tonight. Nothing out of the ordinary, unfortunately.
Yeah, okay. Well, I have an interesting stat for Bliss, but let's talk about Wildcard for a minute first, right? Most recent time they played Cafe was in their final game of Apex South last stage. They lost 7-1 to Invictus. Pretty terrible. They played Knights as well in OCN last stage, lost 7-4. They managed to beat Copter, but aside from that, beating Copter and LFO, really the only positive results for Wildcard in quite some time on this map. I sure hope they've been working on it during the break, because they have some pretty significant losses, albeit to good teams. But the thing here is that for Bliss, they have not played this in the entire of Stage 1. And if I dig even further back, I have stats going all the way back to September. Bliss have not played this map.
Well, a pocket? I don't know. I feel like this is not the game to pull out a pocket map. It was their choice to go to Oregon or Cafe. They have obviously been preparing for this, and it's coming out very early on in the season. The fact that we haven't seen it, it does really make me feel like it's going to be a map that will do some serious damage to Wildcard. I remember seeing Wildcard play it, and there were some blaringly obvious issues that in their own style that they were bringing to that map. Let's just hope that with this, definitely the upgrade from Silex. We'll say that from Silex to Milo. Yeah, we all love Silex, but the upgrade to Milo, it will definitely give them a much better footing in this matchup. They need to utilize it, and they need to be able to do so now, because they didn't have the greatest start in APAC South, but they can, however, back it up and really brush the dirt off their shoulder here. It is Cafe that we head to. It's Bliss and Wildcard, and it's our final match of Playday 1.
Wildcard have a lot to prove here. Molosca's debut is not everything they hoped for in their game yesterday against Invictus. I chatted to Rousty, their new coach, and he said they kind of just needed to get over the jitters. They weren't playing to what they believe they're capable of, even at this stage. So with that out of the way, they are confident that they could do some damage here in OCN. But of course, the fact that Bliss has just been in such hot form, and the fact that this is a very surprising pick. And I was talking to Rousty, he didn't expect Villa to go through yesterday in the Invictus game because Invictus always banned it. It's exactly what's happening here again, Rob, right? Like, this is the most banned map for Bliss, and still they let it through. I wonder, is Wildcard surprised at this? This is a really big deal. The fact that Bliss is, for the first time in at least 9 months, taken us to this map. I mean, it just means that Wildcard have no preparation for Bliss.
What does surprise me though, Dev, is it was either Cafe or Oregon. Like Wildcard left them with that choice, and both teams don't play a hell of a lot of Oregon. So, I mean, like obviously Bliss have played more Oregon than they have Cafe. That's very blaringly obvious, but the fact that it was left in either realm, it will be funny to kind of see how this one plays out, because if Wildcard don't have the read that they were looking for, maybe they were hoping it was going to go to Oregon. Maybe they were praying for that. But certainly so, a comfort pick is all out the window now, and it is going to be Wildcard that do start out on defense. So let's hope they can get off to a good start for Stage 2 of OCN. But I feel like Team Bliss may just be the anti-hero to their story.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a challenge for Wildcard here. I think that despite everyone on the predictions panel putting Wildcard down, I think that honestly, Bliss has the, like, if I had to make like a percentage chance, like I would put Bliss as like 60-40 over Wildcard. Just, you look at previous history, like Bliss should be the favored team. Like I kind of was voting for my heart when I tipped Wildcard for this game, kind of hoping, because it's a sad story, right? You know, with Diesel going away, Sark's having to sub in. Finally, they have like a proper fifth in Molosco. They have a proper coach. Like, you want to see Wildcard have a resurgence, right? Not to take anything away from Bliss. There's just that narrative for Wildcard here. But I don't think it's going to be easy. Like, Bliss, not only previously statistically have they been really, really hot as of late, but they look really relaxed right now. They look really ready.
Thank you to our wonderful... a special thanks, I should say, to the all-wonderful player cams. It allows us to see a little bit more into the behind-the-scenes look. And
so good, isn't it? It's like the best change I think we've almost ever had, I reckon, on broadcast. It's my favorite thing.
Yeah. Well, my favorite thing was casting with you again, Dave.
Oh.
What was that?
That was me saying, oh.
Sure. Yeah. That's what it sounded like. 53% of you playing Wildcard.
Yeah.
The worst part is, you know, like when we were predicting this, I was under the same impression as you were. I kind of went for Wildcard more for the love than the reason. So I am really worried for everyone's prediction, because Team Bliss are not to be reckoned with. They will absolutely destroy you without a second thought.
Well, starting on the attack does put the onus on Bliss's shoulders. So they start to go for a piano take. We've seen a lot of east side takes so far, but Mount on for this clear, full map clear, as it is, of course, basement or kitchen. Technically not basement, ground floor. Spotted out that Yokai drone. I think that it was taken down. That's Yokai. Not entirely sure. There's a player roaming up at Cocktail, but he falls back. Pat's Yokai not taken down yet. Fishing for information, but gotta be careful. Doesn't have the cloaking effect anymore. So with the Gallo ping system, Bliss could drone it out, ping it, and then potentially take down this critical piece of utility early.
Well, they seem pretty unaware of its position for right now. Move and a sidebar away from that. It's really been quiet from Team Bliss as they start to push Wildcard back down onto the basement floor as if they were ever really contesting. It doesn't really seem like they were interested in doing so. Wildcard are quite the methodical team, so you want to make sure that you are crossing those T's and dotting the I's, because they will punish you if you do not do so. The due diligence will be most important for Team Bliss, especially on this attack.
You say Wildcard a methodical team, but I think times are changing. We haven't necessarily seen it in their gameplay yet, but really the identity of Wildcard was what Diesel gave them. It was the methodical, that just, he had a certain way of looking at the game, and being as an IGL, that just rippled through the rest of Wildcard. 40 seconds left though. Onus is still on Bliss to actually make something happen here. They might have vertical control, but a late 5v5 is going to be very difficult, especially without VIP control.
That's the problem, isn't it? A lot of the default pushes for but most of the teams that we watch in OCN seems to be more so across toward that freezer, and Wildcard have a good setup to deal with that. Emo Rin in VIP waiting for those players to drop. He's actually going to sit back a little bit and allow them to contest. So that allows them an actual path in, but just like that, he's going to rip their heads off. Players now trying to contest him. Another one falls and fighting the dust one by one. Wildcard brush aside Bliss in their first attack.
Beautiful play from Emo as well in VIP. Bliss tried to just go for the double drop freezer, but sometimes you really have to commit to clearing that VIP player. Maybe if Bliss had a man advantage, if they'd found a pick or two through the floor and it was a 5v4, 5v3, they really could have just found the place where Wildcard had less players and brute force that. But even 3v1ing Emo was not enough. 15 seconds left on the round, and that was a 5v5. Bliss finally pushed, but Wildcard happily received them.
They certainly did. Nice little welcoming present onto Cafe, and it answers some of our questions from what we were saying.
Early days.
It does feel like, yeah, very, very early days, mind you. It's probably more of a correct statement there, but...
I mean, I'm the king of getting ahead of myself.
Really? You truly are. That's okay. No, let's be honest. I think it's fair to say that we all do it from time to time. I mean, Raven and I were pretty guilty on riding the Knights out yesterday in their Elevate matchup, and look how that ended.
I don't blame you. I was expecting Elevate to win that as well, but it shows you can't count out Knights as Wildcard. It's funny because even though everyone tipped Wildcard and the community vote was for Wildcard, like I have like my gut tells me Bliss is going to win this. Yeah. It's my gut. Like I feel like is that same for you as well?
100%. 100%. When I saw that everyone had predicted Wildcard, I was like, no, I wanted to be the hipster and stand out.
Yeah, same.
Now every single one of us is going to have egg on our face. Or we're going to be the biggest brain plays ever.
So like the only person I know who actually tipped Bliss is so we have the UB team that like manages OCN and esports in ANZ. There's 4 of us, right? And only one guy, Ryan, he tipped Bliss. Everyone else said Wildcard. All of our experts said Wildcard. And Ryan, you know, he's new to Ubisoft. He's new to Rainbow Six. So if he knows what's going on and nobody else does, then I think we all need to reevaluate ourselves and hail our new overlord.
I think it might just be time for that at this point. But we'll hold that thought for a hot second. It is Team Bliss that are trying to approach from the cigar side. And I mean, we saw how impactful some of those bans were in Map 1. And one thing I do really love to see is the fact that they have gone for the Flores ban very early here. An operator that we are going to see, I think, a lot of play of in this meta.
Minute and a half gone, and Bliss are going for this piano take. Like I mentioned earlier, in the Roffle LFO game, teams tended to favor those east side takes. Not the case here. Nice use of the explosive to open up that bar and reveal that anchor position. Emo starting to feel some pressure, but he's finished off from outside on the AC then. That's a really good angle, and it does give Bliss the man advantage. Not for long though.
No, it's very quickly traded out from Vinny. With a minute left, there's been a fair bit of contact so far. Is Milo trying to contest out there? It looks like he is. You can see Oda has now backed away as Milo's taking control of White Stairs. What is going on? It's 1-for-1s everywhere you look there, but 45 seconds left. Team Bliss are in the positive.
Just barely as they pick up Todd. Player top white, a player on white, 3 attackers starting to push in from Cocktail and Piano. It's so tough though, with all the angles open in backstore. Does become a bit of a game of timing as well. Are their Yokai still up? Shade going for this plant now. Pat, does he have the plant and all? He's not going to get it there in time. Shade's going to get this down. And now on one of the hardest sites to retake in the game, Wildcard has the work cut out for them. Pat and Milo got to step up, and Shade's shutting them down. Jigsaw to close it out. Bliss come to life.
felt like a huge oversight from Wildcard there. It was Pat that was on the Echo with the Yokai, and unfortunately just nowhere near in a position to contest the Planet Trash. So it's a little bit unfortunate for that round. However, it still felt like Team Bliss were in control. A 4v3, they had site control. They were really starting to put the pressure on. I think even in the world where they're able to deny it, they would very quickly and handedly deal with the Yokai and go on to plant. Might have given Wildcard a little bit of a look back in, but they just need to move on, and that is exactly what Wildcard are going to do. No reattempts on that third floor, straight into reading now. Maybe a little bit more success.
Yeah, look, I actually think reading is a stronger site than bar. There was a phase, was it OCN 2020, where bar was just such a terrible site and had like a 30% win rate or something? I think it was.
Wildly so, yeah. I don't know why. I have no clue what was happening then.
Yeah, honestly, like, I don't really rate that bomb site compared to like reading. Like the way I always say this, but the way I think about reading is it's like bar but with extras, right? Because you can hold on to Cocktail like with this extensive top floor setup we see here from Wildcard, while also C4ing any players that try and push up through bar. And then even when the attackers take control of Cocktail, you just fall back to site and play time. You can roam downstairs. Like, you're kind of vulnerable to Fireplace, I guess people would say, but Fireplace attacks are very hard to pull off. That room just becomes a kill box. So, I mean, I'm glad that Wildcard have made the rotation here instead of banging their heads against the wall on that bar site, especially because typically, like, teams probably get more practice in attacking bar than attacking reading.
You know what, it's a perfect point you make about the fact that dining does become just a kill box, because it's exactly what you see with the way that, you know, players really go to town in the construction, if you will. It's a lot of footholds, it's a lot of murder holes that they can open up and play from. So it's not exactly ideal whatsoever to try and play for that. It does look like Team Bliss are going to try to sweep and brush aside this hold on the third floor. I guess you kind of have to a certain extent there, Deb. I thought that was definitely the Gemini. I had no clue that was actually Red Pixie. Mind blown.
And Bliss are establishing some good angles here, but are they really making progress? Oh, that's unfortunate. Jigsaw disconnecting. Repix uses a nade to cover his push up. Really good sound mask there. Though a trade coming through elsewhere does mean that Bliss are once again in the man disadvantage. Repix trying to push forward and take that bar player out. But Vinny upstairs has done some good work. And it's really falling apart here. Though Bliss, have every time they've lost a player, they've also found one in return.
But they have still two players up on that top floor. I like this, but the problem is all that noise is now being made. They are clearing things out left, right, and center here. They may find themselves in a bit of a peculiar position as they try to make their way up of white stairs, as Wildcard are not contesting them whatsoever. And just like that, Milo almost will act as his own trap. At least he finds one, but with Shade trying to hunt down the remaining two members of Wildcard, you just don't think that this is all that achievable.
These two players upstairs have got the diffuser in their clutches. I wonder, was that Jigsaw who disconnected with the diffuser? Must have been. I didn't see a single player walk to bar, and there was no body there, so I'm pretty sure Jigsaw disconnected as he dropped down into bar. That is so unfortunate. Bliss really had no choice, and Wildcard played into it very, very well. Unfortunate situation for Bliss, but there you go.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
Wildcard do take their second round.
You just look back and I
was going to say it actually was not. It was not Jigsaw who had the diffuser, because I did actually see not the body, but you know the new, because the bodies are gone.
Yeah, the hologram,
got,
if you will.
The hologram, yeah. I saw the hologram there, and that wouldn't be there if it was Jigsaw, I don't think. Plus, I saw blood, and obviously, if he disconnected, it wouldn't be blood. So, I mean, that's at least one.
You mean paint?
Paint, yeah, red paint. Chocolate sauce. I heard for for Psycho, they actually used chocolate sauce as blood because it was a black and white film anyway, so like you couldn't tell that it wasn't red.
Imagine how tasty that would be.
Yeah, delicious.
It's a
fun fact.
It's a new idea. New idea for a bit of content. Just cover yourself in chocolate sauce and go black and white.
I'd be so down for that.
Oh man, we are just finding. I think it's more. This is not OCN. This is Fun Facts with Dev Marta.
Yeah.
It's the new hit podcast, kind of like the crime podcast that all of our partners listen to, but
yeah,
you know, more so with Dev and the fact you're not a partner. So I guess it's nothing like that at all.
Yeah, thanks, Rob.
Lean into that as much as you want, but you could see there was a very clear point for Team Bliss when they lost Jigsaw. They kind of knew that they had to make that round work, and you could see they very much tried to trade out as promptly as they could. But the numbers game will never favor you in a 4 versus 5 when you really haven't been able to use any of that utility from the one Jigsaw fella. And it'll be a welcomed round from Wildcard, a freebie nonetheless. And actually did not see what site we've gone to. That is basement. There we go, all the way down.
What do you mean basement?
No, not basement, first floor. It's potato.
Yeah, I do it all the time. Did it last round as well. Or earlier this game at least. Well, same for Bliss. Once again, just map clear. They eventually executed. It was round 1, right? Where Bliss attacked this bomb site. Of course, Wildcard have now waited 2 rounds since then, so it's unlocked again. But there was 15 seconds left on the clock when Bliss finally started to make a play on the site. Wildcard did this, like the kind of soft roam. A little bit of pressure off site, droned out, shoot the drone, get back on the site. And it meant that Bliss didn't even have VIP control. Emo found a 3K from that position. I think Wildcard should be pretty happy to just do the same thing again.
Oh, that's not the way you really want to start that one. Unfortunately, Milo gets caught. Now, there is still one player there in Dining, Dev. And you know for a fact they're going to drone it, but you always just wonder, what if? What if they damn it?
Well, at least Geo does fall back before he gets droned and exposed. But this is, I really don't want to understate the advantage now that Bliss have set for themselves. Right, the difference between a late round execute in a 5v4 versus a 5v5 is really significant. It means that there's one less player from Wildcard to like hold an avenue, right? Like if you've got 5 players, you can in theory hold 5 different doorways at once, right? Or you can have multiple players stack up to refrag. But you know, there's a lot of different players where Bliss could push through it, and if eventually they go for that, like drop through the hatch, like maybe push like VIP at the end. Like if you've just got one extra player like pushing Kochek or pushing Baker, that can make the world of difference.
Yep. See, there we go. We see a Yokai, I believe that is. Am I going crazy? No, it is a Yokai on Pat, moving back the corner of Kitchen. So in a little bit more of a prime position. What we saw on that top floor defense. Love that. Oh, hello. They're already on site. They're already in freezer. They've just sent it. You know what? They're trading out, Dev. This is absurd.
But look at the Yokai drone. It's perfect. Hidden underneath the cabinet. The ping comes out as well. Pat loses the Yokai. Oh no, that was critical now. Bliss actually might be able to cover this. Todd's about to get this plant down. The vertical angle is really, really good. And it does mean that Geo can't swing the planter until the plant is confirmed. Otis got this angle perfectly down, but can the player slip through? He cannot. And it's all on Vincia in the 1v3 retake. And he has just been red. What an execution.
Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy because Wildcard started out with those 2 kills on the players running through from freezer. It felt like Pat maybe mistimed the use of the Yokai. Could have waited a little bit longer to ensure that, you know, less time was there to use. I mean, regardless, Team Bliss left themselves with about 20 seconds as they started executing. You can see there. So they had so many times to reattempt that and look for that Yokai drone. It was just... That was really well played from Team Bliss, that entire round. And, you know, equal on the scoreboard now. Puts a bit of pressure on Wildcard here for the remaining 2 rounds.
I hate to be nitpicky there, but like, oh man, imagine if Pat, right after he used the burst, had just like gone back down to the floor and hit under that cabinet again. I don't think Todd would have been able to take it down. I think it would have been much more challenging. But Todd, instead of just trying to force the plant again straight away, like, he took a second to look for the yokai drone. And once he took it down, Wildcard really had nothing left, like you say. Also, I guess just reiterate the point we said earlier that round, which is how much an impact a man advantage can have in the end of a round. Like, imagine Wildcard had one extra guy that could have held out on site. Maybe if Milo had survived and he was just playing in kitchen and could have swung on the plants, or maybe he was going for a flank in the late round. Like, because Bliss had that man advantage, it meant that they could hold it down much easier.
So, are we going to see that typical shield hold from Vinny? That's the question in Cigar. Yeah, you'd have to imagine. I saw 2 ADSs on the wall there.
Yeah.
Is there no shield right now? What?
Where did he put his shield then? There's two shields in this lineup, right? Echo and Ella. Both of them are deployed.
Yeah, one's in backstore and one's in the restroom.
Washrooms.
Washroom, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, those are the default shields, but you would have thought, like, if you're bringing FA12 on Ella, you're going to, like you're saying, put one in Cigar. But no, it does mean that he's a little bit more vulnerable, but, I mean, the shotgun's still great in this angle.
Well, I guess we're about to find out. We're about to put it to the test. He's now going to start to get pushed a little bit deeper, and he's gone back into piano. This is not a great position. They've now taken the top of red control. And he's really just stuck between a rock and a hard place. Unless he can find the time. Did he just get behind piano? He did. So they may think that this is clear. You would have to say that they're droning this. And there you go. Repix getting the yellow pings. That's going to be the free kill. No!
Oh, no!
Emo Rin. You could be my hero, baby. Vinny thanking his lucky stars.
Well, Vinny does go down, but it's not a free kill. And that's what really matters here. Taking down Repix is big. The Emo Rin, and Gio's also downstairs. He's opened up the angle to C4 into Cigar as well. Should Bliss get stuck there. And this shield in washrooms is very, very powerful, especially as Emo will not only have the ADSs, but the Wamai Frisbees to protect him.
Not to be confused with Digital's Frisbees, of course.
No, of course not.
Does love a good throw, but Emo Rin. It's low-hanging fruit, honestly. It really is.
Oh, I mean, Digital is always an easy roast. But let's have a look at what Wildcard's cooking up here as they just wait patiently. Bliss are the ones that got to make the move. Oda on the East Repel's nice. Expose a lot of positions and really restrict Wildcard's mobility. 30 seconds left. I want to know if these Yokais can actually have an impact, because Team Bliss keep getting these plants down.
They do. Oh my goodness, how are the trades right now? It's a flurry of kills. Emo Rin left in a 1v2. Washroom's completely reinforced, so he has to try and maneuver around. I don't know whether Team Bliss know this, but they are going to be planning in a safe position behind the reinforced wall. Emo needs to very slowly and carefully progress toward the 1v1, but Oda finds it easily. I mean, that's safe and sound for Team Bliss.
I cannot believe that worked. Oda just repelled in through the east windows into Cocktail when there's like a player top white and a player Cocktail. I mean, that would be so frustrating for Pat. He's playing right there. We were spectating him. I didn't hear the guy repel in. How did that happen? Like, was it sound cover? I don't understand. But Wildcard probably should have won that round. And Oda certainly was, in my mind, the difference maker. I don't know whether another player enabled him to do that by covering or distracting somehow, but that is where a round just turns on its head. And of course, this game also turns on its head. We mentioned that Wildcard were impressed by them. We didn't want to get ahead of ourselves, but now Bliss have the lead on their attack, no less. We've seen how good defense on Cafe is. And our game earlier today actually had 9 out of the 10 rounds of Cafe be defensive wins. So wildcard here, even a 3-3 half, is not par for the course.
No. And let's be honest, Dev, you're a bit more of a stats man than most people, so you're always going to sell that story, aren't you? Well, I'm going to sell a different story, and that is don't underestimate wildcard. No.
I mean, I think I
no stats.
I think I overestimated wildcard, honestly, man. Like, I tipped them for this game.
We all have. Oh, how the Titans have fallen, that's for sure. And I guess we are really looking for wildcard to not only up their game, but show us just more. You know, not only are we looking for the wins, we want to see it in style. And oh god, this is a very dangerous angle. Vinny, goodness me.
I wonder what that would be like to contest as an attacker. Can't imagine it would be easy. Oh.
No.
It's
one of those. Yeah, like the issue right now is the fact that I just don't see what wildcard did in that last round, Dev, to be on par with being achievable if they repeat this.
Yeah, and wildcard have won this defense site once. That's at least something they have going for them. This is the 3rd attack onto this bomb site. And Bliss have won one, lost one. Like you said, Bliss's win on this bomb site was kind of a bit sketchy, right? Like, they found 1 pick on the Roma. Their final execute probably shouldn't have gone the way it did. Like, Pat almost denied that. This Echo's not been as impactful as I would like, even though Pat's played it every single round.
Do this right now. At least wildcards still have the 5 up. That is the big key factor that we were talking about. And very much so, the Echo. We have to see it come to light here. We absolutely have to see the impact of the Yokais, and what better site to do it on. Down on that first floor in kitchen.
Bomb located by attackers.
Once again, Team Bliss making excellent time in opening these vertical lines. They really have been making great time with a lot of their attacks.
Yeah, but that said, you know, they're not finding any picks through the vert, which is okay if you're just flushing players into other positions where you can isolate and kill them. But we haven't necessarily seen that, and I like the way that wildcard, like if we look at the top down, right, like wildcard are really occupying this kind of L of space through VIP and then all the way through that long hallway. I guess it's more like, I guess like an E, I guess. I don't know, you've got bakery control as well. It means wildcard have so much, and now that Bliss finally push into the site, it's a 5v5 on the execute.
Well, it's going down. Are they going to be able to find it? There we go. But there's the problem. Down goes the Yokai drone. Doesn't look like they've got anything else to combat that defuser, and it looks like it's going to be secured. What is going on right now? It was literally a second off it that Pat and Emo are in. They have to go large here for wildcard. You couldn't imagine it's going to be doable if they cannot achieve this. And Dev, this is not great whatsoever. Team Bliss have run away with the first half 4-2. All right. Not what we had really hoped for. And honestly, we got off to such a good start for Wildcard's defense. Now all of us are sitting there with a lot of egg on our faces for this prediction. And rightfully so, because Team Bliss, they are not messing around. Not in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I really just was impressed. I think that the fact that Bliss were able to repeat their success attacking that site, even in a 5v5 execute, right? The first pick came down with 6 seconds left on the clock. And for Bliss to be able to achieve that with a lot of their players upstairs covering the planter through vertical holes, that's really impressive. I really want to credit Bliss as really cool stuff we're seeing from them. Like you said, they are, I mean, I don't know about punching above their weight, because I feel like they are kind of in the same, if not a heavier weight class than Wildcard at this point.
Yeah.
But they're definitely showing that last season was not a fluke. What is this hold? Excuse me, Garage Shield. Can we... Oh! Oh, is he spawn picking using a yokai through the drone hole?
Oh, that's disgusting.
This is straight out of casual. That's what this is. And already, first pick.
Oh, man. I really pray that we get to see this. Geo going down. He has not had a good start at all. The Church of Geo is definitely not in session today.
That's for damn sure. Geo's not been quite... Oh, so tempted to go for this. Droned out by Vinny. Repic's just going to fall back.
Smart.
I mean, you could say, yeah, I mean, if he, especially if he doesn't have any utility to protect that shield. But, you know, you could say a bit of a waste of utility, because that shield now not going to get utilized. But, I mean, if it slows down Wildcard and eventually wins the round, it's worth it, right?
Did he just hit that yoke? Did Vinny hit it?
He got it. I saw the little sparks.
Well, that's what I saw, but I could also see debris from him shooting the concrete, so you never know.
I could see debris, but I could also see the sparks.
The sparks. The sparks is what you got to know these things. So, it again, just really not the best for Wildcard. It feels a little bit disjointed. They're still trying to deal with whatever that play was out the front, or kind of out the side, if you will. And now they're going to start to get to town on demolishing. That's a free kill if I've ever seen it. Yes. Has to be confirmed, and that's a big one. Odor off the board.
Yeah, and it's actually, funnily enough, the first vertical kill we've seen all game. On these kitchen attacks, Bliss struggled to find any vertical picks because of the way that Wildcard abandoned the site and just played kind of this donut almost around the site instead, which is now where Bliss is occupying, right? Like, you've got players Bakery, Small Bake, VIP. But since that spawn pick came through from Oda, I feel like it's not such a big deal that he's dead. Yes, he can't use the Evilize late round, but at least it's a 4-on-4. Emo, struggling at that camera, but really getting aggressive here on Repix.
Oh, I love that. Unbelievable use. Repix, unfortunately, not going to be able to fight that whatsoever. And now Wildcard are looking a lot better. That is both Oda and Repix down, who, of course, Maestro and the wonderful Echo. They are now not going to be able to really have their full effect. Vinny will slowly poke and probe with how low his HP is, Dev. This is really important that they convert this.
Here's the plant. Vinny can't jump through. He will die to the gate, and he has no util to burn it. They've got to cover the plant. It's not going down. Milo, got to get that plant on the ground. He starts it, and now they have to cover. They absolutely have to. No choice in the matter. Jigsaw trying his best, but pushed back by the air jab. Emo chases for it. The initial whiff, but he's got it with the Magnum. Wildcard managed to finally get an attack round.
I actually think the placement of that air jab may have just saved Wildcard, because I mean, it kind of felt like he almost won that engagement. That is outrageous that Wildcard have converted that round. But
very similar to what we saw from Bliss, honestly. Like, Bliss were just barely forcing his plant down, and you know, the defense was struggling to deny that. Very much the same story here. Yeah, the difference is Wildcard actually took VIP, which Bliss didn't really do.
I mean, it's a fantastic point. Didn't really, wasn't going to highlight that as much, but one thing I did want to highlight is the fact that both of these teams have made good timing on opening up those vertical lines and also utilizing them as well. It's one thing to obviously put pressure on site and turn up the heat in the kitchen, if you will, but it's another thing to be able to capitalize off the back of it. And with Wildcard being down the man, they did really well to convert that round.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it goes to show you can have Geo spawn peaks. It's not the end of the world. Just get back on that horse. And the thing I really loved from Wildcard was just Emo Rin so eager. Like, he had no hesitation peeking VIP. It's just like flashbang. Vinny sends in the concussion, and Emo's so ready to take that fight. Really good stuff from Wildcard. But Bliss was so close to winning that as well. And so it's, and at this point, Bliss kind of have a couple buffer rounds. Yeah, they're 1 round in front at the moment, which doesn't seem like a big lead, but they have the defensive side. You'd expect them, like, all they got to do is go 3-3 on this defense half, and then they win the game, like, at worst, 7-5. So they really have everything going for them right now.
I mean, that's all they have to do, right? You make it sound so easy. Juicy, is that you?
I've been inspired.
You just love how honest it is. But, you know, you're not bloody wrong, are you? It's certainly just about making things a little bit more simple than what they are sometimes. And right now for Team Bliss, they just need to really convert, you know, two of their preferred site and one of their less preferred, and they'll be absolutely cheering. But with Kitchen not being the greatest contest, guess we do look to the third floor for hope. Our wildcard going to attack. They cannot allow Team Bliss to get off to a good start in this second half. They haven't done so yet. Oh, Jigsaw, see you later. Emo, ciao. My goodness.
Yeah, I mean, I love a good C4, and Jigsaw gets away with his life, falls back. Also, Emo going down. That's one of the big gunners that we've seen for Wildcard. Had a bit of a shaky day yesterday, and, you know, with the camera earlier, but, I mean, he's got the gusto to take those fights, and he's going to have to sit out now. Wildcard are going to have to rely on someone else for the entries. Already just good showing from Bliss. Is this going to be followed up with a nade, though? That's my question. The flashbang is perfect, and that is the nade from Geo. What a showing from Wildcard. That is the Wildcard that we have grown to know and love.
Certainly is. Oh, now that line from Jigsaw, that's going to cause a fair bit of problems for Wildcard if they don't leave enough time here. I mean, you really have to hit your shots. It's one of those things where, you know, you have to hit those, you absolutely have to hit this. Now, he hasn't seen that player push into backstore, and that could be a huge issue, but Oda is stepping up on site. Milo, my goodness, was trying to get something done. It's all on the Jigsaw here, Dev.
Recovered the diffuser.
He opened up this round, and he's going to have to close it. Geo and Vinny to cover. Oh my god! That angle! Vinny was exposed! Suddenly, it's flipped on its head. Geo's so low on HP. And Jigsaw is the new pickup for Bliss, and he's doing so good. Geo has to land these shots prone on the angle. Geo has no choice. Jigsaw! The 1 versus 2 clutch. Bliss are thankful that the rookie of Stage 1 is now on their side.
God tier play. God tier Jigsaw. Unbelievable. That was Wildcard's look back into the game. It's still not out, but definitely when you look back at that round, a 1v2, everything was going for Wildcard. But for one name is all it takes sometimes, and that name is Jigsaw. He has been phenomenal since he stepped in to Tier 1 ANZ Siege, Dev, and he is backing it up here in Stage 2.
Tactical timeout for the wildcard boys. That was really just such a pivotal round to lose. Not only was it because they kind of threw that lead, but that is giving Bliss what I call break point. You know, when you're on 5, like, all Bliss need is 1 round and they guarantee points. Like, it's not necessarily the win, but they guarantee they will get points from this match because of the way that even if you lose in overtime, you have that 1 point. So if Wildcard want to take the 3 points home today, they got to sweep from here, 4 rounds in a row. And look, honestly, they look a bit stressed. We've seen a lot of lively teams today, but they look pretty scared, pretty stressed. And sometimes all it takes is the tiniest of mistakes, like Vinny being exposed to top white on that plan.
Yep. All right. Looking forward for Wildcard now. Do we see the same success for them in their first attack? On mining. Interesting. We don't... I mean, I feel like we don't see a lot of mining defenses in OCN. I'd love to go back and have a look at the actual statistics to back that up, but it is a site that I feel gets neglected so much.
Yeah, definitely by far the least played site on this map. And one that I don't know, I guess it's just not really seen a lot of play because I've already talked about why reading is so good. People still love bar, and it does have a pretty decent win rate these days. Kitchen, same. So mining is kind of just like the odd one out. Like, I think if you didn't have your first site unlocked after 2 rounds had passed, you'd probably see a lot more mining. I don't think it's a bad site per se. I just think like you only have to play 3 different objectives, so people don't feel the need to go to a 4th one. Unless if you're a team like Bliss and you're really kind of keen to not only, I guess, flesh out your strat book, but like really deepen it as well, and show that you're not just a team that I guess is deep, but also has a lot of breadth and a lot of options and opportunities that you're happy to go with. Nice run out there for Todd, traded back, but I'm sure that Bliss aren't too upset about that. For Todd, it is his first kill in the game. So
You beat me to it. Oh no, we missed out. We missed out.
He was
James
007.
No!
No way!
We missed
How did we not notice that?
No!
That is gutting.
I don't even care what happens this round. I'm so disappointed in us, Dev.
Oh man, that is... So you don't understand, guys. Like for a caster, that is gold. That is like the moment we all wait for. The 007. We write those jokes. You know, we wake up at 4 a.m. sweating, thinking, oh, I need to write down that joke, and then just miss the opportunity.
And it feels bad. Vinny looking for the contact. The other side of Todd actually getting that kill, sorry, I kind of forgot to mention that because I was too worried about the 007, is the fact that Todd traded out for Emo. And Emo has been playing fantastically for Wildcard right now. So the trade between Todd and Emo is monstrous. The other side of that is Todd has no impact with that cardiac sensor for the rest of the round. For the rest of the 2.5 minutes that we have to play, he cannot transfer any intel.
Oh, Vinny. Gotta wait like half a second before the gate actually deactivates. It shows a bit on edge. Another point about Emo going down first is that's the flank watch, which means you have to dedicate more players to drones and actually hard watching flanks. The other thing is with Milo going down, that's a lot of your soft breach. I wonder, do Wildcard know it's mining? Like, surely they do. Because, I mean, they are set up as if it's a reading attack. I know the attacks are very similar for both. Okay, they surely know it because Gio's right here. I do wonder what the push is, what the play is.
Oh, Gio!
Oh, no!
Goodness me. That was nearly a massive opportunity for Team Bliss to turn the tides, but in fact, it's Wildcard that have come out the better on that occasion, and now they're just going to have to try to send it in and trade out.
Oh, no!
Oh,
Repix!
Stagger in, and Repix just picks them apart one by one like dominoes. They fall, and that is match point for Team Bliss.
Big moment for Repix on the site. It shows that the 2x optic is fine for close range engagements as well. He just mows down those 3 wildcard players. Man, that tactical pause did not get wildcard back on their bikes and back rolling. If anything, Bliss is just storming away. I must say, I think that we've got to attribute this largely to Bliss's insane attack half. 4 out of 6 attacks, I think you very rarely lose those on Cafe. After you get a 4-2 attack round half, all they've done is win 2 defenses, right? Like, if this was a 2-4, like let's say Bliss's half had been first and it was like 2-0, that would be no big deal. But just because of the attack being so strong from them, they're now on match point. I've already taken 1 point for the standings. And honestly, I don't see a world where they don't take all 3.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy because, like, you know, very rarely does a team lose that kind of advantage. But I'll tell you one thing, Repix never loses those.
I hear he's the best player in OCE when it comes to his soccer skills.
Yeah, maybe player. Sure.
Yeah. So what do you think? Maybe we have a caster that might be able to take a fight to him? Challenge him? Yeah.
Come at me.
We need to do that. You know, when we get lands back, Repix versus Manic Monday, the 1v1s.
Of course, we're not talking about fighting. We're talking about soccer.
Yeah.
I wanted to make that very clear.
Penalty shootout. You're the keeper. He's the shooter.
Yeah, what could possibly go wrong there? I have nothing to lose in that case, so I like that. Now, Todd, surely you're not about to do this again. Look at all the intel he's getting this time. And because he doesn't lose his life, he can fall back and continue to convey where the members of Wildcard are. This is not looking good whatsoever. A minute off the clock, and Wildcard now are going to need to start putting a little bit of pressure on that top floor.
One of the things I'm really loving from Bliss is this is the 4th bomb site they've been to. They have done the full rotation. Now they're on Reading. They've won Bar Cocktail and Mining, and instead of going back to Kitchen, which they lost, I mean, you've got a deep strap book. Use it.
Hope so.
This is really where we just got to look at Wildcard and be like, come on, guys. You really need to step up here and now. And on for this attack, mostly a lateral push, not a lot of pressure upstairs. It's risky. It's risky, and I'm scared for them. I just don't think that this kind of a risk will go unpunished by Bliss, especially now that they have the man advantage with Milo going down.
Yeah, it kind of goes from bad to worse. There's absolutely no doubt about it. And on match point, there are just no more mistakes that can be made. This is a really dire situation for a roster that we had so much high hopes for coming into this stage. And still so many questions to ask. Gio has to punish that. Unfortunately, can't see through the smoke. Dev, 40 seconds. Are they even going to find anything?
Would be a desperate execute for Pat to push on through, but Gio's found the opening. If Vinny can do some damage here, this might be winnable. That's big for Vinny, and he closes that kill as well. Wildcard out of absolutely nowhere, spring into action, keep their dreams alive.
So vitally important there. It really did not feel like Wildcard were in a position to win that round whatsoever. But you know what they say? It's all about winning those ones. And I mean, for lack of better analysis, which just should be the motto of my casting, winning your ones really just turns the tide, doesn't it?
I mean, the fact that they've been down in the dumps yesterday to Invictus and today against Bliss, and Wildcard still has the guts to just be like, all right, boys, like, we don't have a great attack here. We're not really doing the whole methodical top take thing. We're in a 4v5. Just send it. Yep. You have, like, the pressure from the Hibana holes in the Reading wall. You've got Vinny. I mean, I said he's got to have an impact, and my God, he did. I mean, if he didn't win that first fight, I reckon that's a Bliss round.
Could well be. It could well be. I think, you know, that is very reminiscent of what we saw from Knights, literally last game. You know, on some occasions, they literally just had to send it. And maybe they didn't do all their due diligence. Maybe they didn't completely clear angles. But sometimes it just works. Brute force is a... what is the best way of saying this? It's beautiful chaos is what it is. And more often than not, that chaos can cause so much confusion. And in that case, maybe the confusion didn't work, but certainly the one-on-ones did. And if Wildcard take that mentality, obviously not every single round, but in some of their playstyle, I actually think that teams will start having to respect the fact that that is a possibility. Right now, it feels like a lot of what Wildcard do on their attacks is leave it to the last minute, and it just becomes very, very much of a cluster toward the last 10, 20 seconds.
I want Wildcard to embrace their aggression. You've got so many players here that are kind of renowned for being gunners, right? Like, every one of the players on this team is kind of renowned for being a bit of a gunner. Nemo's, once again, the opening death. How does Jigsaw fend off those drones and still win that? How is Jigsaw 14 kills and 4 deaths?
This guy is just disgustingly good at the game. The fact that he could do this on LFO and is now doing this on Bliss, ridiculous, Dev. Absolutely outrageous.
Jigsaw has only died in the rounds that Wildcard have won. And that's not because he's like sitting on site not doing anything. He's got 14 kills. It's ridiculous. Jigsaw is just next level. I mean, I was skeptical of him on LFO. Yeah, he put up big numbers, but I thought, what's going to happen if he's actually, on a higher level team and a team that's, I guess, playing with a bit more structure. It doesn't matter. I mean, he's been so good here, and we said Bliss was good last stage. Now they've got an upgrade. That is definitely the case.
A lot of teams are going to have to be careful of this. Certainly has not been the entrance into Stage 2 that Wildcard would have been hoping for, nor in APAC South, and then in OCN. Team Bliss looking to deliver them their first loss of Stage 2 for OCN. There's just so many things here that do not bode in a favourable sense. Now Oda will have to be cautious from behind. This is really nice work from Wildcard to flush this out.
That said, Oda still has a gas left, and Geo doesn't have a proper way in through this breach. Oda could do some serious damage, and he takes down Pat. Oh!
Oh, Dev, not only does he take down Pat, but he takes down Wildcard. The Team Bliss roster are absolutely outrageous. That is such a solid performance from a roster that showed us so much promise and performed to a very high level in Stage 1, very clearly backing it up here in Stage 2.
Another day at the office for Bliss. 15-4 for Jigsaw. A rookie of OCN 2021. Absolutely no doubt about it. Imagine going plus 11. He wasn't once the opening death. What a absolute nutcase.
He is really... He's kicking butt and taking names. That's the best way to put it. That guy is a force to be reckoned with, because you just don't know, like, how do you stop that? How do you deal with a player that can just dunk on you consistently? Look back at Stage 1. This performance is not abnormal. This is consistent.
I saw some good moments from Wildcard, but it was just nowhere near what Bliss had, which was the ferocity that we saw from Bliss in Stage 1 amplified. And I think, I do wonder, like, if it wasn't for a little moment, like, when we saw that ridiculous clutch from Jigsaw on the Malusi in the 1v2, like, if it wasn't for something like that, would Wildcard have had a way back into the game? Because ever since that clutch, it was just Bliss through and through.
Yeah, there certainly moments where you saw the charm of Wildcard. This was definitely not one of them. 3 players staggering in. I mean, even Xenox could confirm those. You know, like that's the kind of that's the kind of dig I'm gonna make. But just an all-round great performance from Team Bliss on their attack, and then backed up on their defense. You love to see them get rowdy. It's just it's a beautiful sight to see, and so are those score lines. Wow.
It's ridiculous. The guy with the most kills in the whole game is also the person with the most deaths. That's not common. Like, in comp, obviously, like, maybe in ranked, you would see scorelines a bit more like that. But in comp, right, like, if you're an entry player, if you're on the front line, like, you're only expected to win, like, 60% of your fights. You're not expected to only die in the rounds where your team loses. 4 deaths over 11 rounds while still maintaining 15 kills is ridiculous. That is almost a 4.0 KD.
Hey, Dev, do you want to know what's... It may not be a 4.0 rating, but it's certainly a 3.0 rating. The highest we have seen today, and
ridiculous.
Deservedly so. It's just... What do you say? It's so good to see that the form from Stage 1, it wasn't just, you know, kind of the new dog on the scene, you know, not necessarily the top dog by any means, but certainly kicking the door down, as I mentioned before, with LFO. Jigsaw's just done that here. But for Team Bliss, I mean, what is 2021? What are we even in store for? Because if we thought that Stage 1 was hard to predict, how on earth are we going to find our way through this maze?
I have no idea. And when you look at Wildcard right now, you look at the scoreboard, you look at the fact that over 11 rounds, Wildcard found 2 opening kills, Bliss found the other 9. it's pretty obvious here who the gunners are in the server today. Bliss running rings around Wildcard. Just ridiculous. And it does make you wonder, you know, after a pretty insane regular season in Stage 1, only losing to Chiefs and Knights, Bliss, while they did fall short to Roffle in the playoffs, they've shown that Stage 1 was not an anomaly. They're here to play for Stage 2 and looking to go even deeper than the 4th place they took previously.
Well, is it possible? Let's find out from Oda himself. We've got him on the line. Let's have a chat. Good to see you once again, old chap. It's been a little while. I mean, that is ridiculous. You guys have really put Wildcard back in their place and all of our predictions back in their place. How's it feeling that this is the start of Stage 2?
Really good, honestly. Like, I was super keen for this season, and then like that game just made me even super keen for the rest of it. Like, during the prep phase of this season, just felt so good coming into it, and I'm just excited for the rest of the season.
Yeah, well, coming into Stage 2, you guys did make one roster change. You brought on Jigsaw. Now, he hadn't really been seen in the past before 2021. Kind of came out of nowhere on LFO, and despite LFO not doing so great, he looked like a decent player. How do you feel like he's going with the team so far?
Oh, he's a demon. Can you look at him? He's a demon. He's just outgunning everyone, entries, like everything. He's unstoppable, honestly. Like, he's one of the best. I'm just gonna say it. He's one of the best I've ever seen.
Honestly, I don't think anyone from the casting team would disagree with that. And especially tonight, he even showcased it. It's just, you know, I was saying it before, it's absolutely outrageous. Now, you did mention, of course, the prep for this season coming into it. What have you guys been doing in the off-season? Have you been working your butts off?
Yeah, we have. We've been double booking scrims like almost every day. We've been working more on other maps instead of, you know, it's the basic maps. So yeah, I guess that's just been like good from us. And I don't know, just doing more as a team, where last season we struggled to even find scrims. We had a lot of net issues and stuff. So just the prep in general has been a lot better this season.
Yep, no, that's totally fair. Dev?
Yeah, well, I mean, you mentioned the prep work that you've done going into the season. You mentioned the roster change. I guess I just want to pose a question. Do you think that Jigsaw was the final piece of the puzzle for Bliss?
100%. 100% is the final puzzle piece. And yeah, I reckon, you know, top 2 this season, boys, I reckon.
Oh, look, to be honest, from what we've seen already, we have there's no doubting it. You guys had an incredible Stage 1. And I'll be honest, Oda, we are incredibly excited for you guys heading into Stage 2. We'll let you go and celebrate with the team, but congratulations, and we'll see you tomorrow night.
Cheers, boys. I'll see you tomorrow night.
Of course, we won't see you tomorrow night. We will all see you tomorrow
casters
night.
On.
Yeah, what did they do recently? Like, IS?
No, don't know. Doesn't matter.
I don't know. They did some remote thing. I don't know what they were doing.
I know that Guz has never done a LAN. I know that.
Yeah, very true. Very true. I don't think Xenox has ever done a Rainbow Six LAN either. So, like, the whole discussion is just irrelevant completely. That's totally fine. We'll just move on from there. But what a crazy night it's been, Dev. I mean, what a way to kickstart Stage 2.
Yeah, I think that overall we had expectations going into this season that it was going to be tight once again. And I think that while some of our games might not have shown that with these dominant scorelines for, you know, Chiefs over Order, Knights over Rhythm, I think that it's only the first day and the first step. I think teams like Roffle, Copter, Order are definitely going to come back. I expect them to be quite dangerous. Roffle, Copter proved that last season with their 3rd place finish through playoffs. Rhythm, I don't want to count out either, because like we said against Knights, like, they had some really good moments despite falling 7-2. And I don't know whether this is wishful thinking, but I do feel like Wildcard have so much to show that they just haven't like more time to develop with Milo and Rousty, and I think that they can, you know, be once again not just a top 4 team, but even better. But for now, like, you know, Bliss and Knights and Chiefs have shown their utter dominance.
I certainly have, and a couple of people that haven't shown their dominance. They're on the casting panel. They're actually on the predictions panel. Let's have a look at how woeful we have done. It's so sad to see that we all pick the same people. There's no banter whatsoever because we're just atrocious at this. Look, 2 for 2, I feel, is a good night in OCN.
Yeah, well, it's the thing about everyone predicting the same is everyone gets the same scores, which is incredibly disappointing because everyone knows that self-worth and ego is determined by how many correct predictions you get, and that's why Gaz's head is so big, because he does tend to get some good predictions. And, you know, I'm just disappointed that at the moment we're all sitting on the same standings. But hey, come the next Playday, I'm sure we'll see some more change-ups, and I think OCN will be continually difficult to predict.
Certainly will be. It always has been, and it always will be. And Stage 2 is a very clear indication of that. Now let's have a look at our MVP of the night, Dev Mardo. We're going to be jumping right into it with Juicy, who, look, just the entire roster of Knights had an incredible night. There's no doubt about it. Even though Rhythm looked so good, they were just shut down at every turn, and Juicy was definitely one of the highlight players for us.
Absolutely, and look, I will put a disclaimer because no doubt there are people in chat who are like, what about Jigsaw? What about Jigsaw? I'm sorry, guys. We had to determine the MVP like earlier tonight when we were tossing up between one of the Knights players and one of the Chiefs players. So yeah, sorry, Jigsaw. Of course, he's kind of in his own category, but let's give a moment to Juicy. I love that we have the player reactions live with all of his plays. Like, here it even said, like, sometimes they didn't manage to achieve what they wanted in terms of the preparation for the rounds, the preparations for the executes, but they were always keen to send it. How many times have we seen Juicy, despite playing the Thermite, just so keen and ready to go straight in there?
I am loving this player cam. I don't care about anything else that's happening on the screen right now. My eyes are stuck on Juicy. This is incredible to see. I am so keen to see what happens when it's a closely contested game with one of these MVPs, because I'm sure it's going to be absolutely mental for some of them. But certainly Juicy is well deserved of that. You know, he is the figurehead at the moment for us. Every time we talk to Knights, we are talking to Juicy, and there is something so methodical and calm about him. It's almost calming for me when I speak to him. It's beautiful to see. Let's have a look at the standings and see where the teams lie after play day 1. Chiefs out on top, LFO shortly behind them. And of course, because we didn't really have any overtime wins or losses, there is no need to really dive into it too much. But this is where we see ourselves. Shocking to see LFO nearing the top, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I think they upset a lot of people by winning tonight. Now, because we've only had one play day and we've only had no overtime matches, like only regulation games today, means that all the teams that won got 3 points, all the teams that lost got 0. So, of course, four-way tie for first and four-way tie for fifth, I guess. But, yeah, I think we can start to make some inferences so far. I feel like the Knights we saw today was super dangerous, even though they had some little mistakes. I definitely think that they're probably going to be in contest with Chiefs for number 1. I would love to believe in the Bliss stream, but I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot of unproven players like at the top level on that team. And while they're amazing and I respect them, like it's still quite hard for me to say that they'll be above Chiefs and Knights, at least come playoffs. But, you know, we'll see. As for the bottom half, like, I feel like the main team here I'm disappointed in is Copter.
Yes. Yeah, it certainly coming into this season, all the prep for me was around, you know, like which teams were really going to be challenging at the top. And for me, it was Copter and it was Team Bliss. Those were the two teams I was looking to break into that top 4. I believe for Bliss once again, and for Copter, they might have just been shy in Stage 1. I'm just having a very quick look back now. No, they came in top 4 right underneath Bliss. Now, both of those teams really have shown us enough for us to believe in them. But Roffle today just have not given us enough of an indication that we are right or wrong, to be fair. It was really a one-way street in that LFO match. So I will definitely be keeping my eyes peeled to see what Copter do tomorrow night, because that's how soon we're actually playing. It's not like we're going to have a week off. We're going to be seeing these teams again tomorrow. And for Roffle, that is their redemption arc. They have to show us what they've got in 24 hours.
Yeah, for sure. And look, I'm also going to say that, you know, in regards to that Copter LFO game, LFO, good on ya. They only won a single match in all of last stage, and they didn't even push any of their losses to overtime, which meant that they only had 3 points at the end of it. Now, that one win they did get was against Chiefs, the eventual champions, but something about LFO, they tend to have Chiefs' number, which we kind of touched on in the digital interview today. I feel like LFO, now that they've got a win on Ruffle, like, even if they don't get many other points, I feel like they've actually got a really good chance of not being last and maybe even breaking it further than that. Like, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but considering they'll probably have a good matchup against Chiefs, and then you look at like maybe their rhythm game will be close again, I think that LFO have a really good shot here, which is exciting. Of course, not only are these teams playing for the $100,000 that's on the line, but also, come the end of the year, we will have relegations. We have the OCL on at the moment as well, where the Tier 2 of OCE is playing for a spot in this league. And these teams are going to have to defend their positions in this league. So a team like LFO wants to escape those potential relegation spot come the end of the year.
Certainly will. There's really a lot on the line for a lot of these teams. There's glory and money if you want to, but there's also that disappointing time right at the end. We saw it happen to Rhythm. Fortunately enough, they managed to find their way back into OCN this year, but you don't want to be leaving it until the last second. The second, wow, that was so good. Speaking of the last second, there we go. We are at the close of the show, ladies and gents. We'd like to thank you very much for joining us here on the Playday numero 1. We'll be back tomorrow night, same place, same time for all of the action. 2 average casters will be taking you through that. Until then, enjoy. On a competitive level.
Oh, hello!
Double-edged.
No! The cover! That is a little bit from the carry, a little bit further back. Oh! Surely OJ gets this! What is that shot from Affix? Or AFX? I don't care if you're landing shots like that. I'll call you whatever you want, man. And another one!
Let's step a little bit closer. Time's ticking down. Oh, bouncing!
Oh my god!
Now Bisho going for the plant. It's covered by both players. And now, oh my goodness. Stay alive here. Oh. How is he still alive?
What?
That's absolutely absurd. And God Legion is now looking to... oh no, my goodness. How does he still manage to come away from God Legion? That is absolutely absurd.
Practicing his siege as much as he's been doing his weights. He's going to have to isolate these 2 1v1s. Gets the first on for the trade. Dino locks that down. It's too late for him to really try and... oh, he actually might be able to land it. Oh, balls of steel. Drex. And Jigsaw's the new pickup for Bliss, and he's doing so good. Geo has to land these shots. Prone on the angle. Geo has no choice. Jigsaw. The 1 versus 2 clutch. Bliss.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out of feeling so. I'm running out of time. I'm running out of feeling so. chatting. I just step up and make it happen. It's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic.